Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV tonight, even as we get down to discussing our politics. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And well, a lot is happening today. The DP, William Ruto, seems to backtrack on CBC. What does he stand for on this one? And now he wants a review of the whole system of education even before it is completely rolled out. What do you feel and think about the same? Of course, Baba and team had a grand entry in Northeastern Amidst Sibling Rivary. What is your take on this? And what is the way forward? Is the Azimio Council, National Council, that going to address this sibling rivalry completely so that we all end up on the ballot peacefully and as one team, or the pull and push in between these different political parties will affect the eventual outcome of this election? And how will that play with Baba's beat on the presidential elections? Please let us weigh on this and other aspect of our politics, even as the discussion starts out tonight. There's the dilemma for the independent candidates. Some of the leading candidates, presidential candidates, with their push for 6 piece. How will this work out with independent candidates? And there are those who feel disturbed by the independent candidates to an extent of them going full length, campaigning against them to an extent of even, delegitimizing them. What is your take on the same? Let's talk even as we look into this critically. Remember, it is 46 days countdown to elections. Are you ready? Is everybody set to see to it that these elections are done free, fair, and credible way? Is Jebukati blowing hot and cold, or he's the man for the job? Thank you so much. I remember he has summoned all the 4 presidential candidates for discussions about the physical register. Is this how to go about it? Please, let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. And if you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join in the discourse so that nobody is left out in that is happening on Tembe TV. Remember, Tembe TV is one TV where you can hook on from anywhere you are on the face of the earth, as long as you have internet connection. So let the whole world tune in, and let us all do our very best to see to it that every Kenyan gets right information on these particular elections and candidates at all levels, so that no mistake is made in deciding to vote in people who are not competent to handle whatever office that they are asking for. So please, let's get talking. Thank you so much. Cecilia Wiyanga, Mama Lynn, thank you so much. Kuna Patel Sebaka Manyi, karibu sana. Kuna Sera Serange, hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Jackson Ogutu, asante sana. Bakis Mohamed, good evening to you, thank you so much. Moses Kowech, karibu kwa show. Nyangara Chris Jeremy, thank you so much, we appreciate you. Kuna Favor Akita, you're welcome. Maureen Dega, You're welcome. Kuna Cheriot Josephat, karibu kwa show. Udinyamalo, asante sana. You say what happened where, let us know. Linet wa bomba, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Kila mmoja asante sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Cliff, kuna Caroline Achieng, kuna Godfrey, kuna GFHGG. Hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Simi Haemba, Catherine Okiru, alafu kuna Mzito Ken. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi jioni ya leo tunapoanza kipindi chetu tunachoangazia siasa zetu na msimamo ambao kila Mkenya lazima auchukue ili tukuwe na uchaguzi wa amani, alafu tukuwe na viongozi ambao ni bora watakaoboresha nchi yetu na kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anafaidika na rasilimali za Kenya. Asante kwa wale ambao mnajiunga nasi. Please, those of you who still want to join into the discourse, the link, I'm sharing it again. You click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to appreciate all of you that are inviting different people to join into the discourse. Please make sure that you keep it up. Share that link with everybody in your life, in all your WhatsApp groups, in all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and let us get talking on our politics and the stand we must all take to improve and better our country as we better its leadership. Thank you so much. Bwana Wangira, habari ya leo?
Mzuri, niko salama, labda wewe?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Karibu.
Asanti, namsalimia Steve although aonekani amejificha. Wacha nichangie. Bernard, the steam in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance campaign seems to have died out. And today, I observed William Ruto when he was addressing this issue in regard to education, and I saw a William Ruto, who is losing in that political steam that we are used to seeing him in. I don't know what is actually happening, 46 days to the general election, and William Ruto looks as if he's rained on. And today, you remember William Samoei Ruto among the guys who promised the people of Kenya that if they form government, they were going to abolish CBC, the competent-based curriculum. And they were firm on that particular issue, that this particular system of education must go because it was burdening parents, and it was up to no good. So today, when I listened to him say that they have no issue with the CBC, but all that they will need to do is to review perhaps the system in accordance with the policies of the UNESCO. Then I wondered what has really changed in William Ruto. Has he discovered that opposing for the sake of opposing is not paying up? You remember, he is among the people who paid Harvey and Group to even go to the High Court and oppose this particular system of education because they wanted the court to declare it null and void. So 46 days to the general election, and seeing him behave in the manner that he's behaving, and saying that, they have no issue with the system, and they support a move from exam-based to skill-based type of education. Then you wonder what has really changed in the last 2 or 3 months. You see, but what I've observed in him actually is that that political steam in him is dying out. There's something that we don't know that is perturbing him, because he's not coming out as strongly as he used to be perhaps 3 or 4 months ago. Bernard, You have raised this issue of sibling rivalry. Sibling rivalry, especially in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, is real big. And there will before the IBC moves into printing the ballot papers, we must decide on which way to take. For example, if you go to Makadara, I know there is a Jubilee candidate and there is also an ODM candidate. There is a Ladwa and there's a Nairobi MCA who is running on Jubilee there. That can make Azimio to very easily lose in Makadara. And even if you go to Madara, you'll find that there's this musician called Bahati, and there's the current MP of Madare. You could dismiss Bahati as saying that perhaps he does not command much following, but he could end up spoiling for Azimio because both of them could end up losing. So there would be a need to actually manage the sibling rivalry, especially what we saw in Marsabit, in the county of Marsabit today, where uh, UPIA party and UDM party, they were going for one another's neck. It's now becoming hot because everybody wants to survive politically, and we must find a way to really manage this particular sibling rivalry. And I was just looking at the agendas of the meeting that Uhuru Kenyatta has convened tomorrow. The council meeting for the Azimio One Kenya council meeting, and they are talking that they need to review their campaign strategy. That is agenda number one. Then they also plan to ensure that Azimio presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga wins the August 9th election. Then they also need to formulate and approve party policies. And there's one thing that really caught my eyes, that they will be discussing how the party can bag a majority of the seats. This is very key because the win of Raila Odinga is assured. For any Kenyan out there is assured. The win for Raila is assured. But the issue is, or the challenge is on how we can bag majority of the other elective seats. And tomorrow I hope they will come up with a way forward that perhaps they will come up with perhaps a strategy of convincing some of these members who are running on some of the political parties within Azimio to perhaps consider stepping down to support only one candidate. Like you see the scenario in Kisi, where we have three Azimio, gubernatorial candidates against one UDA candidate, and it's the same thing even in Nyamira. You see, so it's not a very very good thing in regard to if we want to win majority of seats in this particular general election, Bernard. There's one good thing that is also coming up, Bernard. We are seeing also defections now from Kenya Kwanza Alliance into Azimio. For example, now the aspirant for UDA in Kakamega, the lady called Penina Mukabane, has now ditched Tangatanga. Now she will be joining ODM and she will be supporting Elsa Muhanda, and that's good news. And the same thing is also happening in Laikipia, where we have seen defection of 60 county coordinators. Among them, the former Laikipia East MP Mutahi Kimaru, who have now defected into Azimio la Umoja. That is very, 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 very good news as far as Azimio is concerned, because that just tells us that we are attracting people who are supporters of our opponent into our basket. That's very, very good. I understand that Chebukati has also called for a meeting between the four presidential candidates. Yesterday we were discussing here the issue of the voter register, eh, and now I understand that they are going to discuss the issue of the printed voter register. They also want to discuss the election result part, the part that they will use to transmit the election results. So we let us wait and see what will come out of that meeting by Chebukati. Finally, Bernard, today I was in Akinyosi somewhere, in a barber shop somewhere. This is now the final one. And there's this guy, the Kinyosi man is a guy from Mount Kenya. So, he started, he wanted to develop a conversation with me, and I was pretending as if I was ignoring. So because I wanted just to read his mind. So he told me, Muse, in this country we are facing hard cost of living, and there's also high levels of corruption, and that is the reason why we are going to vote for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. This is a guy from Central Kenya. Then I asked him, are you sure you are going to vote for Raila Odinga? He told me, not only me, tuko wengi. Tuko wengi. He was telling me tuko wengi na tunaenda kupigia Raila Odinga kura. And he tried to even convince me how, in the county of Kiambu, Raila is enjoying almost 50%. In the county of Oranga, Raila is enjoying almost 50%. In the county of Nyeri, where Raila is enjoying almost 40%, and in the county of Nyandarua, where Raila is enjoying almost 50%. And he convinced me that surely Raila was going to get enough votes from Central Kenya. And finally, he told me that he's a voter in Dagoretti North, and for the first time, he's going to vote for an ODM candidate in the name of Beatrice Elachi. So to me, that was very, very good news. And, it's very encouraging. And if Raila Odinga is elected, I pray that he should not betray this goodwill that has been shown to him by many ordinary Kenyans across the country. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Bwana Steven, namna gani leo?
Poa sana Bernard. How are you, sir?
I'm well.
How are you, Wangira? Okay, I want to start by saying, friendly fire kills just like enemy fire. So what's happening within our factions, it's not supposed to continue going forward. It's dangerous, and we are going to give the other side a chance to use it so that they can cause further division. They are experts in division. They are experts in causing confusion. So I think the meeting tomorrow should focus on not giving a chance for further division and further confusion in our parties, and the major parties and the smaller parties. So by joining Azimio, I think Raila was ready to work with all the parties. There's no bigger party and there's no small parties. I think they're all equal because they all came together with the same aspirations, with the same ambitions. So I think there must be a solution before we get to the election. If it's we need to get a roadmap of how the strong candidates will be fielded. The rest, we have many positions in the government, many positions, ambassadors, we have board members. There's so many positions to accommodate almost everyone who will agree to give the person who is assumed to have the upper hand in winning the election. We don't need to gamble with this. We need the numbers, because by making Raila a president, we also need MPs in the parliament so that he can implement his agendas without getting much trouble. So I think it's very important. Now, Bernard, we must create awareness that our coalition must come with a roadmap, must come with a solution. This is not negotiable. Otherwise, you are going to give Ruto many members of parliaments, many MCAs, many governors, and this can also bring and also, if he loses in the election, of course he's going to lose. But if he gets many members of parliament and he can say, no, look, how can this, he can get a ground to bring his confusion further. So I think we have to come with something from there. Okay, the other thing is about the deputy president on the CBC. Just like Wangira said, the steam is over. The steam is over. Waswahili huku kwetu wanasema aliye juu mgoje chini, lakini sisi hatukumngojea, tulimfuata huko juu. So yeye sahihi haezi kushuka, ameshuka na haezi kushuka zaidi, kwa sababu chini kuna vijembe, kuna kila aina ya misumari, hawezi kwenda chini. So ako tu hapo, he's just hanging in by the day. But it's true, that Ruto is beaten up, he's exhausted, he has exhausted his machineries, pesa yake nyingi imeenda. You see, he's just a man he's an angry man because 4 years, Bernard, 4 years, it's not a joke. Hiyo pesa huyo jamaa ametumia, I'm lucky I don't want his money, hata nikisikia inapeanwa wasishughuliki, but kuna watu hiyo pesa wamejenga nayo manyumba, I'm very sure about it. So 4 years of campaigning, 4 years of going around the country, 4 years of doing this, 4 years of doing this, and yet he is just there. It's not good for him. It will never be good for him. So hiyo steam imepotea, and naona amechanganyikiwa. He has to withdraw some statements, because now if you told us CBC is bad, you are going to abolish it, and now you are the same person telling us we need to encourage it. So si ni mtu tu amekorogeka huyo. I think let him hang on. It's only 40 plus days and we are going to finish with him. Tutamrudisha kule mahali ametoka na akatulie huko, na sidhani kama atarudi tena mahali alikuwa. Okay, the other thing is about the election preparedness. I think we need the IBC to come out clearly with everything. It's not a matter of secrecy. This is a public issue. We need updates on everything that is going on, like the question of those voters who were removed, and they are saying they have now rectified that. Who removed them? How are they removed? How have they been returned? You see, we need all this information to come out clear to the public. Otherwise, I'm still questioning. I'm still in a lot of suspicion with Chebukati myself, but let's hope will come out in large numbers so that we can vote. Hata ile unajaribu kualter nayo inashindikana. So let's vote en masse. Let's come out in numbers. Let's convince our neighbors. Let's convince our friends, our workmates, so that we can vote Azimio in big numbers, mpaka yeye mwenyewe naye ashindwe na kufanya hiyo ukora anataka kufanya. Thank you, Bernard. I'll be back later.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Steven kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Na lazima tusonge mbele. Wale ambao mnatupata mahala popote unatupata, tafadhali hakikisha unamkaribisha mtu ili ukatazame naye mahala popote alipo. Mtembei TV is unique in such a way that anywhere you can connect to the internet, you will be able to get our broadcast. So don't invite the locals only, even the diaspora. Everybody that is interested in Kenyan politics needs to be part of this great show. So don't relent in inviting as many as you can, even as we weigh on different issues affecting our country and our forthcoming elections. You have every right to know the right information in order to make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. So let's keep it there. And the people in the comment section, thank you for keeping it clean. Help those that are still twisted in their language to straighten it out. If they refuse, we kick them out, because we need a clean Kenya so that every Kenyan can grow in a good environment where the future is brighter and more promising than it is right now. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's keep it up and keep forging ahead. Bwana Mike, how are you today?
I'm well, Bernard. Good evening to you all.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Today I came early so that this system thing, this network thing, does not throw me out again. Allow me, Bernard, to start my submission with the topic of our preparedness on election. Bernard, I think we are misunderstanding something. At least that is from my opinion. Kenya's level of preparedness in the last 3 elections has been one of the best in Africa. Let me start with even our ballot papers. Our ballot papers have 7 security features. One of the most secure and tamper-proof papers actually in the world. Our election ballot papers are more expensive than those of the UK and the American. That is how high we have regarded our election. Of course, for obvious reason, because we don't trust each other we add on features upon features to make sure that they are tamper proof. But
Sorry bwana Mike, ni kama umekatika umeme, pole. Well, where is this? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we all weigh on this, and we'd love to hear what you feel and think about our elections preparedness, and generally, who do you think is capable of carrying the day? Somebody said Wajakoya is now our competitor. William Ruto's case is closed. What do you think, Mr. Wangira?
Let me just talk about the issue of election preparedness. You know, it was a heated debate last evening here at the tail end, Bernard, after you left. And you know, there was this issue about the electronic voter register without a complementary system. And some of us were saying that under the Elections Act, it's very, very clear that we must always have a complementary system. So if Chebukati is telling us that, you know, we are not going to have any other system and the only system would be the electronic voter register, our question was that what does he really mean? And you know, we were even debating this issue of the biometrics, that within the Kenyan setting, what are the biometrics? Because according to me, the only biometrics that we have are the thumb. The thumb. The thumb seems to be the only biometric. So what happens with a person who had registered earlier and then eventually ends up having problems with his thumb? Will that person become eligible to vote? There are many issues around the reliable and stable internet. Just see the way internet is mistreating my brother Mike here. You know, Mike cannot contribute for a minute before the internet misbehaves. So how sure are you that the internet will not be misbehave on the 9th of August? You know, when we are supposed to be voting. You know, those are issues that came up, and there also around 11,110, you know, polling stations that don't are not accessible to either 3G or 4G. And you know, over the last 2 weeks, you know, it has been a blame game between Jebukati and the Communication Authority of Kenya on who is to blame. And you know, finally, there's a question I asked here yesterday, Bernard, and you know, it was not answered. You know, the problem in this country, because you know that as much as the voter register could be electronic, as far as the identification could be electronic, but the true situation in this country that the vote casting itself remains manual. So if the vote casting itself remains manual up to the 9th August, even when we go voting on the 9th August, the vote casting will be manual. So, and the real problem in this election having been what we call vote stuffing, where people stuff votes in the ballot box, you know, then the question I asked yesterday was, how will an electronic voter register remedy this situation of vote stuffing? Because, for example, even where a Kim's kit purportedly identified only, let us say, 500 people as the only people who voted, and you end up getting 700 votes cast in that particular polling station, a particular polling station. How do you handle such a situation? You know, these are some of the issues that we really need to get answers for, because the real issue is not really about the technology here. The real issue here is about the vote stuffing, where at the end tail of the voting, people stuff votes, you know, to add up onto the numbers. And these things happened in 2013, and they happened in 2017, especially where people enjoy a particular stronghold. So I'll just be keen to know how Chebukati will handle the issue of vote stuffing. That will be my concern, because I don't know, I don't see how it will be remedied by an electronic register or by the by electronic identification of voters, I just don't see. Bernard, let me leave it at that, and perhaps I give it as your homework to perhaps try to ponder and reflect on this particular issue of vote stuffing.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. A very good angle to look at the whole thing. But I think the aspect of the physical register may have some legal issues because according to I think is it the whatever the Election Act where it needs to be published 60 days to elections. We already bad. We're already late to do that. But in my opinion, it is not a new register. It is just a copy of the electronic register. So I don't think it should even have issues with legality because it's just printing what is in the computer, putting it on paper. So that shouldn't be treated as if it's a new entity that needs to be supported by a different law than the electronic register. And the issue of having different registers, that is the physical, the electronic, helps into comparing and contrasting because if we have the physical register crossed 500 people voted, okay, then the votes are 700, like you said. Then now we'll have two witnesses. The electronic says it's 500, the physical says it's 500, the really votes say it is 700. Where did the 200 come from? But now if we only have one witness and it says it's 500 and we have no other place to compare, how do we tackle the issue of the extra 200? Because one witness is not sufficient to convict any case. We need 2 or 3 witnesses according to the Bible. So I would still go for the physical register or what was known in the old electoral commission, the black book. Because without the black book, how do we trace these people who may not have, maybe their biometric has failed or the system has failed and they are eligible voters, they are registered voters? How do we confirm whether they are eligible voters and give them an opportunity to vote? So having a physical backup is of it should not be even a matter to be discussed. It should meet everybody's common sense to deploy it. So Chebukati needs just to own up his mess. He failed to give the Nini in good time for it to be the register to be cleaned in good time and then it be published. But all in all, there has to be some mitigation in between to salvage the situation. I don't see us going to these elections in the kind of uncertainty that Chebukati is giving us. And this pull and push between him and the Communication Authority of Kenya need not to be there at all. You know, the relationship between Chiloba and Chebukati has never been a smooth one since they were all in IEBC. So if they are carrying it forward again, the mess they brought in 2017, they want to bring up in 2022. We need to indict both of them and not entertain them at all. That's my take. Stephen, unasemaje?
Okay, I wanted to say something about voter stuffing, as Wangira was putting it. If we go by the last elections, this issue of voter stuffing and all those issues, voter rigging and all that was happening in Mount Kenya. This is a fact. Central Kenya was the biggest place where the voter rigging was highly witnessed. But now that we have we have Azimio, we have Mount Kenya, we have supporters there. I'm sure Raila Odinga is going to have agents in all polling stations. The previous elections, it was not easy. People were fearing to be agents for Raila, you know. Raila didn't have agents in some polling station. It's there, you know. He was just getting the real votes that were being cast there. They suppress his votes. If you get 50, they say 5. The other one gets 500, they say 5,000. But this time round, I'm very sure it's not going to happen. We are going to have the cleanest election in the country because, one, the government is on our side. I'm not saying it's an advantage, but if the government is on our side, who is the government? The police are there also. They won't allow this type of games. Let the person who's going to win a clear win. So Wangira, don't worry about voter stuffing. It's not going to happen. Asante.
Thank you, Steve. I support your faith, but the reasons you're giving are not convincing. I can see that with Wangira. Uh, having agents or not having agents may not necessarily stop that from happening if we have twisted people who would want that to happen. We have had experiences from the past when nasty things would happen. Like, for example, in 2007, the rigging did not. The rigging took place in where you said it took place, but the government also helped the rigging in the NASA, wherever in the that time was called. Okay, so when they rig in Tarakaniti, they make sure there's also rigging in Siaya by the same. Okay, so that they balance. When we go to court, he say we also had extra this, we also had extra here, so we balance the evil. So when it comes to staffing ballots, it is a complicated, systematic approach. It's not something that is done carelessly. They have to ensure that the blame game must go on both sides so that they neutralize the case in case it makes it to the court. So it is something that we just all need to own up as Kenyans and say enough is enough. Let whoever wins win. No helping anybody in twisting or rather overturning the will of the people. So that when the people have decided, let the decision of the people remain. We shouldn't have any interference with the same. Now, when we all accept and buy into that, then we are good to go. But just saying that because we will have agents here and because the Askaris will be present and all that, some of the people used to stuff those papers are the Askaris. So their presence even makes it more complicated. So, let me allow Mike to proceed because his network may misbehave while he's still here. Karibu, Mike.
Thank you, Bernard. And that's why, Bernard, when I started, I was giving a clean bill of health to IBC, not because I'm overconfident about it, but I know their problems are largely external. All these things we are discussing, Wangira and Stephen, are external forces. If there are plans to manipulate elections, it doesn't matter how well prepared IBC is. The investment people have put to sabotage or infiltrate or manipulate election is very heavy that even a very well planned election can be interfered with. You've seen a developed country like America, a whole president like Trump crying that Russia has infiltrated the system. It's because of stakes and the determination by the opponents to make sure that the true results are not reflected. And that's why when I started, Bernard, I said our elections are one of the most expensive in Africa, if not in the world. It is because of the preparedness to try to address some of the bad experiences we've had in the past. We have very, very good planning, especially at the polling station. If for those of us who have participated, and I know most, if not all of us have, you've seen they have reduced the queues. I think every polling station has about only 700 people. the order in those places is so fantastic. Bernard Thabo Mbeki from an African superpower was one of the chairmen, and he gave a very, very fabulous report that he has never seen such a well organized election. Elections are not bad because of voting or any process. The problem with the elections, Bernard, is usually at the counting, where now the manipulations takes place. But from the balloting, from the queues, from the officers, everything always looks very good. At least it looks artificially good from outside because things are very organized. The elderly are ushered in, the blind are assisted. You have queues that are very well organized with the lines clearly secured. So I think our problem, Bernard, in our preparedness is not more of IBC, but the forces that are always determined to interfere or manipulate the results. Those forces are so strong. If we have somebody that is hidden in Karen and he has imported Russians and Pakistan to come and sit with the heavy computers to manipulate. It doesn't matter how well prepared you are. Hackers all over the world infiltrate even the most secure systems like the Pentagon. So we are not anywhere immune to that. What we should be praying is that with the preparedness that we have, because what Bernard, what Chepkat is reacting to is not confusion. It is that he has been cornered to react to the possibility by what Kome said and what Raila raised, that if you don't do this, we shall nullify the election again. So he had to quickly recollect his ideas and see how can I react so that this does not happen, especially on the manual and the electronic, because the court has already determined that matter on the electronic. So he cannot go against it. So he was trying to address two issues from the same mouth, and by so doing, he ended up looking confused because Raila had raised one issue and Martha had raised another. So at the end of the day, he had to please both. And in the process of doing that, he ended up looking confused. But he's not confused, Bernard. I want to believe that Chepkat, with his experience, he knows what he's doing. But for me, on the election in this country, it is the external forces which have invested heavily in a business called sabotage and manipulation. So I would want to leave the elections on that. Allow me to pick on another subject, Bernard. And for me, Martha Karua is a subject I'll not, you have not put it there, but because there's a discussion going on in the next day with the Azimio people on reviewing or taking stock of what they're doing, I think Martha's entry will be a discussion on the table, and I really want to thank that lady Bernard. As I was here yesterday, I wanted to give an analogy of the ego. The ego, when it wants to devour a snake, it doesn't fight the snake on the ground. We have heard of that story. It picks the snake, flies at very high altitude, and that is where now the snake is disoriented and is powerless. What Martha has done is she has taken the battleground away from the familiar territories of UDA, where the battleground of UDA was insults and the personalization of issues. She has taken the war to a totally different altitude of civility, of discussing ideas, and of putting Kenya first in all aspects of discussions. If you watched how she discussed with the Muslim Bernard, she passes out as somebody who can be invited in Harvard school to make a presentation on social justice and all that. Obama is paid over 40 million to make presentations, and Martha will soon fall into that category of people who will be invited across the world to make keynote speeches because her talk is out of this world. She stands in a class of her own, and she appeals. That's why she can appeal to Muslims. She's at home with the Muslim. She's at home with the business community. She's at home with the youth and the elderly. That is what a leader is. A leader is not a sectional person. A leader is not a village person who talks about rice and meat. That is very myopic, Bernard. If you ask me, for somebody of a stature of a deputy president to localize his politics to food and meat, Bernard, I would want to tell you that Ruto has never had an agenda, and backtracking on CBC was to him. He thought he had found an opportunity to capitalize on, but later on he found it would backfire. You'll notice, Bernard, that Raila has been setting the agenda in this country for discussion. Uh, Mao was a discussion, and Ruto pounced on it. And I remember, Bernard, they even for a full month. They even had Harambes in Nairobi hotels where they said they were helping people who had been displaced. And they really capitalized on that until the discussion of Mao got a natural death and it was no longer relevant to be an issue. The Mitumba thing came up. If Raila was to wake up tomorrow and say he will ban prostitution in Kenya, Ruto will wake up tomorrow and assemble prostitutes and make them a matter of discussion and tell them how he'll help them. So I'm praying that Raila chooses his word, because let him not give Ruto topics that some of them can be self-destructing. So we all know that Raila sets agendas and Ruto reacts to them. So this is not a new one. And on the last thing, Bernard, on the sibling rivalry and the emerging independent candidates, one thing, Bernard, I discovered is that some of these things these parties do, we might think there are some of these popular people who are even chased out of their parties to go and seek independence. We think they are being dictatorial, but I noticed, Bernard, that when these nominations came, some parties were sponsoring people to go and infiltrate other parties. So if you have knowledge that there's somebody who is being sponsored to come and weaken or be elected on your party and later on go to parliament and move, you would rather do away with that person up front. Bernard, I remember Muhammad Ali of Mombasa wanted to vie on ODM in Mombasa, Nyali, and it was very popular. But out of the wisdom of Raila, he knew Mohammed was a spy, because the car he was driving, he had been bought by Ruto. Where he was living, just like Malala, his house was financed by Ruto. So such a person cannot. You can, even if that person is popular, you cannot allow them to run on your ticket, because you know the end game is to infiltrate your camp and destroy it from within. So we need to be careful on how far we blame parties for creating room for these independent candidates. You'd rather have a clear cut, this person is not with you, than pretend to accommodate him only to destroy you ahead when you need them most. I would want to leave it at that, Bernard, and contribute more as we move on. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mike. We appreciate it. A very interesting way of looking at our politics. Quickly before we bring in Mama Selina, there is Geoffrey Ruto. He says, Mike, how was Marsabit today? Today I saw Raila throwing stones on himself and Karua could not stop him. This is the usual UDA twisted way of looking at things. It has been reported clearly in all major media houses that the issue in Marsabit was about UP what? The two parties, UDM
na upya.
and the UPIA party. So how was Raila? Oh, you are comparing the Jacaranda issue and the Marsabit issue. Then it means you are not even able to logically argue a case, because the issue of Jacaranda is the deputy president Modoket that was stoned. It was not rivalry parties shouting among themselves during the rally. So, Geoffrey Ruto, you seem to be twisted and you're not improving on your points. Please work hard and come up to speed with what is happening in the country. And you don't have to support Raila Odinga. You don't have to support Azimio. Just report what happened. This propaganda approach is making you people look, I don't want to say the word, naomba hivi tumlete Mama Selina achangie kutoka hapo, alafu tusonge mbele. Na wale ambao mnatutazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, hakikisha kwamba hautazami peke yako. Mungu akubariki. Karibu Mama Selina.
Asante Bernard. Leo nimepatikana nikiwa kwa barabara, but still naweza changia kidogo mpaka wakati nitakuwa settle. Yes, wacha nianze na Marsabit. Marsabit Bernard walikuwa wametoka kwa wingi, but uliona kulikuwa supporters ya tu governance. Kila mtu anang'ang'ania kusupport baba, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni UDM and another P something. So ukiona hiyo vile walikuwa nafanya penalty and then ni wale walikuwa nalete kupigania watu yao, ikakuwa ni bahati mbaya, but walikuwa control, walitulia. So ambia Ruto ni sawa, because they like throwing stones, na wanataka kusema aendelee kusema, lakini wakate miti sukoi. Afadhali wale wanatupa mawe na hakuna kitu wamefanya mbaya kuliko wale watakwisha. So hiyo ni moja. Alafu ingine, mambo ya Chebukati tumeongea sana. Bernard, this election Chebukati, hiyo maneno yote walituambia kwa election ya 2013, 2017 ni kwa sababu walikuwa naipa kura penalty. Now they want to clean up. Hata hiyo tulikuwa tunaambiwa samani haikufanya kazi, it was working. Lakini kwa sababu walikuwa na mambo yao, wangetuambia hivyo. This time round, with Martha Koome, with Martha Karua, Minister of Justice, how do you think Chebukati can feel kama mambo inaweza enda mbaya? Chebukati anajichunga. Siku ile ingine alifanya makosa, alitetea na serikali. Today, nani atatetea Chebukati? If he make a small mistake, even the commissioners themselves, Chebukati anamaliza kazi yake January, hana another chance. So akicheza ni kwenda kotini na kwenda jela, ama aende Tekifui tu way. So Chebukati anajichunga. Nafikiria hata tuliuliza na watu wengi waliuliza, na hata jana kuna watu wanasema nchi kama India yenye wako na wafuasi wengi sana, lakini system yao haijaharibika. So Chebukati akituambia he knows what he's doing, na alisema election ya sasa, na kweli penalty hatujai kuwa shida na what shida inakuwa kwa tallying. Wakati inatoka form 34A haikukuwa na shida. 35 and sijui 36 ile ya provincial ndio walikuwa naenda kuipa kura, but Chebukati alituambia ukipiga kura kwa polling station, from polling station to wherever, kama ni Bomas, kama ni wapi watakuwa. So hakuna kura imaipiwa sana kwa polling station, na polling station ni 700, 500. So tunakuanga na shida kama imetoka polling station vizuri, sikitoka polling station iende hiyo ilikuwa inasemekana provincial results. So I think Chebukati is okay. Ile kitu tunataka tuseme ni kwamba wacha tuwe na agents, na Chebukati alituambia kama mnataka kupiga picha mnaruhusiwa kuangalia So Chebukati is 100%. This time round they cannot mess. Wacha tuamini ya kwamba Chebukati this time round hakuna mchezo atafanya. So mimi ningesema hayo penalty. Sijamanage kuona mambo ingine. Ya pili, mambo ya Marsabit tumesema, nitachangia ingine penalty nikisettle kwa barabara, but otherwise unajua hii Mtembei TV you cannot even, unataka tu kuingia wherever you are. Otherwise nashukuru, tutaongea baadaye. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa hayo. We will engage more as time goes and as the show continues. Nashukuru watu wa comment wanasema mtazami pia mnachangia, na hiyo ni ukweli pia. Kila mmoja anachangia, uwe unatazama, uwe unachangia, uwe una utoa mchango wako. Ni muhimu kukaribisha mtu ili wote tukajumuike pamoja na tumakinike pamoja katika kufahamu yote ambayo tunapaswa kuyafahamu, ili kusikwe na yeyote ambaye ataachwa nyuma katika kujua ukweli ambao unaweka watu huru kupitia uchaguzi huu. Okay, Morias, namna gani?
Yes, Minister. Mutumisi wananchi wote Wangira nimwambia ni profesa akakataa. Sasa kwa nini unakataa profesa? Kulingana na mahali umefika, you deserve. Mama Selina
anapaswa akubali kuwa profesa, atupatie degree.
Yes, akubali. Afadhali wewe tunakupatia hiyo, sio ile ya kusema ati unayo hiyo, pewa tu. Mama Selina, safety first. Uongozi ni wa Obama. Tunataka kungojea kabisa siku hiyo. Na wana Mike na Steve, nashukuru sana wote. Kabla nisahau hii mambo ya register, Mama Jesina anasema spare ni mzuri, lakini haitafanya kazi mpaka kiti hiyo gadget imeharibika, lakini hiyo hapo for the standby in case kama mtu hatapatikana ama hawezi chukuliwa kuliko kurudishwa nyumbani. So it should be there, but it should not be that it has to be used. Ili sasa ni agent yako pale kufunguliwa kwa register manual ni sababu gani? Should be a good reason ya kwamba mtu hawezi kupiga kura kwa sababu labda majina ama kisomi details zake hapo tu, lakini naye kikoza na hii naye imeleta shida. We will lose a vote, and that vote we need it to send someone home, so we did that one. Should be there. So I have some people may try to make even the kids to fail so that they can use it for their own. That's what Chebukati is trying to say. He has a point, but he cannot say it openly. I think he maybe will talk with the stakeholders when they have a meeting. You can see he cannot, the words are not coming out. He has something to tell, but he cannot say it in the open like that. So according the way we saw, the way he was trying to say. So which means they have been doing it in somehow, in a way. So he knows what is going on. So just leave him like that. Today, another observation on Nairobi University, alumni. So they came up with a foundation for research and needy children, which is a very important thing. I think Wangira can support that. And this is what is missing. Our young people are going away for research, and they can do it here. It's only that we don't have money. Now, if these guys are coming up with that, I think that is the scientists. He could have all this money is throwing. He could have put this money there. Now he's going against the CPC for no reason. The other one was exam based. Now he's coming to a skill based. Then now you are throwing away CPC. Now, what are you telling us now? Okay, tell us something else. Give this money to the research so that at least 2032 we can consider you. So anyway, it was a wonderful thing, and after 50 years, you can see it's a milestone, and you can see now how. And he happens to be one of the minister for education somehow, and he did research. He didn't notice this when he was doing research on his PhD. He didn't understand that research is required in that. Sometimes, anyway. And in North Rift, we saw what happened. I think it was unfortunate, but they didn't. They could have, like a good leaders who knew they have issues before the guests come. They could have said we have some things we need to sort out before the guests. Don't come to shame the guests. For me, that's what I saw, that they had an issue, yes, and it is normal, it happens, but they couldn't have allowed the visitors to come and sit, and then they start show up. That they could have called and send the message. Good leaders, they say, no, before the visitor comes, please, we have some issues. Could you come? We sort it out before the other visitors comes in, to avoid that kind of, so that the scientists cannot be moving around and now saying this is what we are throwing ourselves stones. So, and for me, that's what I saw, and other things are okay. It's great, and we continue to be getting ready for the pause on August 9th, and that is the readiness, and we need to continue. So that is not a big deal for them. They have nowhere. As you were saying, Wajakoyo is coming up now. Is the eating? He has taken a lot of his funds, so it is a big issue for him. So thank you so much, and give the next for introduction, as I'm also trying to catch up a few things here and there.
Okay, asante sana kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru, na ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike. It is I support the aspect of a wise man sees a problem ahead and takes another route, but a fool walks on until he gets in. If there are issues on the ground, it's good that they get addressed without them going to be made national when they are all local. Let's listen out to this video before we bring in Mr. Kamau drives the bus. Now this is a pilot. He's no longer driving bus.
Kenyatta has convened an Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Council meeting that will take place tomorrow to deliberate on, amongst other issues, campaign strategies and plans ahead of the August 9th general election that is 46 days away. In a notice of the meeting, President, who also chairs the Coalition Council, listed review, formulation and approval of the Azimio Coalition Party policies amongst key agenda items. But as Francis Gashuri now reports, the meeting will also deliberate on the political consequences of friendly fire in areas where parties supporting Raila Odinga's State House bid are fielding gubernatorial, parliamentary and ward candidates in the upcoming polls.
The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Council convenes for a second time since the coalition party was established. Tomorrow's meeting, called by President Uhuru Kenyatta in his capacity as the coalition council chairman. The council met last on 21st of April before the coalition party's flag bearer in the August presidential race, Raila Odinga, picked his running mate, NA Kenya leader Martha Karua. In the notice of meeting dispatched to coalition council members, President Kenyatta listed review, formulation and approval of coalition parties' policies top on the agenda. The council meeting will also deliberate on the party's campaign strategy and plan as the August 9th general election draws closer. While the president, in his capacity as the coalition council's chairman, outlines the Azimio grand plan as winning the State House race in August, clinching a majority of gubernatorial seats and dominating the bicameral parliament, as well as the 47 county assemblies. Sources within the council secretariat told Citizen TV that sibling rivalry in the race for elective seats is likely to dominate deliberations at KICC tomorrow, though the Odinga Karua ticket will be on the presidential ballot paper under the Azimio la Umoja banner. Constituent parties in the coalition party are engaged in intra-party contests for governor, parliamentary and ward seats. The source indicating the coalition leadership's concern that some seats could slip through due to splitting of votes. For example, in Kisii County governor's race, ODM is fielding Simba Arati, DAP Kenya Party is backing Senator Professor Sam Ongeri and Chris Obure on a Jubilee ticket to face UDA's Ezekiel Mashogu. In the neighboring Nyamira County, Azimio has 4 candidates: incumbent Amos Nyaribo, Wiper's Ben Momanyi, Mwancha Okioma of Jubilee, and Timothy Bosire of ODM to contest against UDA's Walter Nyambati. A similar intra-Azimio contest in Kajiado County, where incumbent Joseph Ole Lenku is seeking to defend his seat on an ODM ticket against former Governor David Ole Nkedianya of Jubilee in a race against Kato Ole Metito of UDA. The coalition council, according to the source, expected to settle on a formula that could see some of the candidates asked to withdraw from the race, with a promise for appointive positions to better the coalition party's chances of clinching county and parliamentary seats. Resource mobilization, harmonization of campaign schedules, and messaging also expected to feature in the coalition council meeting. Francis Gashuri, Citizen TV.
Oh, Mr. Kamau, you're welcome. How are you?
Very fine, very fine. I was waiting for you to give me the green light. Najua siwezi ingia tu na fujo. For the last 2 days I've been traveling, so it was hard to connect because sometimes I was in a bus, inaruka network inapotea. But now today I'm here. I want to greet all of you, the panelists and the people that have I use this word msisikie vibaya, who have the balls to come and talk as it is, kwa sababu kuna watu wako kwa comment they shouting Ruto Ruto sijui nini nini, but even articulating one manifesto of Ruto, it is difficult because in the morning there was a person who I think this guy of Nat, he was in the morning show saying they're going to do away with the CBC. And then in the evening, their group leaders who are in Catholic University saying they are going to enhance the CBC and review it. So sometimes we wonder what really is eating that part of the organization called UDA, because they are rudderless, they are clueless, and they seem to not know exactly what they want to do for Kenya. Mara, the leader says he's going to appoint a woman deputy president. He appoints Gashagwa. Sometimes, actually, what baffled me yesterday is when he was lamenting on the high cost of living, and he is a sitting deputy president. You are the sitting deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. You should give us solutions of why we should have, how we should lower our food. But now telling us now we cry with you, we are not understanding. You either get out of that office and cry with us now officially outside, or shut up. That's how it's supposed to be. You cannot cry with us. Unga is 223, but you are the deputy president. Show us any effort, any proposal that you have made to the president and the members of parliament that has been rejected. And if it has been rejected, then what honorable people do and mature people is to resign so that they can now get an opportunity of their own when elected. to reduce the prices. And therefore, kutubeba malenge, I think, your story imeisha. We cannot be in a country where we are given stories and za Bunwasi and za Mogoka ati, mimi ni deputy president, siwezi reduce saa hii, lakini mkinipatia presidency, ikifika wakati niko hapo ndo reduce. Na reduce na nini? Let me ask you, can a thief help anybody? It is difficult. The person proposing to help you is a person who has so many scandals. Atakuja kukuibia hata hiyo unga. So we are worried as a country. I don't know how we reached here. That the people who can by accident become president are people who we know they are not suitable to be leaders of this country. They are not suitable to be leaders of this country. And therefore, I'm urging Kenyans to be very, very careful, because giving Ashagwa and the Ruto presidency of this country, I don't think we can even spend 1 year without the country being destroyed into small pieces in terms of economy. These are people who are greedy. They have nothing to show in their history. They are fought for economy or democracy. There are people who just want to come and experiment with us. And I don't think we have time and the luxury of experimenting democracy and economic revolution in this time and age. Having said that, I want to say that Azimio meeting that the clip has just been played, I think it is important now, Azimio, because we are going to form the next government in the next 45 days. It is an Azimio government. These people want to become members of parliament and will give a room to Udaku to win seats. I think they should be given us serious seats so that we do not give room for anybody from other quarters to win governorships and, of course, senator and the members of parliament. So, personally, I believe that meeting is important. I think it's time to iron out some things, and eventually we become a formidable party to take the country ahead. On the issue on friendly fire also months. It is important before people gather into a rally. The local leaders discuss how they are going to behave in front of the bosses or coalition leaders, because it's shameful when people start throwing stones and sticks in the name of making myself popular in front of the coalition leaders. And that was not good in Malsabit. Before Raila and Karua went there, they should have made sure they have ironed their problem out. That is what we do in our African setups. When visitors come, even if your husband and wife you are fighting over salt, chakula imekuwa mingi, chumvi imekuwa mingi kwa chakula. When visitors come, you put that face of friends, lovers that you have never seen in your life. You put that face, ndio watu wanaona nyinyi ni watu mnapendana sana. Lakini wageni wakienda, mnaingia kwa mangumi na mateke na blame game. Unajua, hata isipokuwa ni mimi nilikuja hapo Kenya Cinema, mimi hata singekutana na wewe, isipokuwa ni mimi nipanda hiyo gari. Hizo vitu sasa mnaanza ingia, unajua hizo vitu zinafahamika. So I think it is important for a coalition to be disciplined, because we have 45 days and we are grateful because we are going to win this election with over 70%. Because vote apathy in Central Province means Ruto loses. Wajakoyo coming in the scene and selling bangi and, of course, snakes. Ruto loses. And again, it is so difficult to run for presidency for the first time. and win. Kwani wewe uko na bahati gani? Kwa hivyo tunasema watu ya Azimio, mambo iko sawa. We are sure that Raila Amolo Odinga, nasikia watu wa huko kwetu, ukina wengine wanasikia hiyo jina wanasikia kufa. Raila Amolo Odinga is the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Mujipange, muzoee, mapema ni mapema. Mimi kwa akili yangu mimi hata sijaipigia Raila Amolo Odinga kura, lakini wakati Uhuru alituambia amekaa na mtu mwingine hapa akaona mkono yake kwa kuki jaa iko kila saa na anaingiza mkono, mimi nikasema we, acha tufuate vile Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anataka, because we don't want to take this country back to where it was in the days of Moi. However, as I finish, Bwana Bernard, we are okay, and we are going to give Raila Amolo Odinga from Mount Kenya 65% of the votes. I know it sounds weird, but we know what to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate it. Let's have Mr. Abdi.
Hello, unanisikia?
Yes, karibu. Namna gani?
Niko mzima, niko poa. Niko Wamba, mahali naitwa Wamba Samburu.
Aha, tupatie habari za huko.
Hapa ni sawa, ni ukame tu. Jana tulimkaribisha baba vizuri. Alikuwa Baragoi akakuja Wamba. Na leo nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza juu ya hii mambo ilitendeka Baragoi, Marsabit leo. I have some relatives there in Baragoi and in Marsabit, na nikapigia simu nikauliza what happened. So hii mambo hii watu auda hii udaku wanasema hivi na hivi na hivi, hiyo yote ilikuwa ni uongo. What happened ni watu wawili wanangangania cheo, kila mmoja anataka kujionesha baba ni yeye ndio wako kwa baba. So hiyo udaku yao waende naye mbali, wasitulete sisi. Tuko ndani ya Azimio, ndani kabisa, na wakiwa na wamekosa la kusema, hiyo ni yao. Sisi tuko ndani ya Azimio tangu nilikuwa baba damu. Hiyo mwaka yote wakati wanatuibia makura nilikuwa na yeye damu. Ndio ni hayo tu nilikuwa napenda kusema. Asanteni sana. Nashukuru.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Abdi, tunashukuru kwa ujumbe. Kuna swali kwako Mr. Kamau, uliza.
Nafurahia sana.
Bwana Abdi, unasema hiyo vita ilikuwa kwa sababu ya rivalry ya governor ama nini?
Ya rivalry ya watu wawili
Kwani
I have a relative there.
Nauliza huyu waziri anasimama governor?
Kati yao ni hao wawili, yule alikuwa former and ni hao wawili, somebody Yatani and the other person.
Yatani is not the minister. I thought asimami governor.
Hapana, kuna hao mmoja anasimama, mmoja alikuwa senator, nafikiri senator. Na hiyo mwingine ambaye mmoja ni wa UDM.
Yatani ile upya ni chama chake and is sponsored by somebody, but I don't think he himself is standing for a seat because he's still the minister. Yeah, so I think that's the clarification you are getting.
Yeah, that's the problem is ni Borana na hao wanaitwa nini hao Gabra. So kila mmoja anataka kuonesha wako hao ndio wanataka kutawala Marsabit. Shida inatokezea hapo. Ukabila. Umenielewa?
Sawa, thank you.
Nashukuru sana. I normally follow you, lakini leo nimejaribu kuingia hapo. Okay.
Asante sana kwa kuingia na kutupatia habari hiyo. Tunashukuru tutasonga mbele. Bwana Alex.
So Bernard, I came in because of Kamau. Najua Kamau tuko na mafamilia na wakati iko shida, huwezi sema sasa wewe ulienda kazini, mama akaenda kazini, ukaacha mfanyikazi, sasa ukirudi nyumbani watoto tu watatue shida zao kule, nyinyi mkifika nyumbani jioni we kazi yako tu ni kuona iko maneno iko sawa. It is right for what happened, because the reason it is happening before Baba, these are deep-rooted problems that have been there from generation to generation. And it's a rare opportunity for Baba and Mama to see exactly what other communities are going through. And in the effect, it's easier now to summon them. And I think that was the reason even Uhuru had to summon them, because Yatani is his wallet, okay? And he can't misbehave like that. So, and you see the quickness of Uhuru Kenyatta reacting and immediately sanctioning them that they must come. This is the seared nature of Duale and other politicians who want to bring anarchy in some areas to win political mileage. Remember what Kabogo said 2 days ago? You can go somewhere, cause chaos for political expediency. You see, it can't be that all those people gather there, na vile mzee amesema ukame ni nyingi, watu wanatembea kutoka mbali, hakuna maji, ukame iko, mnakuja kuona baba na mama, alafu ati wamekuja kupigana kule. It's something sponsored, or the politics of supremacy. So I'm glad it happened. I'm happy it happened, so that it can be resolved, so that we don't ignore such kind of problems. Because let me ask you, Kamau, apart from Baba and Mama, who is able to resolve such kind of problems? They are going to be left for other generation. So it's a rare opportunity for Baba to see there is an issue here. That is why now you are Baba. And Mama, there is an issue here. I think the only people now left in this country that can bring, you see, he has done it in Mombasa, he has done it in Kakamega, he has done it in Kitui, he has done, you know, the kind of politics that Baba plays is to sit them down and tell them that there's only one seat, and this seat can't be shared by two people, and you must know how to deal with this. So for me, I'm glad it happened. Hopefully nobody died. However, hatuwezi sema tutatue maneno tumeshindwa kutatua, baba na mama wakikuja jioni, sasa sisi tudanganya kila kitu iko sawa. Kama hapana, waacha tuseme Bernard anadanganya sisi hapa. Bernard akipata sadaka, mimi ananipea peni, yeye anachukua manoti yote. Hiyo maneno tunakaa chini, baba anasema hapana.
Alex, wewe ni mkora. Thank you. I support that.
Uongozi ni kama manoti, Bernard. You know, when constantly one party is getting leadership, you see, and that is why the 30% of county representation came. That, let's say Tana River, Taita Taveta, let's say Migori, those are two counties that we know very well. No matter what, a courier can never be a governor or a senator unless there is negotiated democracy. So if that is the case, let them sit down and have forever negotiated democracy. That is my thought view.
Sawa is I support that. Let everything be done orderly and decently, and where negotiations are needed, let them be brought forth in a more civil way. It is also good to come out clean and say what is ailing you or what you are not happy with, other than letting it boil over until it gets out of place and then it is too late to salvage the situation. So it's all right, but also let us also exercise all avenues to exhaust the solution to the matters, other than always looking at using the national platform to sort out our local issues. If we are able to reach one to another and be able to amicably solve the matter, let's do it. That also demonstrates our maturity and our ability to sort our own issues without always seeking foreign help in sorting our local issues. Now, foreign in meaning the solution doesn't have to come from Nairobi. We can always get it. And that's the whole purpose of devolution, is to bring the people to deal with their local issues locally and be able to source the resources locally and be able to generate and multiply those resources for the betterment of those counties. And so when we are over-dependent on national intervention, it hampers our ability and our growth and our maturity. So let us be weaned over this aspect of relying too much on the national leaders coming to sort out our local problems to a place whereby can we reach one to another? Can one community reach to another community? Can another clan reach to another clan? How do we dwell? How do we live together in harmony without necessarily having to be somebody coming to join us together, coming to solve a conflict? That level of maturity is needed, because our children are looking up to us to provide leadership. Our children's children want to live in a country that there is harmony. But if we neglect or throw away that responsibility, we lose the opportunity to harness our ability to sort our issues properly. A permanent solution to those issues is needed urgently, and we need to get up to it, because kupata kiti ni kitu rahisi. Okay, kitu swala ni ukishapata hiki kiti, ni wangapi katika hiyo jamii ama katika hiyo kaunti wako salama na uongozi wako na wako tayari kufuata mwongozo wako? Wewe unaweza pata kiti alafu dunia nzima kama katika Biblia wanasema Sauli ameua 1,000 na Daudi ameua 10,000. Okay, hiyo inamaanisha wakati Sauli anafuata na watu 1,000, Daudi anafuata na watu 10,000. So inamaanisha wewe uko kwa kiti na your level of influence is limited to 1,000 people, while somebody who is out of office is controlling 10,000. No, the person with 10,000 has greater impact on the ground. So why interfere with his leadership? So please let's work towards that and ventilate towards that. Na tuanzishe bunge la wananchi pia per county. We need to devolve that so that watu wakutane kwa baraza, wazozane kisiasa, wamalizane, ili maneno ya kurusha mawe na kutofurahishwa na masuala alafu tuna erupt iishe moja kwa moja. Asante sana. Let's get this video and then we move forward with our discussion. We appreciate all of you that are inviting different people to watch. Please, let's keep it up. Share your link na WhatsApp, share kwa Facebook, invite mtu kwa inbox, do everything in your power to invite somebody to watch.
Boundaries Commission has published the final voters register that shows regions that could be pivotal in the upcoming presidential election. Counties in the Mount Kenya region and the Rift Valley carry the bulk of the voting population in what appears to be a race that may end up being determined by the historical battlegrounds in the northern part of the country and parts of the South Rift. Sam Gituku now looks into the numbers of the 2022 race.
The top presidential candidates have been touring different regions in a bid to convince as many voters as possible to assure them a win come the 9th of August With the official data of voters now out, the campaigns will be seeking to more directly target the voters where they are. According to voter details published by the IBC, the Rift Valley region, that is home to 14 counties, remains with the highest total number of voters at 5.34 million. Central Kenya, that is home to 5 counties, has a total of 3.1 million voters, same as Nyanza region, that has 6 counties, including Kisii and Nyamira. Nairobi County, though a single unit, follows with 2.41 million voters and is one of the most critical counties for the presidential race. The 6 coastal counties have a total of 1.96 million registered voters, while Ukambani's 3 counties contribute 1.69 million voters. The Upper Eastern region, comprising Meru area, Marsabit, Isiolo and Embu counties, have a total of 1.59 million voters, majority of them in the Mount Kenya region. The northeastern region of Garissa, Wajir and Mandera contribute the smallest number of voters, but could be a tiebreaker in a tight contest. Further analysis shows that the 10 counties of Mount Kenya region, including Laikipia and Nakuru counties from the Rift Valley, bring 5.7 million registered voters. In the past 2 general elections, the region voted as a bloc with an average of 93% for Uhuru Kenyatta in the August 2017 election. 6 counties of the Rift Valley from both North and South Rift, that is Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Kericho and Bomet, contribute 2.2 million voters. In August 2017, the 6 counties voted overwhelmingly for the Uhuru ticket at an average of 87%. The western region of 5 counties, including Trans Nzoia County, have a total of 2.61 million voters. In 2017, the region predominantly voted for Raila Odinga, then of the NASA coalition. County-wise, Nairobi could be one of the key battlegrounds for this election. In the previous 2 general elections, Raila Odinga has been leading President Kenyatta, albeit with a narrow margin. Kiambu County follows in the list of top 6 counties with 1.27 million voters. Nakuru County follows with 1.05 million voters, while Kakamega has 844,000 voters. Meru County has a final voter population of 772,000, while Machakos closed at 687,000 registered voters. Of interest are counties that have been labelled battlegrounds in recent opinion polls that have also historically had their vote split between 2 leading coalitions. Narok County, for instance, has 398,000 voters, 463,000 in Kajiado, while Trans Nzoia County has 398,000 voters. Garissa County has 201,000 voters, while Wajir County has 207,000 voters. Turkana County, that has progressively posted a split vote, has 238,000 voters. For a presidential candidate to be declared winner, they must first secure more than half of the valid votes and also secure at least 25% of votes in each of at least 24 counties. The register of voters has 22.1 million voters across the counties, while the diaspora community has 10,443 registered voters in different countries. At the prison facilities in the country, there are 7,483 voters. Sam Gituku, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Okay, the IBC register looks that way. Wanawangira, what do you say about that?
You know, that register just tells me that Raila Odinga has won this particular election. And I'll just do very simple mathematics here to tell you why Raila Odinga has won. And again, you know, as much as the Rift Valley constitutes of 5.3 million votes, you'll discover that what William Ruto could be holding on strictly is only 2.2 million votes in his counties of Kericho, Bomet, Washingishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Baringo. That's only 2.2 million votes. Today, I want to tell you why Raila Odinga has won this particular election. Simple mathematics. Bernard, take a piece of paper.
Wangira, before you continue, I wanted to ask Bernard, have you noticed that there might be some anomaly in the numbers? because you're talking of how many gazetted polling stations are there? Find
Polling
out,
stations are yet to be gazetted, are they?
because it seems the numbers shoot up. They shoot up because every polling station should have at least 700 voters. Now, if you hesabu 700 voters times the 40, okay, let me find the numbers. But I think they are shooting up. There's something wrong. But anyway, Wangira, endelea kutuambia how Baba will win.
No, this is how Raila Odinga will win, Bernard. I've taken the counties of the northern Kenya, including that is. I start with the counties northern Kenya. There's what what we used to call the eastern province, and what we used to call the northeastern province, and I place them together. So, and these counties will include counties like Embu, Tharaka Nithi, Isiolo, Marsabit, Wajir, Garissa, Mandera. Those are the counties. Then I also added the Ukambani counties amongst that lot. And if you look at the Ukambani vote alone, the Ukambani vote alone is almost 1.7 million votes. That's the entire Ukambani vote. So I've assumed that in these counties that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, in those 11 counties, Raila will only need 2 million votes. And I know he'll get more than 2 million votes in those counties. So I gave
Wangira, I got a
Raila.
question for you. Wangira, I got a question for you. When you talk of Ukambani, how far do you go to Ukambani? What's your where do you constitute yourself when you talk about Ukambani?
You know, I'm looking at it from the bare minimum. Get my point from the bare minimum. My numbers are on the bare minimum, which means they are likely to be higher than what I am pointing out. So I'm looking at the very bare minimum. So I'm looking at Ukambani, which is Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni as part of what was Eastern Province. You are getting my point?
Yeah, when you go to Makueni, where are you stopping? I guess let me ask you very well. You know where Ukambani stops.
Get my point. The numbers in the three Ukambani counties has already indicated on the clip that Nani was playing here. 1.69 million votes. The three Ukambani counties of Makueni, Machakos, and Kitui. Those are their numbers of the registered voters. Are we together? We are together. So I am assuming that if we put the Ukambani votes and we add what Raila will get from the county of Mandera, the county of Garissa, the county of Wajir, the county of Marsabit, the county of Isiolo, the county of Tharaka Nithi, the county of Embu, and the county of Meru, then Raila should not be getting from that particular region less than 2 million votes. Are you getting? Are we together? So we in that region, those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's county of Meru, county of Embu, county of Tharaka Nithi, county of Isiolo, county of Marsabit, county of Wajir, county of Garissa, county of Mandera. Then we add the three Kamba counties of Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni, which have 1.7 million votes. I put there. So I assume those 11 counties, Raila should not get less than 2 million votes. So if we give Raila in those areas 2 million votes, then we move at the coast. And at the coast, we have the county of Mombasa, the county of Taita Taveta, the county of Kilifi, the county of Kwale, the county of Lamu, and the county of Tana River. Then we say we give Raila only 1 million votes in those counties, in those 5 counties of the coast. Then we come to Nairobi, we say that Raila will only get 1 million votes in Nairobi. Then we say that in the central Kenya, the Mount Kenya votes, Raila will get around 1 million votes. Then if we go to the Rift Valley, we give Raila only 1 million votes. And we go to Western Kenya, we give only Raila 1 million votes. You see? And now when we go to his stronghold of Nyanza, where we have more than 3 million votes, that constitutes the county of Nyamira, the county of Kisii. Then we have the 4 counties or the 4 counties of the Luo Nyanza, which are Migori, Homa Bay, Kisumu, and Kisumu and Siaya. So in those counties have around 1.1 million votes, 3.1 million votes, sorry. And I'm assuming that we only give Raila out of the 3.1 million votes. We say that in Nyanza, Raila will get 2 million votes. Out of the 3.1 million votes, Raila will get 2 million votes. If you add roughly, this is to the mere minimum. I've done the mere minimum of this calculation. You discover that Raila runs with around 9 million votes. Right, 9 million votes. But if we go to William Samoei Ruto, William Samoei Ruto is starting from his own home ground of the counties that I've given you of Washingishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Bomet, Kericho, and Baringo. You discover that it's only running with 2.2 million votes. That's what he is starting with, 2.2 million votes. 2.2 million votes. So assuming that even the Mount Kenya people will be so generous and perhaps they will give him another 1.5 million, then that gives William Ruto 3.2 million. Then when William Ruto reaches a 3.2 million votes, he starts staggering, because now he must go to Western Kenya. He must go to Western Kenya and get something which is not sure whether he will be getting, because we are done already with Central, and we are done with his stronghold of the North Rift and South Rift counties that he controls, where he's enjoying 2.2 million votes. So when at 3.2 million votes, it starts staggering. So in Western Kenya, knowing the way the ground is in Western Kenya, if he's lucky to get 700,000, then he'll say hallelujah. Then if we move to Nairobi, we know the way Nairobi is. If we give him 700,000, that will be around 4 million votes. If we give him Western. If we come to Nairobi, we give him another 700,000, that will be 4.7 million votes. Then at 4.7 million votes, then perhaps if we go to Meru and Embu and Tharaka Nithi, we give him another 500,000, that will be 5.2. Then when he attains 5.2, now he has to look at either the coast province or northeastern Kenya to top up this number. Tell me how he'll top up this number to even reach that number of 7 million votes. I just don't see how he'll top up his number to even attain 7 million votes. That's where I'm seeing the complication. When Raila has a higher hand to even go beyond the 9 million votes, I just don't see how William Ruto will go beyond 6 million votes in this general election. That's an issue that we can interrogate as we move on further, Bernard. Wacha niwachie hapo and I allow somebody else to move in.
Okay, asante bwana Wangira. Alafu Martin, swali kwako, wanauliza what happened to cracking numbers. I will not speak on behalf of that team until Martin himself speaks, and mkiona daktari naitwa nani, Daktari Jose, na of course keep the minister for cutting down the trees. Hao ndio watu wa numbers, wakwambie numbers zilienda wapi. Oga Martin, karibu.
Vipi? Mtumishi. Niambie vipi? Sawa kabisa. Lakini channel ifungwa kabisa. Mnaumiza watu bwana, mnachapa watu kweli. Ni nini?
Hii haiwezi kufungwa hata kwa dawa.
Ile kabisa mnachapa watu ukweli, watu wafai kuchapa ukweli hivyo bwana. Ala? Miti zitakatwa mpaka nini Karen? Na mtu ameevictiwa. Unakuwa evicted na bado miti inakatwa Karen, just in case kuja kuangalia kama ulievictiwa.
Sijapokea rent refund, sijapokea. Mtu hawezi kuomba serikali miaka 4 na atafanyia kazi serikali. Hiyo ndio corruption ya kwanza. Rent mimi nirudishie kwanza ndio mtu atoke. Asitoke tu hivyo.
Ala, mtafanya miti zikatwe Karen na tunangoja hiyo ni kwa Martha Karua, lazima akuwe na shade kidogo bwana. Ala, msiumize mama bwana. Anyway, let me come to numbers. Numbers, we had a problem with Kip alipata, tooth yake ikuwa mzuri, so and I think watu kina Jose wanatusikiza. Alex najua ametoka tu hapa. I think after some time we'll get back together. Nile to unavoidable circumstances, so they will, I'm sure Alex will talk about it akirudi. Najua huko nyuma anasikiza, na Kip najua pia anasikiza, so kwa mwenye ameuliza, numbers will come back, msijali. Lakini pia sasa sijui ni namba gani mnataka tufanye hapa. There's no numbers. Ala, hata Wangira venye amesema hapa sasa, ujamaa sasa namba gani mnataka tufanye wajameni? Unless mtuambie tufanye za MCA. Za president hakuna namba. Namba gani? Niambie Ruto anatoa kura wapi sasa? Na unaona hata sasa nini huko Moyale. Ukipata Moyale sasa si imeisha. Na mnajaribu kugonga baba mawe. Endeleeni tu. Wale wanaendelea, waendelee. Mtaumia. Lakini also there was actually, not to be serious, honestly, I've been sitting quiet and looking at all this election that is happening this year, and I can see an election with the MCAs. I can see an election with the MPs, but I don't see an election when it comes to the presidency. I think it's over. Done, dusted. And I think they know it. I think it's just done. I haven't seen Gachagua lately, unless somebody has seen him. Maybe that's just because I don't look so much on them, but he's not anywhere. But I was watching something, and it kind of got to my mind. Me as an Azimio person, it's very hard to follow the campaigns nowadays. Azimio campaigns. Because at one time Martha Karua is there, at the same time Raila is there, at the other time Kalonzo is there, I don't know, Joe is doing what and everything. And you wonder, okay, which one am I supposed to follow? It becomes even hard to come in this forum and talk about which one were you following. But when you look at the other side, you will see where they were today. And that's a good thing. And that's how I know it's over. And yesterday I said it somewhere else. People don't think Uhuru is campaigning for them. Uhuru is really campaigning. He did when he talked about lands. Got on people's minds. I think I've gotten to a place where I don't understand what is happening this time, because I think this is the best or worst elections that we've ever had, but this is a change of our country. I know the topics of the day, but I think I'm in order for what I'm saying. I don't see elections on I think at this time we need to start not talking about Raila's election, Raila's numbers, but talking about Ruto's number to know where they're coming from. Or even maybe move it down to MPs. Because guys, welcome to Raila Amolo Odinga's thing. Mimi nilikuwa nimekuja kuchokoza Bernard, lakini one nitaenda nayo. I said it kitambo Bernard, I told you I have a problem with independent candidates. I do have a problem. Hadi wa leo. There's a huge problem with independent candidates. And if we don't watch them, they are going to change everything. It happens in the first world countries, and where we have it right now, we have way more than enough than we need. Let's watch these independent candidates. Even if it's not these elections, even the next elections, we need to get to a place where, yes, you can be independent, but I don't know. I personally, I don't want these independent candidates because they are going to mess everything. Okay, so I said Duale was supposed to come to Moyale today. He did not. Ilikuwa imetangazwa. Duale was supposed to. Kabogo is also starting to. I said it here. This last 1 month will be the defections time, and is when everything will be finished. Kabogo is coming. Duale is starting to come. And so many defections are going to come that this is time that is going to change a lot of things. And I think, like I said again, I don't have much to say. I just feel like we did not do Raila a good service this time. I think he has no formidable candidates. And I think it's over before it began. That's what I would say. Na muache kuumiza baba hivyo bwana. Baba anaumia. Hana mtu wa kupigana naye mpaka ameachia madhakarua na kina nani hao, nyewe ndeni mfanye hiyo, si kazi yangu bwana. Na hiyo miti katwe kabisa. Na mkate mpaka Karen, by the way, ama kwa njia. Thank you.
Okay. Chairman wa kukata miti amepata hiyo habari, lakini miti lazima tukonserve. Saa ingine Kaifasi alisema afadhali mtu mmoja akufe kuliko inchi nzima. So in the same spirit of Mau conservation, tusimalize miti kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja.
Wewe Bernard, namwambia watu wa Mathare wakae on standby.
Kuna councillors wako wengi. Umeona mabishop wamevaa makwada, wengi wamevaa wako tayari. Councillors wengine huku mwingine huku washikilie pamoja wafanye counseling, alafu kizidi sana Wajakoya ataleta hiyo dawa yake. Inaweza kushikilia in the meantime. Councillors wakiangalia kwa vitabu encyclopedia wakiona which prescription is good for this level of disappointment. All the same, let's make progress. Let's make progress. It's wonderful. Now, anaitwa na Stanford, unavunja sheria. Hawezi kuweka your camera off wakati uko kwa screen. It is spoiling the quality of the video, and we don't want that. We'd rather have a dark picture than have no picture at all. Eric Mwiti, vipi? You unmute? Yes. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Sawa. Can you hear me?
Yes, unasikika. Endelea.
Oh, sasa nimesikia maoni yenu. Iko poa. Sasa unaona, sasa ile mlima ule jamaa alikuwa na linga nayo, unaona tumemung'oa. Tulimwanza kwa kanisa tukamung'oa. Sasa kwa mlima tukatinka tulipata, tumemung'oa. Sasa sijui amebaki na wapi. Sasa next time sasa ile kitu sasa tunampangia ni kumaliza kabisa. Arudi sasa huko Rift Valley. Hata
Hata yeye anajua sasa saa hii hawezi pata. Saa hii anang'ang'ana apate ma MPs. Hata wao in fact in Mount Kenya region governors watakuwa Jubilee. Ama parties associated to Azimio. Ukiangalia sasa in fact ana candidate strong against candidate wenye tuko nao wa Azimio. Sasa huyo mtu mambo yake ni ngumu. Ukiangalia Nairobi tumemshikania, ma MCAs tumemshikania, hawezi pata. Mali ODM iko tumewithdraw candidate wetu wa Jubilee. Mali Jubilee iko tumewithdraw candidate wetu wa hata wa ma independent unasikia wakisumbua. Baba sasa independent. Sasa wewe kama ulikuwa unasimama na ODM ukazoniwa ukasema sijui unaenda independent. Baba akisema baba amesema tupigie Jubilee, itakuwa ni hivyo. Sasa candidate hawataweza, tutawafunika kabisa. Hata mali tuko na challenges. Tunajua hao ma independent wanafinansiwa tu naunda polepole. Sasa numbers hawawezi, mambo yao imeisha. Mlima ndiye alikuwa analinga nayo, tumembomoa, tumemung'oa, tulimwanza kwa kanisa. Tuka succeed. Saa hii huyo jamaa sasa ako na problem. Sasa tumemwambia afanye mikutano sasa amerudi. Unaona sasa saa hii ya campaign anafanya tu indoors meeting. Aongeleshe watu sasa asikie. Lakini nayo hii ni siasa. Atajua ajui. Unajua alifikiria Uhuru alisema usione simba amelala ukafikiria ni paka. Saifu tisujaji wake wanafanya kazi, yeye ametulia tu. Akili ni yeye. Haya. Sasa hakuna wasiwasi. Baba ndiye atakuwa the 50. Na iko hivyo. Hata yeye huyo Ruto anajua hivyo. Ile kitu anataka sasa ni andanganya watu waone kama atapata numbers. Numbers yake hata Wajakoya naye amekuja kumharibia. Unajua support yake ni wale watu hawaelewi. Lakini sasa Wajakoya naye amekuja anakuja kumharibia. Sasa akicheza hata atakuwa namba 3. Haya.
Okay, asante sana bwana. Ninyi ni hatari sana, mnang'oa watu mpaka ndani ya kanisa. Na vile hao ndio wanakaa kwa karibu na Mungu kuliko kila mtu.
Tunajua alianza kwa kanisa lakini tuliweza kumong'oa huko.
Sawa.
Ananganya watu wetu kwa kanisa tulimong'oa.
Mama Selina alisema huwezi tumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. Inaonekana huo msemo unakwenda kutimia from this platform. No matter how tall your grandfather is, you should always remember that you have to do your own growing in order to catch up with his height. You can't say that my father is tall, so we are tall and our family is tall. Everybody has to do their own growing. And the same goes for political capacity and political leadership. Haya, tutaruka hawa watu wawili tumsikilize Eliza. Eliza, umejaribu leo, ni kama network pia umeanza kuvamiwa kama mimi.
Kumbe umekuwa ukiona. Imenisumbua. Habari zenu all the panelists, habari ya masiku. Mr. Wangira, habari zenu?
Nashukuru sana. Asante Eliza.
Huwa nakuona tu unachangia sana. Network inanisumbua siku hizi, sijui kwa nini.
Karibu sana.
Salama mahali niko. Maybe nyinyi watu wa Kenya mko namna gani? Sisi ni joto, lakini tunashukuru Mungu. Okay, mjadala wa leo nimeona maneno ya Ruto kuongea maneno ya CBC. Hapo mimi siwezi kubaliana na Ruto. Hapo Ruto anadanganya. Because hao ndio wamekuwa mstari wa mbele kusema CBC ni mbaya. So saa hizi anajaribu kufaa ngozi ya kondoo akisema atatengeneza CBC. He will not do it. Hapo anadanganya. Hakuna kitu Ruto atafanya, ni kudanganya watu. Ruto yeye ameanza kukopi maneno ya baba. Ruto hakukuwa anafanya hizo meeting. Hizi meeting amekuja kuona wakati baba anakaa na watu anaongea, anakaa na watu anaongea. So ndo Ruto amekuja kuona kumbe hivi ndio watu wanaenda, but Ruto he cannot do anything. UDA hiyo ni propaganda yenyewe anasemanga na utapeli. Hiyo ni utapeli anakuja
Nilisani kama neti imekataa pole, lakini Stanford chukulia hapa
bana kidogo. Nasoma kitu hapa ya Bloomberg, and Bloomberg are saying a run of contests is very unlikely unless other contenders such as former Deputy President Kalonzo Musyoka just brings 5% to the Azimio. That's Bloomberg. That's what I'm reading right now.
Okay, ni wasalimu. Good evening everyone.
Good evening, vipi?
Niko salama, long time Bernard. I'm happy to be back. Hata mimi nimekuwa na shida ya network, hata Kisii network inasumbua.
Ninyi mtafikiwa na next mile extra, ilikuwa inaitwa last mile ama second mile.
Anyway, today nimeamua sasa hii mambo ya kupiga Ruto sana. Leo nataka tusome. We want to learn what the next government will give us. The agenda of the next government. Like now we hear of Baba Care. Right now I want to talk about education for all. I feel this ideal. Here I swear Baba I'm a strike, because I believe that whatever he has told us is true. Since that they had a coalition government back in 2002 to 2007, and they promised free education, and indeed they delivered. So
Wana Stefan, network yako pia imekataa. Eliza, umerudi vipi?
Why network imekuwa moto?
Fanya sentensi kwa fupi.
So nilikuwa naongelea hiyo maneno ya Ruto ambaye anajaribu kusema maneno ya CBC, and is the one who was saying CBC is not good. So hatujui msimamo ya Ruto ni gani, because Ruto leo anasema hii, kesho anasema hii. He cannot promise something. Me I believe in Raila, because the same thing yenye huyo jamaa amekuwa akiongea maneno ya masomo ya bure. Wakati Raila walianza kuongea hiyo maneno that time, I remember, watu hawakuwa wanaichukulia kuna siku primary itakuwa free. So for me I believe in him. What he is saying he's going to do, and he will not fail us. I know hawezi kutufail, but for Ruto I don't believe him, because first uongo ya kwanza, wakati walichukua uongozi wakasema watapatia kila mtoto laptop. Hiyo laptop haikuwahi kuja. Wakasema sijui akawa promise vitu gani. Hakuna kitu yenye aliwahi sema na akafanya. So saa hizi kama hakuwahi toa hiyo, kufanya hiyo ya 2013 ya laptop mpaka 2017, hakuwahi fanya hiyo promise yake, ata promise nini kwa CBC? And hao ndio walikuwa wanasimama kwa gari juu akisema hiyo mfumo wa CBC ni mbaya, mfumo wa CBC ni mbaya, kutokujua ya kwamba ndani yao watoto ambao wamesoma CBC wamepitia aje na watafaidika kimaisha namna gani, because hata sisi kama wazazi tuliona hii mfumo wa CBC inatusaidia. Hiyo CBC inatusaidia kulingana, pengine kuna mtoto kwa shule haezi kuelewa vitu zingine na anaelewa Pacific kitu, maybe mtoto anapenda umakanika na hiyo ndio kwa kichwa yake. Itasaidia watoto wengi because huku nyumbani kuna watoto shule waelewi, lakini ukiwapata kwa kazi ya makanika nini wanafanya. So hiyo ni kitu yenye mimi nina support, baba akiingia itafanyika, lakini Ruto hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ni uongo, ni utapeli, anadanganya watu, hawezi fanya kitu, hiyo ni kudanganya tu. So hiyo ndio kitu nimeona leo amekuwa akiongea, but me when alikuwa akiongea, hata unaangalia mtu akiongea kitu, you just see somebody na his face. This person anasimama tu pale, yani watu waone he met some people, but he just kuongea, but he will not deliver. For me, he will not deliver because somebody who delivered, you know the way he talks. So hiyo ndio kitu nimeona kwa Ruto siku ya leo, naweza kuchangia upande hiyo yake. Upande ya baba, well and good, they are doing good. Wacha wajaribu kuongea maneno hii ya zoning hii, waongee laini ishikane vizuri. Baba na Martha Karua, kina Kalonzo Musyoka, kila mtu wote tunawatakia kampeni mzuri kwa hizi mamiezi siku zimebaki. Sasa si mamiezi, ni masiku zimebaki. Njia ifunguke, baba aingie State House, aanze kutufanyia kazi. Nafikiri nitasimamia hapo before network initume.
Okay, sawa, asante Liza, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na ni muhimu kila mmoja tuwajibike, tutengeneze nchi yetu kwa kuhakikisha kwamba watapeli na wafisadi na wote ambao wako kinyume na nchi hii hawatapata nafasi ya uongozi wautumie vibaya. So Bwana Martin, naomba ukue chair kwa dakika 2-3 hivi, narudi. Enda kwa Santos, uende kwa Omari, Peter Nyerere, alafu Eric, ndio urudi sasa. Wao kina Mike Wangira au wengine washafanya submission. Tuanzie na Santos.
Santos, kazi kwako.
Bernard, unaenda wapi? Na nilikuwa nataka nikuongeleshe wewe.
Oh, nataka kuongelesha mimi? Nimesikiliza, endelea.
Pamoja na hii ni wako wa Azimio wako hapa.
Umekuja kukuongelesha? Ongea.
Habari ya siku mingi lakini.
Fiti.
Kuna siku niliongea siku moja ati Waluhya wanajipanga. Nikaona juzi Malala aliongelea hiyo kitu akisema we are the leaders of the future, we must support our own so that our future itakuwa bright, tusapotiwe na wale wengine. Sijui kama uliasikia kitu kama hiyo.
Unasikiliza Malala sio kiongozi wa Waluhya?
Sio kiongozi?
Hapana, Malala ni wale watu tulitoa donation ya kwenda Sogoi, yeye akifuata ndugu yake anaitwa Mudavadi, akisindikishwa na Wetangula. Hao tulitoa kama donation. Hatutaki hata mahali waende.
Is a leader of Luhya.
Future where? If you are looking for a future Luhya leader, is me.
Who?
After Poli.
Nilikwambia nini wakati mmoja. By the way, ukiangalia according to politics wenye nimefanya statistics or probability, Rift Valley tuko na votes karibu 4 million. Mount Kenya in general tuko na 5. Unasikia? Ukambani Coast tuko na 1 million. Western tuko na 1 million. Sijui kama unanipata, ungefanya hesabu rahisi.
Ngoja Santos, ngoja relax. Sisi tumecheza tu video saa hii. Uliona ile video tumecheza ya IBC?
Ya IBC niliona, kuna yenye niliona.
Ehe, IBC inasema vile namba ziko na vile registered voters.
Niliona 5.8.
Yes, 5.8 Rift Valley. Na Central?
Central niliona 6 point ngapi?
It was 3.5.
Bernard, leo kumekujwa, amekuja na moto. Mwambie kwanza atoke kwa giza. Ndio aongee hii matope anaongea. Mwambie kwanza atoke kwa giza. Because wamekuja sasa watu wa Itumbi.
Ngoja Mato, wewe unajua ni chairman na umesahau.
Bernard, mwambie arudie hizo namba. Arudie namba tusikie, arudie namba.
Santos, ngoja kwanza. Wacha tukuchezee video vizuri ili usichanganye. Subiri hapo.
The Commission has published the final voters register that shows regions that could be pivotal in the upcoming presidential election. Counties in the Mount Kenya region and the Rift Valley carry the bulk of the voting population in what appears to be a race that may end up being determined by the historical battlegrounds in the northern part of the country and parts of the South Rift. Sam Gituku now looks into the numbers of the 2022 race.
The top presidential candidates have been touring different regions in a bid to convince as many voters as possible to assure them a win come the 9th of August. With the official data of voters now out, the campaigns will be seeking to more directly target the voters where they are. According to voter details published by the IBC, the Rift Valley region that is home to 14 counties remains with the highest total number of voters at 5.34 million. Central Kenya, that is home to 5 counties, has a total of 3.1 million voters, same as Nyanza region that has 6 counties, including Kisii and Nyamira. Nairobi County, though a single unit, follows with 2.41 million voters and is one of the most critical counties for the presidential race. The 6 coastal counties have a total of 1.96 million registered voters, while Ukambani's 3 counties contribute 1.69 million voters. The Upper Eastern region, comprising Meru area, Marsabit, Isiolo and Embu counties, have a total of 1.59 million voters, majority of them in the Mount Kenya region. The northeastern region of Garissa, Wajir and Mandera contribute the smallest number of voters, but could be a tiebreaker in a tight contest. Further analysis shows that the 10 counties of Mount Kenya region, including Laikipia and Nakuru counties from the Rift Valley, bring 5.7 million registered voters. In the past 2 general elections, the region voted as a bloc with an average of 93% for Uhuru Kenyatta in the August 2017 election. 6 counties of the Rift Valley from both North and South Rift, that is Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Kericho and Bomet, contribute 2.2 million voters. In August 2017, the 6 counties voted overwhelmingly for the Uhuru ticket at an average of 87%. The western region of 5 counties, including Trans Nzoia County, have a total of 2.61 million voters. In 2017, the region predominantly voted for Raila Odinga, then of the NASA coalition. County-wise, Nairobi could be one of the key battlegrounds for this election. In the previous 2 general elections, Raila Odinga has been leading President Kenyatta, albeit with a narrow margin. Kiambu County follows in the list of top 6 counties with 1.27 million voters. Nakuru County follows with 1.05 million voters, while Kakamega has 844,000 voters. Meru County has a final voter population of 772,000, while Machakos closed at 687,000 registered voters. Of interest are counties that have been labelled battlegrounds in recent opinion polls that have also historically had their vote split between 2 leading coalitions. Narok County, for instance, has 398,000 voters, 463,000 in Kajiado, while Trans Nzoia County has 398,000 voters. Garissa County has 201,000 voters, while Wajir County has 207,000 voters. Turkana County, that has progressively posted a split vote, has 238,000 voters. For a presidential candidate to be declared winner, they must first secure more than half of the valid votes and also secure at least 25% of votes in each of at least 24 counties. The register of voters has 22.1 million voters across the counties, while the diaspora community has 10,443 registered voters in different countries. At the prison facilities in the country, there are 7,483 voters. Sam Gituku, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Santos, sasa umepata figures, tuambie sasa za kwako.
Nimepata. Unaona nini? Chukua tu pen nikwambie tu simple. Cause I know 15.3 ndio watu watafoti. Hiyo 2022 hawatafoti. Sasa hiyo Rift Valley mimi nakwambia watu tutapata kura 4 million.
Rift Valley mtapata kura 4 million out of 5.5.
Mount Kenya tupate 4.5. Hiyo ni Nairobi ikienda hadi Meru.
Nairobi kwa Mount Kenya pia.
Tumeongeza hiyo hadi huko chini Meru. Western tugawe kura tuweka 1 million. Ukambani and Coast tupate 1.5. Unaona?
Sasa mnapata kwa confession ama mnapataje? Kwa sababu
allow him to continue.
Unaona? Bernard.
Endelea.
Sasa sijaweka Nyanza tutapata 1 million. Ama 450 mkitunyima sana. Unaona? Sasa ukiona hiyo hesabu yote, angalia tu wewe piga hesabu na uangalie vizuri.
Total yako ni ngapi?
Total yangu ni 11.3.
Okay, so in the 15.5 mtapata 11.3. Baba atapata hiyo remaining 4 million. Na Wajakoya, unajua Wajakoya ndio mna compete na yeye kwa sababu baba ashawapita. Isantos, bado upo ama umeenda? Okay, ni kama Isantos Okay, tusubiri atarudi labda baadaye. I don't know. Bwana Wangira, do you want to respond to that?
You know, there's no need to respond. You know, I'll better respond when he's here. Let us wait for him to come back, then we'll interrogate him.
Sawa, thank you, Wangira. What are you saying, Mike?
Bernard, when you attend conferences and people are tired, there is usually a health break, and there is a moderator who comes up and tells people to stand and raise hands and play and do some funny things. So he's playing that role and he's doing it well. Let us allow him to do that, sir.
Thank you. Martin agrees with that very well. So, okay, basi tumsikilize Bwana Omar. Martin, we'll from there.
Habari zenyu.
After Omar ilikuwa nani? Mr. Bernard.
Omar Nyerere, unaruka Eliza sama amfanya submission, then unaenda kwa Eric.
Haya, sasa mmejisikia nyinyi wote, tuendelee.
Habari zenyu. Hamjambo?
Hatujambo, endelea.
Na nasikia hapo kuna sijui kuna watu walilala jana wakaota hizo hisabu za Ruto, hata nacheka hapa. eh, sitaki kucheka leo kwa sababu nimesikia mengi sana sana upande wa watu wa UDA wanaota, ni kama wanaota, lakini ni sawa pia. Unajua kila mtu lazima apigie ngoma upande ya kwake. Tukikuja katika kampeni ya William Ruto pale amefikia saa hii ni kama upside ya kufanya kampeni imemuishia, kwa sababu ukimwangalia face leo, uso yake hana raha, ni kama ile siafu imekuja imevamia mtu mtu anajaribu lakini ameshindwa. Yani ni mfano mtu anapika ugali anaona ugali ugali haijaiva vizuri, anaongeza unga anaongeza unga bado ile vile alikuwa atarajia ugali itoke hiyo ugali haijatoka hiyo design anataka. Sasa nakumbuka ile kauli ya Uhuru Kenyatta alisema kutangulia sio kufika. Ndio nimekuja kujionea saa hii. Ruto anajaribu sana, na alionywa akaambiwa kutangulia sio kufika. Hii urais alianza kukampenia miaka 4, I think kama sijakosea 4 years anaanza kukampeni urais. Sasa amekuja kuona tayari anaanza kumalizwa nguvu sana sana. Naangalia vile Mount Kenya inakuja, mimi sioni kama ile idadi alikuwa anataka Mount Kenya atapata. Ni kama mambo imekuwa Waluya wanasema vidu uchenjanga kitu kama hiyo. Na ukiangalia election kampeni ya baba leo ilikuwa sio mbaya, lakini ilikuwa mvurugo kidogo. Kuna maslogan ya UDA walikuwa wameleta propaganda hapo, wanasema ati sijui kampeni ya baba amepeleka fujo huko, lakini tumeshawazoea propaganda zao, maslogan. Hiyo inaonyesha watu wanapenda baba, kila mtu anataka, yani mtu anapigania upande ya kwake. Na kulingana hii kampeni ya baba vile anachapa anachapa smart sana. Na nikikuja upande ya Western tunafanya vizuri sana, kwa sababu kuna hizo opinion poll imetolewa I think leo. Tukikuja upande ya Musalia, Vihiga County mtu wa 70% governor anaitwa Otichilo ndio ana lead, na Senate ana lead. Ameshinda ameshinda Senate wa ANC, anashindwa, na governor wa ANC amesimamisha, anashindwa. Sasa huyo Mudavadi kwake yenyewe anashindwa Vihiga. Hiyo 70% ataweza kweli? Hata 20% sijui kama atatoa huko Western. Tukikuja upande ya upande ya Nairobi tunaona hatufanyi sio mbaya. Nairobi tuko sawa, lakini masala yangu nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza kuhusu kupitia kidogo kuhusu Malala. Malala ni mtu wa kuhakisha moto na kutoroka. Malala ile siasa anachapa Kakamega, unajua tayari imeshaonyesha Malala atakikani nini Kakamega, kwa sababu hata ile opinion poll inatolewa Kakamega, Fernandes Baraza ndio ana lead 53%. Malala anakuja 39%. Sasa hiyo kiti inamlemea Malala, lakini huyu ndio nani amejua. Huyu anaitwa Khalwale anajaribu sana, hata kama hawatapata viti zote, lakini Khalwale ni mwerevu, aliona huyu governor, wacha muachie Malala. Malala akizama, yeye amepata ile kitu anataka. Na upande wa urais tuko sawa, hizi viti ndogo ndogo ndio hiyo. Sasa wacha tuangalie kesho mkutano wa Azimio ikiongozwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, wacha tuone vile watasema, lakini mambo inaenda sawa, inaenda sabamba. Hiyo tu kwa sasa. Na Kavogo naona anakuja Azimio, wakae tayari sasa.
Asante sana, tunashukuru sana. Thank you for your contribution. Let's go to Peter Nyerere. Tupatie maneno bwana.
How are you? Sasa yangu si mengi sana, ni machache, lakini at least the course of the week we are still gaining progress. Your progress we are to gain. What I've seen so far in the coming few weeks, mtaona mambo mengi sana. Hiyo ndio kitu tena na kuna mtu hapa amesema, somebody like I think Martin Ndeto ameongea, there is a massive defection before August. Massive defection. That's what it is. And it remains to be so. Mass defection. You see, all those people, those lieutenants were UDA, most of them, kina Murkomen, kuna huyu Aden Duale, kina Sudi, wako chini ya maji. Hata siku hizi hawasikiki. Sasa ile sauti yao walikuwa nao sasa hii imekuwa chini, very down. That means mahali wanaelekea ni kubaya. Hiyo mass defection vile nakuja before tuende kwa debe, surely you can mtaweza kupata mambo mengine hamjawahi kusikia. Huyu jamaa mtakuja kusikia mkisema yeye amejitoa, iwe walkover, tubaki na Wajakoya. Wajakoya yeye unajua ni mambo yake ni mengine, ya hiyo majani haya. As the time goes, unajua hiyo kitu, this time when nafikiri niliongea hapa, hii mambo ya meetings, unajua huyu jamaa mnasema alianza kucampaign 2017, not to 2017. This guy have been following from since 2013. The moment aniingia ofisini, ile matamshi yake alianza kuongea from those days up to now. Alianza 2013. Hizo ndio plan zake. Unajua hizo plan zake huyu jamaa ako nazo. Alikuwa na plan zake za kikanu. Kanu era. Okay. Sijui kama you understand. Unajua we don't have Kenya Kwanza. That's the first case. Kenya Kwanza hakuna. Sasa hiyo ni name tu wanabeba. Lakini what is there, wakati huyu jamaa amekuwa ameenda kuregister hapa IEBC, and he is a presidential candidate UDA. Sio kama vile tuko sisi tuko na presidential candidate Azimio la Umoja. Mata Karua yuko na Kenya.
Mr. Peter Nyerere, let me ask you,
yes.
Ofisi za Kenya Kwanza ziko wapi?
Hiyo ndio okay. Umekuja the right thing. Hata mimi sijui. That's what I don't know in
Iko
fact.
Karen. Asala.
Hata kama
Iko Karen.
Okay, kama iko Karen ile iko Karen ni nyumba ya mwenyewe. Ile nyumba
Hapo
ni ya
ndio ofisi
mwenyewe, sio
yao.
ofisi. Hiyo ndio ofisi yao labda. This guy ako na ile mentality ya zamani ya kikanu. Okay, if you had been following this guy all this way from aingie maneno ya serikali, ameongea mambo mengi sana. Kuna videos zingine hapo tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa hapo na Penard nyingi sana. Zingine tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa na Temba nyingi sana. Vile alikuwa anataka kuovertake Nairobi. Anaenda kwao kuna ingine hapo nafikiri ni Alex alipeana hiyo video. Anaenda kwao anaongea kilugha. Ana advise watu wa kwao. Vile wataenda Nairobi, wachukue viti Nairobi ama wachukue mashamba wawe wenyeji huko nao wachukue uongozi kama kabila zingine. Sasa ndio nauliza Saidi wanajua hii mambo iko. Therefore mambo ni sahi these people wamenusa mambo mengine sio mazuri kwao. Surely kuna kitu kingine alikuwa anataka kuongeza. Napongeza sana Martha Karua. I don't know whether you have been following this mom. Alikuwa na address watu wa Islam. I don't know whether it was yesterday part 1. Huyu mother in fact aliaddress watu speech yake. Hiyo speech ilikuwa ni ya kimataifa. Na in fact sijasikia speech nyingine kama huyu mama. Alitoa speech nyingine ambapo hao watu wa Uislamu hao viongozi wa Kiislamu leo wametoka wote.
Ni Supreme Council Kenya Muslim.
Exactly. Supkem sio Supkem peke yake. Siko nyingi hapo. Sasa wametokeza leo. Wamempongeza sana, they are ready na wamesema watamsupport pamoja na Raila Amolo Odinga. Things are coming so good. In fact, we are heading somewhere ambapo haijawahi kufanyika. Mimi since 1992 shawahi kupiga kura all these days from 1987 all the way up to now.
Peter Nyerere.
Yes.
Give me a minute, just a minute. Omar, please mute your mic. Thank you. Kulikuwa na feedback. Endelea.
Sasa mimi hamtawahi kuwitness ile election zafanyika this time. Miaka hiyo yote mlikuwa mnaona ile kitu tulikuwa tunashindana. Kitu kidogo sana. Lakini this time ile margin. Wacha huyu jamaa mwingine alikuwa hapo, sio alikuwa anaitwaje, sio nani. Kuna jina lingine hapo niliona hapo. Jamaa mwingine alikuwa sijawahi kumuona vile hapo. Nimemuona leo. Anasema sio anapiga hesabu gani, sio 11.3 sio amestoa wapi, I don't know. Wewe uniambia aende Kisii apate milioni. That's fantastic. Mimi ni Mkisii, nimetoka Kisii. Lakini hizo kura nasema atapata kutoka Kisii at 1 million. Oh yes. Wacha tungoje. We are waiting for that. Okay. Na mambo mengine vitu kama hii mambo imefanyika Northeastern. Wale wadadizi, wanahabari, wale wameenda huko. The soonest we are getting the truth. Unajua good luck. Wakati Jubilee chukua uongozi. As the time went on, tulijua ile mambo yao walikuwa wanafanya. They have started now doing it. Waende manunue magari kwa showroom, waende wayachome, esemekane ni ODM, ni Azimio. That's what it is now. Wale watu wamefanya ile mambo kama kule Northeastern wanatushana mawe ile mambo, I'm telling you, it is not Azimio. It is not Azimio. Ile ni mambo ya UDA ime-inject somebody, some people there. They have paid some people there, some goons, to cause all those problems, in that iwe ni Azimio. That's what it is. Kitu kingine, hii nilikuwa nasema maneno hiyo, nimesema hiyo maneno ya mass defection, alafu let us be very careful with this guy. Na Azimio tujue kwamba we are dealing with somebody ambao ni mtu ni mwizi. Ni mwizi all the ways, in all positions, in all categories. Hii maneno ya Msando nafikiri mnayajua. Mnayajua maneno ya Msando vile alienda mpaka ikaisha. Saa hii, I don't think the only thing you can do, then you can embrace for that. Everybody let her or him know ya kwamba kitu kinawezafanya mtu asifanye chochote saa hii. Wakati ikifika on 9th August, tuinuke, tuende tupige kura. Tupige kura, kusema tupige kura. Ile ya mtu akitaka kwenda kutoa moja, hawezi. Acha niachie hapo. Matindo tupatie mwingine hapo tuendelee.
Nashukuru sana. Umesema kitu ya muhimu sana. You know, as Kenyans, we need to understand that these elections are very vital for sisi wote. And what we are doing is because this is to secure our own country. And vile nani amesema, Peter, we really appreciate that. You know, at this time, which I think it's already happened, we need to make an election that is uncontestable. No one can contest it. You know, where it's like, we don't even need 70%. That's what I say. And because we also have to, lazima tujiangalie sisi wenyewe, tujue kule tumetoka na kule tunaenda. Who do we have? Umesema story ya Musando. The other day I said something here about, you know, Musando, Kenei, Namturi. You know, these things that fishy that happen in that other office, and they never happen to other people. So we really have to look at where we're going, because at the end of the day, tunazidi kuendelea, tutaki kuwa a third world country forever. We need to know how we are going to move constitutionally, economically, and everything to a first world country. And that's what we are fighting for. And where are we going? Who are we going to give? Okay. Omar, kazi kwako.
Kuna kitu nimesahau kidogo. Sijui kama kuna hii ripoti ya kesho, sijui kama mmeipata. Kuna Uhuru Kenyatta ana mkutano KICC tomorrow. I don't know kama nafikiri, lakini mna hiyo ripoti kidogo. Hiyo mambo ya kesho sijui kama mmeyapata kidogo. Unajua strongholds za Azimio zote, surely tuko na watu wawili watatu. I think those are the things they are going to put in line. Wawache mtu mmoja, at least every party iwe na mtu sehemu yake ambao iko na stronghold yake. I think that's the thing Uhuru Kenyatta is going to convene to make it clear, iwe njia iwe yasafishe iwe mbele. Thank you.
Asante. Omar.
Yeah, asante sana. Habari zenu? Yeah. Mi sina mengi. Mi kwetu ni Lamu. Na ground huko. Ground watu wamefunguka akili na watu wanajua right and wrong. It's white and black if you go to the ground. Watu sahi, yani Kenya pale imefika sahi, Kenya watu ni wajanja. Hauwezi wadanganya. Sababu wacha tuseme tu kweli kuhusu internet na kila kitu iko open. Records are there. If you say something today, even after a year, 2 years, 3 years, people will go back and refer. So Mtu hawezi kuja wengine pia wanaumia na hawana stima. At the same time 5 years ago ulipromise watu the same thing na hujafika hata robo yake, na saa hiyo mlikuwa as a team, na saa hiyo tunakuja peke yako unasema hatutawafanyia watu kitu. Saa hii watu wamejanjaruka, ule tu mtu mjinga ndo atatupa kura yake, lakini kama mtu ni mwerevu, hasa kwa vijana wana familia ndo wameanza kuanza maisha yao, unaangalia nyuma, unaangalia mtoto pengine in 10 years to come, huyu mtoto wangu atakuwa wapi? Unajiuliza hayo maswali, na unajiuliza ni nani anaweza anani promise kitu future. People are looking for future, they are not looking for, si kama zamani utaletea watu 100, 200, you just convince people. It's not like that, things have changed totally.
Omar.
So, hey, yeah.
Omar, lakini mwatumiza bwana, huko mwatusumbua na Kingi na mama Kiuno vipi tena?
Huko sasa ni Kilifi County 003, si tuko 005.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi mmekataa hiyo maneno ya huko 003?
Hapana. Unajua sasa, acha nikwambie kitu moja. The problem with Kilifi, kuna two different people. Kilifi kuna watu wamesoma ambao ni kidogo, na kuna watu mtu hata ukimpatia simu kutumia hajui kutumia simu. So unaweza danganya hao watu illiterate, but wale watu wote wameenda shule, it's different. And you know, hawa kina Kingi wanawanyima hao watu vitu kama skuli na nini, so that they will remain to be there as a kingpin. But if you come to our place, shule zimejengwa, kuna private, kuna kila kitu, kuna mahoteli, kuna kila kitu. So in a developed place, it's very hard kuconvince watu, kuambia watu ujinga. But ukienda Kilifi, mtu anatembea 10 kilometers kutafuta maji, seriously, na ati una mbunge. Mtoto anatoka skuli anaenda for half an hour, 2 hours akienda shule, hana viatu. You just need to travel and see people how they are suffering other places. Hawa kina Aisha Juma wanadanganya watu, sijui watawafanyia nini na nini. Na mbona aliitwa kwa debate kuenda? Aliitwa debate na hakuenda kwa nini? She has nothing to offer. It's just this porojo. People now are educated. Like, if you want to be a leader, tell us what you can offer, and ujue ni nini unawaambia watu, sababu watu pia sasa wanaelewa, si kama zamani. Na sasa sasa saidi ya kwetu Wakikuyu wenyewe wanasema Ruto watakula, but kura unajua watapale wataweka. So that's what is going on in the ground. Hivyo tu, but Mutembe TV imenifundisha mengi sana in terms of what is going on the whole country. Yes, sababu it's been on the ground, imekuwa very close to people. Wale watu hawezi express, but you find people are expressing themselves and they're telling the genuine things in front of the screen, which hata ukienda kwa TV kubwa ama uende mahali kwingine, they will cut you short. They don't have time for you. They don't have your airtime to air you and express what you want to say. That's all I can say. But things have changed. Thank you very much for giving me this platform.
Before we go to Eliza, Omar, can you tell us where you are? What's the biggest challenge that you guys have as Azimio? What is it that you can say is the bigger challenge? Nini inaweza kuwa iko na ka challenge kidogo if you are to educate?
No, it's all ni pesa tu. Watu wananunuliwa, hakuna challenge, na watu wananunuliwa tu basi. People will be given money and make a lot of noise, heckle, do this and this. That's all. There's nothing, hakuna kitu ina make sense. hakuna kitu ina make sense juu ukikuja kama yani you know we like ni cost, yani watu wamechanganyikana but Wakikuyu ni wengi, but the good thing is watu pia wamejanjaruka. So unajua watu wametoka bara wamekuja side za coast ku settle and all this, so watu wamejanjaruka this time. Kama mtu yote kwa ground na unasema machi sijui na UDA, lazima uwe una track record mzuri. But hata Mohamed Ali, kwani Mohamed Ali yeye si ndo alikuwa ana expose Ruto? Ati sasa hivi Mohamed Ali ni mtu wa kubaka Ruto. Nani alikuwa anajua Ruto kama si Mohamed Ali? Seriously, mimi sikuwa najua Ruto. Mohamed Ali ni jichopevu na all of this thing, hizo madrama alikuwa anafanya KTN huko ndo amefanya nijue. So things have changed, mambo yamebadilika kabisa, totally kabisa, ni ngumu.
Asante Mr. Chairman amerudi. Mr. Chairman ni Eliza saizi, alafu mwenye amekuja saizi.
Eliza, kazi kwako. Wacha Rona aongee, alikuwa akatoka.
Nini? Tunakusikia.
Bwana Rona, endelea.
Okay. Sina mbunge nani na mimi sana kujadiliana na nyinyi, alafu ni network unapata
kuna shida na audio yako isikiki vizuri, kuna feedback sijui kwa nini. Unasikiliza ukiongea?
Unapata tu vizuri.
Your configuration is not right. Hatupati kile unachosema, tunakusikia lakini hatupati.
Okay. Ni sawa kama ndo jaribu kesho.
Toka urekebishe kwanza, uanzishe simu yako, alafu allow StreamYard to configure for you. Don't configure for yourself. That will be a problem. Eric Rono, if you are able to get me, you restart your phone if you're using your phone. Zima simu alafu anzisha afresh, and then ukianzisha StreamYard, wacha StreamYard ikutengenezee sauti, ikutengenezee kamera. Usikataze allow it to configure for you. Don't deny it the opportunity to do that. That's the only way you'll be able to communicate rightly. Thank you. Okay. Bwana Bob amekuja. Bob vipi?
Jambo Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka nipumzike kidogo, manake nimetoka safari kutoka Voi hivi. Nimeingia Mombasa saa hii, lakini nikaona nyumba haijasimama vizuri, nikaona kwanza acha niingie hapa nisimame na nyinyi kidogo kabla, manake niliona panelist wamepungua. Watu wamepata shughuli sana. Ndio nikaona niingie kidogo niweze kupata mawazo pia. Na mjamboni nyote, Ndeto, Nyerere, Eliza, Henry, Mr. Nyumba and Sofia Omari. Sofia Omari, habari yako?
Niko poa.
Uko pande gani za pwani bwana?
Mpeketoni.
Uko Mpeketoni? Mpeketoni watu wasema vipi bwana?
Mpeketoni watu ground inakufa na Azimio.
Okay. Huyu Twalib yuko pande gani? Twalib anasimama na mrengo upi?
Twalib yuko kuna mama So unamjua Umra?
Umra Shakila.
Shakila, kuna watu gani hao? Kuna kijana pia, huyu jamaa anajitaja. Ngoja nikuangalie.
Haya, utanielezea. Meanwhile, I'll come back to you. I just want to make a small contribution. And the DP, you know, every day I keep on asking myself some questions, and I don't know whether I will ever answer myself. The people that are supporting the deputy president, do they really interrogate what he says and what he does? Because I don't know. You know, there are times when you read the news, you watch the news, and you really want to get a foothold of what is going on in the country, and you get worried whether you are actually reading. Is there something wrong with you, or the problem is on the other side? Because you know, I have never understood this man. There is no single day that this man does not tell us something opposite of what he was saying in the morning. By the time it is in the evening, you really don't know what he's talking about. Like, you know, there are issues which are very important that need to be given, I mean, the attention they deserve. Issues matters health, matters food security, matters education. You cannot just, as a leader who is aspiring to be the president of this nation, you cannot be, in the morning you're talking about something else, in the evening you're talking a totally different thing. And when you try to revisit the history of this person, you don't seem to understand him at all. This man keeps me every day. I just don't know what will happen. But one thing I know, Azimio will win. But God forbid that this man becomes president. What are we likely to face? Because this country will be a disaster. It will be something totally different, out of this world. In fact, I think we'll go back almost 20 years or 30 years back. Like, for example, if you take the issue of the CBC and the education system, you know, this man, if you look at his history, this man has a history of stealing, grabbing, property that belongs to schools, to the airports authority, and then more so he goes to tear gas children. Now, at what level did he start getting interested in the welfare of children? Because if you really love children and you want to see these children grow up and become productive in society and contribute to the building of this nation, your greed should not overcome you so that you now want to endanger their lives. And here he is trying to tell us how he wants to improve the education system. 10 years ago, you promised children laptops. In 2016, you came and told us that you have actually given 980. To be precise, I remember there was an interview with one of the media stations, and he gave a specific figure of we are now at 980,000. You know, with so much conviction. You know, somebody who probably has come from Mars would believe him immediately. And today you come and tell us that you are going to fix the education system. This man, I just want to ask the people who are supporting these people, this man, do they have children? Because if they do, then they cannot give him their vote. I mean, they cannot give him the vote, because that is not somebody who is interested in taking care of your children. On Baba being in Marsabit, Yeah, it was a good reception. However, the differences between the parties that are supporting Azimio tried to spoil the show, but Baba is on course. He's delivering the message. He's focused on delivering what he intends to do for the country, devoid of any insults. So we will only continue supporting him and urging him to go, go, go. It's a new slogan now. And the new slogan is BMW Baba must win. Yes, and then I'm looking at the menu. Let me say what? Independent candidates. Independent candidates, that is something that we'll have to, in my view, it will have to leave it to take its nature to take its own course, because it's their democratic right. If they feel that their popularity is good enough to put them in the ballot, then why don't we give it to them? That is what democracy is all about. However, through persuasion, if an independent candidate is leaning towards a certain coalition, then the acumen of persuasion maybe would take center stage and ensure that we get a clear win for Azimio. I want to mention something about the IBC, because that thing is really eating our heads. And I saw a clip that Bernard played about the figures.
Bob.
Yes. Yes.
Lakini, to me, I've always had a different kind of view of independence. I think they're going to be a problem in our society coming on, because once you rule, like you, Papa, you get the job, the president, you will have a problem with the independence, because it's a ticking time bomb. What do you think about that? Ebu fafanua hiyo kitu. I know umeiruka haraka, lakini fafanua hiyo.
Why would you think it's a ticking time bomb? You see, it's one thing, their right is envisaged in the Constitution. That is one, which we cannot take away. And sometimes some of the independents, it's not that they will create anything negative when it comes to legislation, because there are independents who are very level-headed. I'll give an example of Alfred Keter. Alfred Keter is somebody that when it comes to parliamentary duties, is very resourceful and is level-headed. You can reason out with him, and he's not the kind of guy that would, even if the fact that he's saying that people can vote for Ruto, but vote for him too. But when it comes to parliament, he's always very independent, and it all depends, I think, on the one, probably the experience, the education level that comes in, and then the ability. I mean, the backing of the electorate. Once the electorate are behind you in your constituency, I don't think you lose that objectivity. But if the electorate is a kind of what do you call it? There is some psychophancy. Some areas you'll find that it's psychophancy that is coming in. It's not even the party itself. So I think I just have to give it to them, because denying them will be very undemocratic. I don't know what your take is, but that is my take, because
I just feel right now you feel, I just think right now you feel we are safe because once you get independence, we get less than 10% of independence, or even I think it's like 5%. But when it starts to get into 20%, 30% of independence, then it's gonna be very ungovernable as a country. That's my take. I'm not saying that I'm right, but that's my take. That's what I've been seeing.
But you know the advantage, like I've said, if you look at the democracy in Israel, the Israeli parliament, you realize that that country, despite the fact that the turnover of the government is so high, but Israel is right up there when it comes to having an effective government, and a government that must deliver. And if you cannot deliver, you just have to ship out. We've even had the government staying for only 24 months, and they are back to elections. So sometimes, if the legislators are objective, sometimes it keeps the government in check. But we all know that we are still very far from that, and the stomach is what drives most of our legislators. So it becomes a bit hard. So I don't want to dwell on that. I'll have to do a bit more research. Then we will share more notes on that. Yeah, going back to the IEBC, that clip that Bernard played this evening of from the Citizen Media, there are some things that I still don't agree in terms of those numbers, because from the day they told us about the infiltration and the transfers, that those numbers still don't add up, and it will be very interesting, because you see, the other side, which I believe are the ones who are going to lose, they are already taking these points down, and there will be a very good something to hold on when it comes to the presidential petition. And then the other day, very interestingly, I was watching the morning show, and there is something that that came up about the credentials, the qualifications of some of these governors. You know, in as much as we have, the IEBC has cleared some of these governors, and they have questionable educational background. Those are some of the things that are going to be used against a petition that will, in case the other candidate feels that he did not lose fairly, and the IBC should be having some good legal minds to try and advise them to avoid these things before they happen, because for all intents and purposes, you can be sure, just that in the unlikely event that somebody like Igade loses, that will be a case in for a petition, because the eligibility of Sakaja will really come in handy. So Sakaja, in as much as he's pushing to be on the ballot, I really feel like he's wasting a lot of time, and it's all showbiz, because there is no way he will even stay there for a year. It can't happen, even if he is to win. But this was it yesterday. I don't know whether some of you got the opportunity to watch the Azimio candidate for governorship in Nairobi. You know, that guy is extremely brilliant, and I would urge anybody to, people to try and watch that. It's like a 50 minutes presentation. But everything that gentleman was talking about is simply basics. It is nothing, it is not rocket science. And if you would listen to him on how he intends to make this the county of Nairobi better, is some of the things that we are overlooking, because in terms of bringing investments, he has talked about the uniqueness of the position where Nairobi is. vis-a-vis the other countries and how they have developed. And you realize that we are really wasting a lot of resources, like the JKIA. The JKIA basically, after upgrading, it is being underutilized. You know, the proximity of the Nairobi as a business hub, when you try to link it from Joburg, South Africa, Egypt, you know, Asia, it is so central that this is where we should be pulling in investors to come and invest. So the guy was very articulate. I was really proud of that guy. And trust me, if Kenyans are willing to get a future leader for presidency, though it is so premature, that gentleman, believe me, is a worker. You know, he has. There is no way that I have not had any governor, you know, giving investors, that is the KEPSA group, where to judge him. He's so open. He's talking about judge me on A, B, C, D. You know, most of these governors are all talking about doing A, B, C, D, but they at the end of the day, they don't deliver. And his way of approach in terms of the economy, the environment, the health, it was all spread out. He didn't leave out any particular area where people would feel disfranchised. And you know, in my early primary schooling, I did it in Nairobi, in the city, and he was reminding those investors that 40, 50 years ago, every ward, when the Mzungu was trying to make the capital city of Nairobi, every ward there was a playground, you know, there was a school, there was a dispensary, and these are things which people have now grabbed empty spaces. There is, you know, Nairobi is basically choking when it comes to health. He has done his research very well, because he was talking about one of the common ailments that are the Nairobi people are suffering from is lack of vitamin D, and the basic reason is that Bernard, hii Nairobi yenu mmejenga kila pahali, hata watu hawezi pata kajua kadogo, unajua. So ukienda hospitali wewe unaumwa na uko na ugonjwa fulani, wakiangalia hata vitamini yako D hauna. Yeah? And this is all about the way the city has been developed. So, you know, that guy for me is very focused, and I wish we would have a debate for the aspirants for governor of Nairobi, because I don't think Sakaja will survive that one. He'd better run away. To be on the safe side, let him run away. Let him rely on that bad wave, small wave of young fellows who are just looking at him like for his wearing of the suits. But let me leave it at that and give an opportunity maybe to another panelist to present. Thank you.
Chairman Martin, tunaenda wapi? Kwa Mama Selina?
Yeah, ni Mama Selina. Oh, nilikuwa dhani ushachukua. Ni Mama Selina alafu Stanley amekuja saa hizi. So Mama Selina alafu Stanley. Mama Selina.
Oh, okay.
Salimie.
Thank you. I was waiting. Asante sana. Yeah, Martin, Papa, Henry, Peter, Eric. Wow, Martin. Na mdosi yetu. Bernard.
Unajua mdosi akisema lazima ukubali. Huyu ako pande nyingine. Huyu hapa. Akishasema lazima ukubali.
Yes. So naona mnasema crackdown ya CPC. Siku gani Ruto ameisema hata kitu moja ever since? Anasema hii leo akiona imeenda pande ingine anasahau alikuwa amekataa, anataka you know, I think amesoma akili ya Wakenya. We are also, unajua mtu akijua akili yenyu, anajua hata akisema uongo leo, you pay for it. So kama alikuwa amekataa, ameona the majority, mtu anajaribu, akiona mahali wa Kenya wameenda ama anataka kuingia hapo, but in 2 days, in case Kenyans say we don't want to go there, he will say yes. So hiyo isitusumbue, kwa sababu yeye, I don't think hata kwake, I don't think kama kuna kitu moja ameaiambia bibi yake ya ukweli. If you can lie in camera, unaambia watu kimacho macho, na mkifuata story yake yote na vile alianza na vile anaongea, naona mnatoanga clips, is not the right man for this country. Wacha afanye biashara. Na nilifurahi kusikia mtu mwingine alikuwa anatupatia uongo ya alienda wapi, alikuwa na hesabu, anasema wako na 11 million. Can you imagine vile na hiyo si ati unafikiri ameambiwa enda useme hiyo na utoroke, ndio Wakenya wale wachui waseme. But lazima sisi tusimame. Hii masiku imeisha, pena tulisema hatutaki 46 days, we cannot continue lying. Imefika wakati ya, hata kama ulikuwa una msimamo, mpira, nafikiri watu wakicheza mpira, timu ingine imechoka already na walikuwa wamescore 5 na wale wameng'ang'ana mpaka imepaki dakika kidogo and still wachapata kitu. So unakuta wachezaji wamechoka, because saa ile timu inaanza kucheza, muna score 1-1, munapigana, munasema wow, wacha tuende. Unakuta ingine imescore another one, ingine another one, ingine another one, mpaka unaona ni kama goalkeeper amechoka. So ukweli ni kwamba Kenya kwisha wamechoka, na Wakenya wameamua. Nimefurahia, nilisikia sikushika jina, alitoka Central na alikuwa na cheka, na msifikirie vile huyo mtu amesema ni uongo. It is the truth of the matter. Anasema alikuja kanisa, tumemung'oa, amekuja huku sasa, mlima imekuwa ngumu. So kura ya Wakalenjin ya 2.5 na 5 million ya Central, ndiye sababu alianza 4 years kwenda usiku na mchana, na akaambiwa wewe ni kingpin. Penat, nilikwambia with our own teeth, uwezi cheka na ya mwingine, hata ya baba yako uwezi cheka naye. Kama yako imepandana, unacheka na hiyo tu. Niliwaambia tena, unaingia boma, unakuta mama amezaa watoto, na unaenda kuinherit, unaita hiyo watoto. Mama jioni anamwambia watoto, msifukuse huyu mtu, analete chakula. Na siku ile baba anarudi ya watoto, unapikwa teke. Na tuliambia huyu mtu, akasema nyinyi hamjui. Watu wakauliza kama walifanya baba Mudavadi hesabu, akasema nimefanya hesabu. Uhuru ni mlevi, anakunywa ako State House. Can you imagine the man who was in State House now, amemwonyesha he was the real president. Wesi angeshikilia kura ya Masai ya Turkana at least 2.5. Na Central sasa ndio hiyo imetelesa. But I'm seeing somebody not even getting 3 million votes. Hiyo kachakwaya hiyo yenyu, sijui mnaita nini hiyo mtu yenyu ya nyoka na pangi. Hey, I think akichukua number 2, huyu jamaa aende nyumbani akae na pipi yake na asahau siasa ya Kenya. Penat, hii kura ya sasa imeisha. Hiyo North-Eastern, hiyo Isholo, hiyo tuliona. Watu walikuwa napigana ni watu ya Azimio. Na hata ulisikia walisema hawana candidate ya UDA hata moja huko. So ni watoto ya baba moja wanapigania mali. Ilikuwa aibu, but end of the day kura baba atapata. Na hiyo kurusha mawe, wenye walikuwa wamezoea kusema upande moja ndio wanarusha mawe, now they know every Kenyan can throw stones. For me, nataka nishukuru wa mama wanatokea. Nafikiri mnataka kuona kitu moja kwa siasa. Siasa ya Azimio, siasa ya baba, munaona vile wamama wanajitokesha. Kwa sababu ya hiyo kura moja wamepatiwa ya deputy president, that constituency. Nje munaona wamama hakuna mtu anapaki nyumbani, and that na kura ya wamama. Mnajua baba Moi, ngawa nyinyi wengi hamukupenda, kura zake mingi ilikuwa ni ya wamama, kwa sababu alikuwa na promise wa mama ya kwamba vita, ataki vita kwa sababu ya watoto yao. Kura ya Martha Karua na baba, na Martha Karua amesema mkiona mama kwa nyumba mjue kila kitu ni sawa. I'm telling you guys. Kura yenye Kenya itapatikana this time round, tutarudi kusema Chebukati. Chebukati ni kitu, ana kitu ya kufanya sahi. Hiyo 11 million hiyo mtu alikuja kuambia na 4 million ama sijui 3 million, alikuwa nasema opposite. Alikuwa nawaambia baba hesabu yao wamefanya, baba atafika karibu hiyo 11 million. Yes, na akaenda. Kesho ni 45 days. Kenyans, wakina mama, muamuke mapema, mupige kura, murudi nyumbani. Vijana, mupige kura na mchunge kura. Hiyo tu ndiye tunataka kusema. Hata mimi sitaki maneno mingi kwa sasa. Lazima tuseme kidogo ile Alex Penat anatuambia, lakini as for now kila mtu kaunti yake. Wacha tuambie watu, it is time for us to tell our people to wake up very early in the morning. Na sisi wenye tuko diaspora, kama tuko na kitu kidogo tutumane kwa makwetu. Hata ukiweka mafuta kari 2 ama uweke mafuta kari 3, uende stage. Kama mimi Molo Line niko na 2NK, nitapeana pesa ya Nissan 2 isunguke the whole day, ipeleke wa mama na wasee wale wawezi, watu waende hospitali, watoe watu. Sisi wenye tuko diaspora, kama tunapenda, tulipe kari 1 ama 2 the whole day, ipeleke watu hospitali. Hiyo mambo tumeongea hapa kila siku, wananchi wamesikia. Penat, ni wakati yetu tuanze kumobilize. Mobilization is needed now. Si mambo ya kuongea, we have talked enough. Nataka nione Ndeto akisema kwao Machakos ama mahali anatoka, tukuja hapa tuambiane kina keep. Yes, ni wakati ya kutumana. 2000 hata kama ni $50, sisi wenye tuko US, hiyo inaweza fanya kazi kuweka kari mafuta. Niliona Kalonzo alisema watu ya matatu walikuwa wamekubaliana wanatoa makari, na kwa sababu mafuta imekuwa mingi, kama uwezi lipa kari, wacha tupatie madriver chakula please. Kama tunapenda baba, kama tunapenda mama, tunataka tufanye hiyo. Tuone ya kwamba sisi tunachaanga hapa na kila mtu anapigania kuongea. Penat, for me as from today, tunataka mtu atuambie amefanya kazi gani, amekuwa na wapi, at least. Na si lazima ikue kwenyu, si lazima ikue kwenyu. Hata Nyanza unaweza sema mimi nimesponsor constituency moja ama location moja, watu watoke. Na mimi nataka kama kuna mtu ya Kirinyaka Keshoko kwa mama, najua kuna mama anaitwa Emily Wanja, nitamtumia 5,000 aweke mafuta ya magari, ahanze kupepa wa mama na wasee. Na mimi nitasema hivyo, najua hata kama aski, nina promise yangu ni kupromise, na nitawaambia, nimesema mpaka China huyo mama, nitaanza mimi mwenyewe. Mobilization, wacha tufanye. Maneno mingi haisaidii sasa. People have already decided. 45 days, hula anapiga kura anapiga. Kama kuna wale watakuja atukatai, but nataka Alex uko Kisii, kila mtu Orara, naona nataka tufanye hiyo, tukuje kama vile mlikuwa mnatuambia Isabu Chioni, mlikuwa mnatuambia vile election ilikuwa 2017 na vile watu walipata. We want to see that. Na kama mtu unajua kwenyu watu, sisi wenye tuko town, kama mimi niko Nakuru town, si lazima nitoe pesa kwa Nakuru town, kwa sababu polling station zetu zinakuwa surrounded na wataenda. But nimejitokezea, nitatumana kwa Keshoko, kwa sababu mahali najua watu watoke waende wapike kura. Please, tufanye hiyo, tuone vile tutafanya, tutasaidiana. Penat, tafuta alafu utuambie. We need to do that. Hii watu tumekuwa kwa Mtembei TV, tunakosa usingizi. Let's do that, please. Hiyo ni yangu leo Penat. Siwezi kuja kuongea siasa tena, haitusaidii. Nao ni resources yetu, tupeane, tusaidie hata kama hakuna mtu tunajua. Please and thank you. Wacha niwachie watu wengine, lakini wacha tufanye mobilization kutoka sasa. Kazi yetu ni kuambia watu muamuke. Na Penat, siku hiyo ya kupiga kura, tafadhali hii ya kukuja saa 3 tutawacha. Pia tuko na jukumu ya kuona wewe umekuwa saa 12 asubuhi ya Kenya. Tuombe Mungu sana, hili unatuambia na watu wanatuambia, na unatuambia mahali imekosa, watu wakue standby. Watu wakue standby. Mahali tunaona iko shida, mnatuambia. Let me tell you, nilikuwa kwa kampeni ya Bobi Wine Uganda. Wacha niwapatie siri. Watu yote walikuwa natembea na Bobi Wine, wanapiga masimu, wanasema tuko mahali fulani, tumekosa mafuta. Unakuta watu wanatuma pesa kutoka US, wanasema tumefungiwa mahali fulani. Penat, walikuwa na changa pesa. Kampeni ya Bobi Wine, I was one of them. Nilitumia pesa yangu na mimi ni Mkenya. Walikuwa wanaenda agents, wanasema tuko ngapi, wanaambiwa wanasema watu wanatuma pesa kutoka Europe, watu wanatuma pesa kutoka huko Dubai. I'm telling you, Bobi Wine agents, mtu anajitokezea. Sasa tunataka Kenya tujue namna hiyo. Agents wanasema shida ni nini? Mtu anasema, agents wanasema tunataka kukula. Mobilization Ugandans wametushinda very far. I'm telling you guys. Mimi nilifanya hiyo. Hata mimi nilikuta Bobi Wine ameshingirwa na polisi, hawana chakula, wako msituni, tulituma pesa. Na driver tu anapeana namba yake, hutaki kujua ni nani ama nani, wanasema tuko mahali fulani. Na election ya Uganda, hiyo kijana vile mnaona alipita kwa sababu ya watu ya diaspora. Watu walituma pesa $20, $100, $200, na wanatumia tu mahali wako agents. Sisi tunataka wa Kenya, tafadhali, tuko wengi. I hope tunaweza fanya kitu kama hiyo. Ugandans waliamuka, and I want us in US, in diaspora, in everywhere. Shika kila mahali. Hawa walikuwa naambiana, kama wewe unatoka Western, kama wewe unatoka Central, kama unatoka wapi, and that is what we want to know. Constituencies, tunataka kujua penalty. Hiyo ni hisabu watu wangesema sahi. Otherwise, kama tunategemea hiyo vile tunanyamaza hivi na tunasema baba aongoze, sijui tuko na makura ngapi, sisi kama diaspora tutapeana nini? Hatuwezi patia Raila pesa, hatupatii Martha Karua pesa, lakini ukipatia watu ya kwenyu, isemekane Martin amelete gari, amepepa watu, hata kama ni watu 10 utapepa kwa siku, itakuwa imefanya kitu. Please Kenyans, please tufanye hiyo. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. A great challenge, and I believe we are equal to the task. All we need to do is accept responsibility. No change comes easily. Every good happening has to be made to happen, and it costs. So it's good that we do our feasibility study and know which role can we play where. If everybody took care of their own doorstep, the whole world will be clean. So I think it's a good challenge that we all must buy into it and make happen. Talking alone is not enough. We must move into the action line. Very, very true. I support that. And we will do our very best to see to it that everyone gets what is due. Isantos alitoroka, alikuwa anatupatia namba zake, ni namba zake zilikuwa za Betin labda. So kama amerudi, mrudisha huku, naona kwa comments amebadilisha jina. Mwambie arudi huko atupatie namba zake hizo tuone vile zinakaa. Yeye ndio alianzisha, alafu anahepa. All the same. Yes, Bob.
Bernard iko bwana kwa government section ambaye anapiga mayoyo huko, na sijui anatakaje, manake nilikuwa nimeongelea kuhusu Nairobi. Yeye anaanza anaambia our viewers na wale wanatusikiza ya kwamba Nairobi inataka mtu mkali, ya kwamba Agathe sio mtu mkale. Sasa mimi nashindwa, hii Nairobi kwani wanataka mtu ambaye ni tyrant ama wanataka mtu wa kuwafanyia kazi? Manake mimi nadhani ile ni capital city ambaye tunafaa tuilinde kabisa, manake iko na GDP yake is almost 50 billion. Sasa mtu akisema nyinyi watu mnataka mtu ambaye ni mkali, ni mkali mgani huyo bwana Bernard mnataka?
So wanasema ni nani? Sakaja ndio mkali.
Sasa ndio huyo ndio mkali. Sasa mimi sijui ukali gani.
Ukali wake uko wapi? Inamaanisha kufanya nini? You know, kuna vile watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanafanya kampeni ya decampaign somebody. But campaign is not all about decampaigning another person. The campaign is you give what the other person has advantage over the other. Not for you to tell us this one is bad because I am good. and ours is good because this one is bad. That's not debating. Give us reasons why you think Sakaja can perform better than Igade, and give us historical facts to prove that. If you can't, then you are just as good who's making confession. Like there is Hassan Mohammed, he says Ukon UDA, Tana River UDA, Mombasa UDA, Kakamega UDA, and all that. That will make no difference. It's just you're filling up the comment section by repeating yourself, and it's not helping much. There is a reason why Nairobi needs good managers and good leadership. For that to happen, we need to have some people with experience. In my opinion, Sakaja is too naive for that to do. It will be worse than Sonko, given that responsibility, because it doesn't have sound experience. This city is a great city. It's the capital city, and it has a lot of things that Sakaja ataumwa siku ya kwanza tu. He may be impeached in 3 weeks' time if he doesn't take his time. So, in my opinion, let the best man win, but when everybody plays their role. Naomba tumsikilize Henry ndio turudi kwa Lara. Henry, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, Martin, Bob, Nyerere, Selina, Eric, Rora. I appreciate so much for the contributions, and I can comment on what Selina has just said about giving a hand back there, because I can put it this way: if we start like a contribution to the base, so that from there you can be giving. I mean, you can giving hand where it is needed, and I think maybe that way it can work too, if depending on what the way we may see it. And for right now, what I can see, we don't need to be talking much about what is going on back there about the campaigns. I think everything's going good, except what we saw today. But you can't be 100% perfect. Sometimes such things come in so that you get enlightened, and maybe ndio unairefuka bale makosa inatokea. Now, when you are a leader, you expect such. Then from there, you know exactly the way you are leading. And this what I say. This about maybe the handouts or whichever these guys use who are seeking for these positions. I've seen today somebody sent me a clip whereby I don't know where they were campaigning, and I saw the campaigning vehicle overturned and maybe fell on some guys. I don't know if you have seen it. Somebody posted it on Facebook, and I just saw it, like it was posted like 3 hours ago. That's why I say maybe these guys, they were chasing those 200, 300, 500 shillings because they wanted to sing this Osoro. And Osoro, wherever he's on platform, I've seen him talk just that there's nothing that comes out of this guy. I don't know, because all he say is money. And you see, this man has caused maybe lives, because the way that car, the vehicle turned, and I think something bad might have happened. I just guess, because I heard them, because it is my language, I heard what the mamas were crying from the background. So let us enlighten these, educate these young guys, because you see, maybe they have broken their legs, their lips, or some have died because of 1,000 or 500 or 100 shillings. This cannot help. And I think one of my contributions, I said, my family members, I tell them, in case you want to go for the 200, let me give you 2,000 so that you don't go. And in my lifetime, I've never gone for campaigns even before I come here. Why? When you look at it this critically, there's nothing you gain from there. It's just you lose. You hate to get hurt, you hate a fight, or there's something bad comes out of, Soro was not there. But these guys, the fear which overturned on them, they lose their lives. Or maybe if they have fractures, or Soro is not going to take care of them. What he wants is to get the seat, and that's it. So we cannot be telling, that's why I was saying, we cannot telling people, after this meeting, you come and line up, I give you something. Is that the kind of government we are talking about? We want to be like 100 yards away from, this is what we don't want. Handouts, and this money cannot lead you nowhere. People are just, because I've had one of the contributors say, and I think Selena said, the Wamama were told. That's why I say Moi was at the back of these crashes, because whenever there was time for elections, there would be crashes between the Kisses and the Kalenjin or the Kipsigs. Then he come there and say, now I want to. Then the mama say, he has brought the peace. Now we have to vote him in. We should not want to use this, the criteria Uda is using. We don't want to see such things happen. A lot of guys lose their lives, or maybe they get hurt because unapatiwa pesa kidogo, and you are told, okay, now we want to take this seat. We don't want, if you want to take it, take the seat because you want to serve the people, not because you are greedy, you want to go, and after you get the seat, it's just grabbing, putting your people, maybe your family members, your friends, your tribe members. This cannot work. Let us tell the people the truth, and let us be like brothers and sisters. Okay, I see Selena is asking something.
Yes, nilisema siasa, nilisema wamama walikuwa napigia Moi kura kwa sababu Moi alikuwa naongea kuhusu kina mama na watoto. So ukisema ati watu walikuwa nalete vita, alafu Moi anaenda kuambia hapana, vita imeanza juzi. I'm saying slogan ya Moi ilikuwa ni kura yake yote wakati alipata ni wamama, kwa sababu sana sana Moi alikuwa na defend, anasema wanaume wakienda vita, wenye wanaumia ama wenye wako nyumbani ni wamama na watoto. So ukisema ati alikuwa napiganisha watu ndiye akuja aombe kura, that is not right. I know kuna wakati wa Kalenjin na Wakisii wamekosana, but mimi kusema kura ya kina mama, nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba wamama this time round wametoka kwenda mkutano sa siasa, the love of a woman. Wameona mwenzake, wameona mwenzao ako kwa debe. That is why hii mkutano mingi unaona ya baba imekuwa inasingirwa na kina mama. So wakati tunaposema mambo haiendi vizuri, kwa sababu wakati nilifananisha, I was saying the way I see women are coming out now. So ukisema ati alikuwa nalete vita alafu anaambia wamama, that is wrong. Mtu anaweza kuwa, I cannot depend Moi 100%. Kuna mambo mazuri mzee alifanya kwa nchi ya Kenya. Kuna mambo hii watu walikuwa na Moi walifanya makosa. And I think during Moi time, alijaribu kuunite country. Hakuna siku watu wangepigana vile tunaona sai. So for real, amelala, alituongoza, alifanya mzuri. We don't want to go back there. Mtu Kibaki alifanya yake kidogo na amepumzika. Moi alifanya yake na ameenda. We are talking of what we are going to do now. So please, I'm sorry, lakini singe nyamaza ukisema ati Selina amesema ya kwamba ni vile Moi alikuwa anapiganisha watu alafu anarudi anaongelesha wamama. No.
Okay. Can I say something, Serena?
As you said.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So what I meant is this. I meant this because these fights or the tribal clashes, in most cases, they used to happen during electioneer time like now. That's what I meant. I didn't say you say that. Okay, the way I understood you and the way you got me might be slightly different, but why is it that this was happening during electioneer time? That's what my feeling, that this might have been contributed. And you see, even right now, some things are happening which don't happen before we come to close to election time. That's why I say maybe this was contributed because of the politics. Okay, I just related it the way you say that. Of course, when there is a fight, it is the mama and the children who get more affected. But the thing is, why is it that this happens during electioneer time? That's why my feeling is that this happened because they wanted to use it. Like now you see so many things are happening so that people use it. People are throwing stones, people are doing this so that they get sympathy, or like this is the right way to go. But in the other way, it is not the right way. So I didn't mean that our former president, so that's why I said we are not 100% perfect. Because why I see that this happens, in between we are good. But when it comes to during the time of election time, that's when we see all these things happen. That's when we see somebody.
Moi aliwaambia siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. If you elect a wrong leaders, that is where we go wrong. So Moi alisema ukabila, he said that. Alikuwa Kasarani. Akasema mumesema tukue na chama mingi, but ninawaomba wa Kenya, ukabila itakuja kuamaliza. Baba Moi alisema maisha mbaya, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. We elect wrong leaders. Mtu anakuja kuongea kuhusu Wakalenjin, and because of him, si ati anakuja kuongea kwa sababu yeye ndiye anasaidia Wakalenjin wote. Mtu anatumia weakness ya kabila ya Wakisii, but it is not all Kisis watafaitika. So sisi wa Kenya ndiye we elect the wrong leaders. Kama mtu anatoka jamii yako, for example, anakuambia mimi ni Mkale, na nyinyi yote Wakale mnakuja kuuawa ama kufanyiwa, can you ask that person, tunakuja kuuawa kwa nini? Sasa Moi alitufunza na akatuambia the wrong, mkichagua watu wabaya, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. And that is what we are getting today in Kenya, because we don't elect the right people. Mtu akikuja, si umuulize kama unataka tuende tupigane, si utoe watoto yako waende mbele, nje sisi yetu wakuje. Lakini unaona kama hiyo tumeona leo Marsabit, ni wanaume wawili wanapigania kiti ya gavana. Wale watu wamerusha mawe, hawakutoka Kisii, hawakutoka Nandi, ni wenyewe ya hiyo, lakini wametumia hiyo vijana, wametumia watu kufanya nini? Kwa sababu ya ufinafsi ya mtu moja. Kama unataka kuwa gavana, usa sera yenye itasaidia watu ya Mandera ama Isiolo. But ona vile walifanya. Kabila gani ilikuwa pale? Ati ni sisi tunachakua watu wabaya. Example hiyo tumeona leo ni hiyo ya Mandera. Penat, hiyo ni watu ya kabila moja. Ni tofauti, unasikia ni tofauti ya clan ama jamii. So do we say kuna mtu ametoka Kikuyuni ama ametoka Ukambani kwenda kuincite? Ni kama watu ya Mandera ama Isiolo today, hawa watu wawili wamelete vita, wangewekwa kando na wachakue a neutral person. Hata hiyo Ndeto anakataa ya independent. Kama kuna mtu independent, elect that person, because unakuja kupigania mbele ya Raila ndiye aone huko na watu wengi. Sasa hiyo si ni vita? Na hiyo si ni kuchakua viongozi mbaya?
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Both of you have a point. Historically, like we have talked about Youth for KANU 92. That was a formation that was put together to help President Moi's re-election in the emergency of the multi-party elections. Remember, previously we didn't have presidential elections for an extended period of time. It was after you are the only candidate in KANU, and KANU being Chama cha Baba na Mama, there was no other political party. So as long as President Moi was not opposed as the party leader for KANU, he automatically became Kenya's president, and there was no going to the ballot to decide who becomes president for a long time until 92. And historically also, it is part of our politics that is we call bad politics, where when an opponent feels threatened by an imminent lose for elections, we opt into reducing the other person's votes. And one of the methods of reducing the other person's votes is displacing people. And that is the resurgence of clashes. If you look at the clashes in the 90s, 97, 92, 97, 2007, and then all those, they have something to do with somebody fearing to lose an election because a certain people are going to vote for this other party. So he looks for a way of bringing about instability or insecurity so that people can go away. Like what is now happening in Baringo, the Laikipia issues and all that. Some of it, when it's investigated, you will notice it has some political connotations where mtu anafeel ako threatened kwa ground because ground is going to vote this other side. So the best way to reduce the number of the votes of his opponent is get the people who will vote for the opponent to move away from their polling station so that they don't vote, because the day for elections may find them away from the place where they're supposed to vote. And so we have a bad history in terms of determining leadership, where we want to force certain people into leadership position to an extent whereby we risk the lives of the very Kenyans in the name of we want to have a certain person has to be the leader of a particular place. Now, if we let the votes decide who will be the leader without external interference, Mike talked about it, external interference, we will have good leaders because people will have determined, like Northeastern is usually settles on a leader by the decision taken by the elders. Now, if we let the elders decide and then people went to the ballot and the will of the people was seen on the ballot and that person becomes the leader, we will not have animosity. But this other animosity that is sponsored by evil people to go and settle people simply because they feel threatened, that in itself is wrong, and we shouldn't allow that. And so as much as we have a bad history, we can't deny that bad history, but we can correct it at this point in time. We are now more civilized, we are more advanced, we are more informed. So let's use that new information we have to win our elections, or lose because our information did not work, other than turning people's lives in, making people's lives be destroyed because of your political ambition. Hakuna haja ya kudisplace wamama, watoto na wazee eti kwa sababu ni lazima uchaguliwe. Kama ni uchaguzi, wacha ikuwe uchaguzi, isikuwe udikteta ama kulazimisha mtu fulani au kiongozi. Uongozi kama ni watu wanakupa huo uongozi, iwe ni watu wamekupa, si wewe umejilazimisha kwa watu. Ukishachukua hiyo ofisi tena sasa ndio unaanza kufanya mikutano ya amani ili uombe watu kukubali, ili uanze. By the time you settle down in the office, 3 years of the 5 years is already spent in red tape diplomacy, other than you facing your job. So tukubali kwamba tuko na history mbaya, na kuna wale watu ambao ungependa kutumia historia mbaya kuendeleza ubaya wao, wakipretend kwamba wana support the new constitution. There are people who still don't believe in this new constitution, and that is why you see people have a very big, a very negative attitude towards independent, as if being independent is illegal. It's not illegal. To be independent is provided for by the constitution, and it is the people to decide who will be their leader. Sasa wewe kwenda kuita watu wa independent hawa ni hawana mbele na nyuma, hawana mtu wao, wakienda bunge hawezi kufanya chochote, it is not true. The truth is any leader can lead anywhere. Tulipeana mfano wa huyu ni sio Laikipia, ni Nyandarua.
Ni Laikipia.
Yes, the independent governor. Yes, is an independent governor, but with all MCS either from Jubilee or from the other party. So he didn't have his own MCS. Kama ni independent MCS walikuwa wachache sana, lakini kwa sababu ya hekima na ability ya kuongoza ameweza ku lobby all these people kupitisha bills, na hiyo county imefunction for 5 years. So verify watu kwa sababu ni independent ama kuwaonea kwa sababu ni independent ni kupungukiwa na ufahamu, ama ni kutaka tu kuwa mkorofi kwa sababu umechagua kuwa mkorofi, si eti aujui ukweli. Na hao watu wote wanajua ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba independent wanaweza kufunction bora mtu awe na ability ya kuongoza, na hata kama amekuwa nominated na ni kiongozi. Sasa kama Elijah, okay, Beatrice Elijah amekuwa nominated twice, I think so, and then now see what she is. Look at her presentation, or even on TV shows, the kind of wisdom. I listened to her interview on Mlembe FM, and I was shocked that she has command of Luya language than me. I grew up in the village. I cannot express myself like she does. Her kind of vocabulary is shocking. Now, we wouldn't see that if somebody did not pick her, brought her in the limelight, and brought her to show her leadership skills. So tukubali kwamba mabadiliko yakifanyika, tuende na hayo mabadiliko, tusiyapinge kufika kiwango ambacho tunataka kufanya nini, kuwaumiza maisha ya watu, kudisplace watu eti kwa sababu lazima fulani awe kiongozi. Uongozi wa kulazimishwa haufai katika this civilized society. Let's move forward understanding. Ukipoteza hii kura, jaribu 2007, I mean 2027. Ukishindwa hiyo, jaribu 2032. Endelea kujaribu mpaka siku ile utapata. Na ni Wakenya wanakupatia hiyo madaraka. Kama wamekunyima, hata ukijilazimisha watakutibua tu. Si nani alikuwa rais miaka ngapi?
Waambie wajaribu kama baba amejaribu mara 4. Hii ni ya 5.
Yes, that is why we need mtu anaamini kwa constitution. Kama imekunyima, imekunyima. hata kama umenyang'anywa, kuna ile hali ya kuachilia mambo. Even in a home family, kuna kuanki ati mzee amesema na mama amesupport all through. Kuna wakati ambapo unajua hii decision mzee amesema ni mbaya, lakini ni yeye ameamua na yeye ndio ako na haki ya kuamua. Wacha tu tumsupport, but tunajua ni makosa, but eventually things work out. So let's grow up, let's appreciate our changes and move forward. Naomba sasa tulete Olara, unless kuna swala lingine, ili tusikae sana hapo. Na hata kabla Olara aje, kuna video moja ningependa kucheza kabla nani aje. Yes, Nyerere, iko nini? Nyerere, una swali?
Nilikuwa naomba kama itawezekana, kuna video ngine, kuna interview fulani baina ya Citizen na William Ruto, ilikuwa anahojiwa na JK Live. Kama utapata kuhusu shamba ya Trans Nzoia, kama utaipata uicheze tafadhali.
Hiyo ni ngoma kali.
Ukipata uicheze hiyo.
Let me see if I can get, but there are some videos we are trying to control not to play them because ziko na connotation fulani ambayo haiendi vizuri, and then we don't want to be.
We're supposed to trust the institutions, isn't it? My friend, the fact that I am elected deputy president means the people of Kenya, if things go wrong in this government, President Uhuru Kenyatta and I will be the ones to be asked. Forget even about MD of, I don't know, some organization, cabinet secretary this and cabinet secretary that. Ultimately, the people that were given the mandate to run the affairs of this government by the people of Kenya is President Uhuru Kenyatta and I. Tell me for 1 minute, why, after the trust that people of Kenya put on me, why would I sit on national television and say something that's untrue? And to what gain and to what end?
Nimesikia ule jamaa ati ambaye alituambia ati mtu ya kuendesha bodaboda, ati mtu ya mkokoteni na wheelbarrow, ati biashara yao ni takataka. Ati nimesikia tena jana amesema biashara ya watu wa mtumba, ati wanafanya biashara na bidhaa ya watu maiti. Mimi nataka niwaambie wale wote wanafanya biashara ya aina zote, wale wanafanya biashara ya mtumba, watu karibu 2,000,000 wanafanya hiyo biashara. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie hakuna mtu ataharibu biashara yenu. Sisi tutafanya kazi na nyinyi wafanyabiashara wa mtumba, ili nyinyi katika clothing industry tuwasaidie, ili tutengeneze textile manufacturing and textile industry katika program yetu ya bottom up. Nyinyi ndio mtakuwa wawekezaji katika clothing industry, nyinyi ndio mtakuwa investors katika textile industry, ambayo itatupatia nafasi ya kukuza kutoka mitumba mpaka ifike ile kiwango ya juu, ile ya watu ambao wanatumia katika industry kubwa. Na sisi wote tukubaliane kwamba textile industry ni textile industry ambayo iko na umuhimu na maana katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tumekubaliana?
Hi, love.
Yes, darling.
Let me guess. Coffee?
Yeah. Oh, yes, it's halfway down the line for the year 2022. And here at Optivin, we're giving you an opportunity to stay warm this season. Buy a plot of land at Celebration Gardens, Kitengela. Celebration Gardens comes with Marram roads, trees along the internal roads, and will have water and electricity amongst other features. For every $699K that you place as deposit or installment towards any of Optivin's plot of land, we gift you a brand new coffee maker to make you feel warm. Changamkia ploti na Optivin. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Okay, Manolana, karibu.
Asante sana, nimefurahia mazungumzo mpaka sasa, na the amount of wisdom tumepata leo. Hii rekodi ya leo should be a trademark, should be a bookmark for your Mutembei TV. Leo hatukupata washenzi, hatukupata watu wa kuongea mambo upuzi. Leo tumeongea practicals. Na practicals, hata hiyo advert yako leo umepatiana hapa. Nimeipenda sana hiyo advert. Hiyo advert is good. Ingawa hiyo advert haikusema hiyo plot ni kiasi pesa, inalipa pesa ngapi after 699,000 hiyo. Wangetuambia nini after that. I'll call you, you can contact me later. Lakini narudi kwa Mama Selina kwanza, nampongeza kwa hiyo logistical politics. What she talked about is actually logistical politics. In US, mtu anafagia barabara, akisikia siasa enda vibaya, anatoa dola moja.
Mr. Olara, niombe tu tafadhali, please. Keep. Now that you're here, and I know you can do it, please, because I was wondering how I'm going to show this na najua unaweza onyesha. Can you go to census.gov.foreign trade for Kenya and get it? I have it on my computer. It's from 92, I believe. Because I know you can show it.
Census for Kenya?
It's no, it's census.gov. It's for US. Trade between US and Kenya. Let me know if you get it.
Okay, send me the link on WhatsApp. Then watch our Lara Maliza.
Okay, sawa. Unajua last time nilikuwa very angry na another
Bernard, wacha nichomoke kidogo nitumie kipa ndafu nitarudi. Uniangalie.
Haina kwa.
Sawa, go ahead. Thank you.
Sasa unajua Masi amenivuruga, lakini my sequence of contribution was nianze na mama hiyo kitu umesema activism in unajua tumeongea sana, lakini sasa lazima tuanze tutoe na sadaka yako. Najua Bernard lazima tuchangie channel yako hiyo, kwa sababu I think at last tutakuja kwako. Wewe utakuja kutuambia kijiji gani haina kitu, kijiji gani hajapiga kura. Lakini as a promise to this channel na mbele ya all panelists na kwako Bernard, najua ni mtu wa Mungu, mimi na pledge at least $100 ya uchaguzi. Kama unataka kuchukua saizi ukae nayo, alafu uombeleza watu wa kupeleka na mtu ana gari yake ana mafuta. I'm pledging $100 for improved of balance na usajili kitu na wake up, and I'm subscribing to your channel immediately, because now it's matter of life and death. Vile Mama Selina amesema, tukiongea hapa tunatoka, lakini there's no actionable lessons we learned. Mimi niko na bibi yangu, mimi niko na mtoto wangu, mimi niko na watu wangu. Kuna watu tunaongeaga tu Kenya ni mbaya, unga imekuwa pesa mingi, lakini kuna kitu
on that level. Unajua hii level ya unga tu, sio level hii ya siasa kubwa kubwa na mama Selina ajua muzindaro hiyo muzindaro ya Waganda hiyo wanatembea na magari na maspika kubwa wanasema muzindaro hii siasa ya speakers. Muzindaro is Luganda language for speakers. Hiyo siasa ya muzindaro walipiga sana, lakini it's been 35 years. Waligundua wanaweza kunyonyezana kwa masikio, hapa iko hivi, hapa iko vile. Hiyo ndo Mama Selina anamin. If I'm not taking the initiative from her. Anamin, speak to next year. Hii mdomo wako kuna watu unakuanga na wao, sio? Hata kwa matatu, kwa gari, kwa kazini. Kuna hiyo next year. We have to do the siasa of next year. Not year. Hiyo masikio.
Yo, the way you pronounce ear, Mkalenjin describe vingine, Mluo atasema ear, mwingine atasema ear, lakini amen masikio. Tufanye siasa ya masikio. Na ba Bernard, kwanza wewe sijui umepata hiyo political science na hiyo siasa ya kuanalyze mavitu na kucomment after sisi wapi, lakini in fact najua you lean somewhere in Western, lakini you have a national heart. Nafikiria niyo Biblia yako imekufundisha vizuri. Wewe umefundishwa na watu wazuri, na hukuingia pale kwa sababu unataka pesa ya kujenga kanisa yako, ukule pesa ya watu. Wewe umekuja hapa kuserve, and I can see it from your mdomo yako, you speak right thing. You maintain that for a longest time, lakini najua sangine mambo Azimio na UDA unakuanga kidogo unalemea watu upande mwingine, lakini hiyo ni siasa. Second ni kwa
Okay, Olara.
Na kuja wacha nimalizie tu Mama Selina, wacha nimalizie tu Mama Selina.
One moment, Mama ngoja
Mama Selina, wacha nimalizie tu. Ni dakika moja tunachukua tu. I don't have more. The other point was disrupted. Na kuhusu ile argument yako Mama Selina na Stanley, hiyo nimeelewa. Lakini from the angle Bernard amechukua, hatuna shida, lakini ile kitu nataka Mama Selina saizi, kwa sababu wewe ulikuwa kwenye field before us, 52 years now, na hiyo vitu umeongea yote niliona kwa macho yangu, niliimba na nikasema Nyayo tosha, nikasema nani, nikasema nini, nilishangilia vitu mingi. 52 years now, lakini kuna a trait, kuna wewe ni kiongozi peke yake ambaye umekuja umesema siko kula, na mimi nasema inakuanga hivi. Siasa ni mbaya, lakini Baba Moi alisaidia watoto, school fees ilikuwa chini, mahindi ilikuwa chini, kila kitu ilikuwa chini. Hata kama siasa ilikuwa moto vipi, hakukubali watu waumie. Lakini saizi kuna njia tumechukua, hiyo trajectory after Y2 na Y2K tukapanda hivyo. Baba Moi people wali override, wakasema baba, hiyo siasa umekubali ya mingi hii, sasa lazima ufanye kimingi kama wewe. Na hawa watu wa mingi ndo saizi, hawa watu ndo wameendelea hiyo siasa mpaka saizi tumefika. Unga ilikuwa inaongezekana shilingi moja tu every year, shilingi moja ama shilingi moja na sumuni ama shilingi mbili, inakuwa 27, 27.50, 27.80, tagena na punganga 27.70, lakini ilikuwa balanced budget. I repeated this balanced, ndo tujue saizi haiko balance, saizi ni tu juu zaidi kama KANU, lakini all in all fresh blood must be put in the politics. Wajakoya came in with just an angle of the politics, lakini Wajakoya si mtu wa bangi. Anasemanga fikirieni vingine pia. Unajua, as I conclude, Bernard, I know in your heart of hearts, and Mama Selina in your heart of hearts, our politics is very, very, very expensive. And the politicians are not paying for that. They use us to pay for that politics. Sasa, ukianza kuona mtu hana degree anaenda kwa kitu, mtu amefungwa na bangi anaenda anasimamia MP, mtu ameua mtu anasimamia governor, mtu ameua watu kama 7 na bado ni an executive, mtu ambaye pesa yetu bado ni mtu anasimamia kitu, mtu dada yako ama nani ameua. So Mr. Bernard, I don't have right words to put it. Just include that in your your wise summaries. I know you're a man of holy pot Peter hapo hiyo kitu nataka tu summarize. Our politics is not the politics. Our politics is the money in the politics. And what they gain after the politics is what is corrupting us. So, if you can find a summary to that, and I'm willing to pay with my blood, with my own money, as Mama Selina said, tuanze hiyo siasa mingi sasa zinaongea mafuta mingi, hiyo ni upuzi tu. Nataka hiyo tuende kwa hiyo njia Mama Selina. Mama Selina, you have your grassroots. You can talk with Bernard. We can all talk to each other. I can talk to my people around me. I have my people coming within my area. We can send $100 each, $500. At the end of it, if you give us a blue map how to do it, we can start organizing now. And don't tell me there's a campaigner for a Baba or what to do that. We have to have a grassroots, our own feelings. We should distributing that money. We are not going to use the money to support any candidate, but we are going to use it to facilitate people to go and express their honest view of how our country has become. Not is because we had a good country just 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we were paying 28 shillings for one kilogram of what? Okay, we may drive on something, but don't bring us the development on 10 times fold of that same amount of the. I submit. I know I can talk until morning because I'm very painful. I'm 52 years. I've been hard. I saw the first president, I saw the second one, I saw the third one. I'm now seeing the 5th one, inshallah. It will be Baba. Thank you, Bernard and Mama Selina. Keep on spewing advice to us. I can listen to you, I can feel you. Na wewe you are genuine. Nimemaliza.
Nimetoa 100. Sasa Bernard ataanza kuwa na 200. Tumesema hiyo ni wakati ya election.
Hatukusikii.
Kuna kitu moja nasema, umesema 100. Mimi nimetoa
Mama Selina, sikusikii mama, sikusikii.
Okay. Bwana Lara, you seem to have an issue alone because we can hear Mama Selina. Are you able to hear me, Olara? Unmute Olara.
Nimemaliza.
Okay, asante. Are you able to get me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, then I can hear Mama Selina. You are saying you can't hear her?
Okay,
I think there's a problem with audios. Let me get back and come in back.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I can't hear her. Let me just get back.
You organize your audio, Olara, then you'll get back.
Okay, nikimalizia pena ndiye nipeane.
Yeah.
Wakati ya Moi tulikuwa na cereals. cereals ilikuwa imejaa chakula everywhere. Mahindi ilikuwa imewekwa kwa store. Munakumbuka wakati 2013 mtu hata huyo anaitwa Ndwale, yeye alienda store, ilikuwa Kakamega ama sijui wapi. Hii serikali ilitoa chakula yote, ilikuwa kwa store. Ile ilikuwa storage imewekwa na chakula ya Kenya, na mkasikia hiyo watu walichipatia tenda na wakauza mpaka leo. Kenya hii hakuna mahindi iko cereal. Cereal hiyo imekondeshwa, imekuwa hiyo manini, watu wameweka vitu yao. Inchi haitakuwa na njaa ama unga haitakuwa expensive. Kwa nini peanut? Na hii serikali 2013 walienda kutoa mahindi yenye ilikuwa imewekwa, ilikuwa imejaa kwa cereals. That is why chakula ilikuwa hakuna vile mahindi ingepanda juu. But as we are talking today, cereal yenye Moi alikuwa ameweka store yote Kenya, Ruto na group yake na sijui Uhuru tu alikuwa president yao pia, kweli walifungua. Unajua ukienda kufungua store hata hiyo yako ya baba yako ikongolewe mahindi yote ishe, ati mnangojea mahindi ya miaka hiyo na mvua isiponyesha. Hapo ndio mahali tulipata shida. Na baba akichukua serikali saa hii, ile kitu tunataka kuomba warudishe hiyo maneno ya cereals, chakula ichae cereals kama samani. Hata kama watatoa kutoka wapi, tunataka kuona our stores, nyumba zetu chakula imejaa. Bila hiyo hakuna vile chakula itarudi chini. Asante.
Okay. Thank you, Mama Selina. It's the government responsibility to see to it that it creates a good environment for every Kenyan to thrive in whatever engagement they are in, whether it is service provision or whether they are commodities and physical properties that they are making available. And because we're having a free market, most time there was no free market. The prices were determined by the government and we had that monopoly. And then also there was also an aspect of the economy we had during Moi's time that was directly controlled in Britain, where the production of the money was determined by the demand. Okay, if there is demand for extra pounds, we just produce those pounds only. And then when they are excess, we withdraw all of them from the market. We regulate everything from there. And that is what informed the change of cost. Ilikuwa sukari inapanda na sumni inarudi chini tena namna hiyo, because the economy is tightly controlled. But now in a free market, it is supply and demand. But the government can still help out in that by ensuring that the food that is stored, like that cereals, are not opened at the wrong time and they are not used for wrong purpose. Like right now, they are being abused in the sense that instead of them storing food for the time when there will be scarcity, then the food will be released, they are storing food that belong to somebody who is looking for when to sell it. So he's using government property to preserve his personal maize that he will use to sell as a private entity when he has been using government facility to protect and preserve the maize. The reason why the cereals were built by the government is so that they will give out the maize at a subsidized price, so that the price in the market will not fluctuate unnecessarily. Hiyo inamaanisha kama mahindi ilinunuliwa 2,000 wakati serikali inatoa, haiwezi kuiuza 4,000. Kama itaongeza 300 juu yake, like that, so that when that maize gets into the market, the price of the flour will not increase exponentially for nothing. So I think we need also to recapture this our serious back, because they have been taken over by the cartels, na hizo cartels ndio zinafanya nini? Zinaharibu uchumi wa nchi kwa kutumia serikali kufanya biashara inaitwa private business. So all those people who think that they are more privileged and they should be using government property to do personal business needs to be arrested and taken to book, because hiyo ni unyama, kwa sababu wewe unatumia kile kitu kinapaswa kusaidia wananchi kujinufaisha wewe mwenyewe. Baadaye wewe ndio utakuja kulia hapa ukisema bei ya vyakula imepanda, hii serikali itafanya kitu, handshake ndio ilifanya hivi. Handshake hii kuchukua serious, haikukula mahindi kwa store, haikupanda mahindi ikaingiza kwa nchi kwa nini, kwa njia isiyo halali. All those things we need to accept. Kuna makosa wakati wewe unatumia GK, gari ya GK kufanya personal business, unatumia mafuta ya serikali kwa sababu serikali ndio inalipa, wewe unatumia for personal gain, and then at the end you blame the same government. That is wrong. So it is good that we look at these things keenly. Or Lara talked about the politics of money and politics. Politics from the past, if I could look at it, was a service you offered. Most of the people never got into politics for money. Unlike today, people get into politics for money. Kina Martin Shikuku, Masinde Muliro, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, all those people never got into politics for the money. They got into politics for the service they were offering to humanity. And if there was no salary, it could not affect their articulation and their commitment and their passion to protect and defend their country. We need all to get back there. Hii story ya kuchanganya politics na biashara ndio inaongeza wizi na corruption. Wewe unataka kutumia ofisi ya serikali kufanya mambo ambayo yananufaisha wewe, na hata kama inachangia kuharibu nchi, you don't feel anything, kwa sababu you got this for the sake of the money and you are making that money at the expense of everyone else. Who is the watchdog that is supposed to stick his neck out to defend the country if it's not the members of parliament who are the representatives of the people, the MCAs who are the representative of the people, the senators who are the representative of the people? Which people are you representing if you are using that office to do your own connections, to do your own business, to benefit your own family? So watu wakubali, kama wewe unataka kufanya private business, kaa tu kwa biashara, usiingize siasa, utumie siasa kufanya biashara. Ukitumia siasa kufanya biashara, wewe ndio mnachangia corruption, na hiyo corruption ndio inaharibu nchi. So we don't need to hire you, pay you salary to help us destroy the country. It makes no sense. You offer yourself, we hire you, we put you in office, then you use that office to destroy the very things we hired you to protect. Hakuna haja. So tukubali kwamba to analyze maneno vizuri, tukubali kama unachukua public office, you are a public servant, and your number one responsibility is to take care of public property. Protect it, because you are a steward of the people of Kenya, to take care of the resources of Kenya. But if you are the one plundering the same resources, destroying the same resources, and using it for personal gain, you are the wrong man. You are the wrong person in that office. And you need to be publicly, named, shamed, and punished. Kwa sababu huwezi kutumia mali ya umma kufanya biashara yako binafsi, alafu tena unakuja kutuambia serikali ni mbaya, na wewe ndio uko kwa hiyo serikali. Hakuna haja ya mambo kama hayo. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya lazima tupevuke, tuelewe kwamba mtu akiitisha kuwa MP, kila ameitisha ni kusimamia resources za hiyo constituency yote. Si eti aende bunge akule mshahara. Mshahara is byproduct. hizo inaitwa nini, what are they called, the bonuses, the privileges that come by the MP are not the motivation for somebody becoming an MP. They shouldn't be. The service you're offering to the people should be the motivation. The protecting of the resources, the multiplication of those resources should be the motivation. Na kila Mkenya lazima sasa aweka watu kwa mizani, awakague huyu moyo wake unasimamia nini. What is he eyeing? Why does he want to be a senator? Why does he want to be a president? Why does he want to be an MCA? Is it so that also his community can produce a leader? Is that the right motivation? If that is the motivation, then that person needs to be schooled first. Let him appreciate that public service is for serving the people, and you serve the people at your own expense. Yes, at your own expense. You risk your family, you risk your comfort, you risk almost everything you have because you want to serve the public. If that is not what you want, then keep away from public office. Don't ask for it. And nobody's going to knock at your door and say, come and serve us because you're a public servant when you have denied to take that. So I don't want to talk too much, but I believe that sets a clear picture. Tukubali wale watu wanaweza kujitoa muhanga kuserve wa Kenya wapewe nafasi ya kufanya hivyo. Wale wanataka kujitakia makubwa, okay? Wanataka kutumia public office kujinufaisha, hao watu wote wafungiwe nje, kwa sababu hao ndio wezi, hao ndio wanaenda kusababisha corruption, hao ndio wanaenda ku abuse hiyo office. So kama serious, kwa sababu mimi ni deputy president, napigia simu yule mtu anasimamia wherever hiyo serial board, na namwambia haya, mahindi yangu ndio inakuja lori kama 15 hivi, hakikisha zote zimeingia kabla ya lori nyingine imeingia. That is abuse of office. That's misuse of public resources. Na njaa ikianza, wewe ndio wa kwanza kulia na kusema vile serikali haijafanya kazi. So the new government that comes in, let's multiply those cereals. Kuna chakula ya kutosha hapa Kenya. Ni tunapaswa tu kuidistribute vizuri. Serikali ikubali. Wakati tuko na surplus ya mapera Western, mapera iteremshwe cost. Okay? Ili bei ya mapera ibaki mahali ilikuwa, kwa sababu there is transportation of food. We have surplus of potatoes in Kinangop. Zinaozea kwa shamba na wakati watu wanakufa njaa Kilifi. Kwa nini? Serikali can afford lorries kwenda Kinangop kuchukua hizo viazi, ziteremshe huko chini, alafu watu wapate chakula. So we need a responsible government. Na county government take advantage of that trade between counties. So unaona Kilifi kumeanza kukauka, we ambia watu wa Kinangop viazi zenu mlete mara moja, tuko na soko mpya, buy the viazi from the people, teremsha huko, watu wa Kilifi watawalipa, mwaletea viazi. So usikae tu kwa ofisi ukingoja Central Bank itaachilia mshahara, Central Bank itaachilisha hii pesa, Central Bank ilisema inaachia cheki, sijui cheki imekwaje. Be a governor that can strategize and be able to provide solution, not multiply, complain and murmuring. Too much of preaching. Enough of that. I think we move on. Kip, is your turn.
Najwa, you read my mind today, Bernard. That was what I was coming for today. I'm still with this fellow. Bado tuko manual. Subscribe, share, and like. Msiwachi peke yenu. Send it to your family, your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook pages, your Facebook groups. Share Mtembei. We are on the road to 400. Everyone wants to see Mama Selina. Everyone wants to see Bernard. Everyone wants to see Peter. Martin, hata wanataka kuona wewe. Now, they want to see all of us. Kwanza Mama Selina amekuwa popular sana. Tumata wewe, nasikia unakuanga mgam na hiyo link yako. Tumia watu waone hii Mtembei TV. So every time you're watching, hata kama umetuma before, if you're watching a specific episode, just send it on your Facebook or your YouTube. Hapo ndio mimi hii mtu hapa anafanya hapa manual inakuwa paso. Hiyo inakuwa paso. Na tutakata as chairman of kukata miti huko Sugoi. My founder my founder Atoli anaendelea kusema tukate miti. Papa Atoli, kuna baba na kuna papa. Yeah. Sasa papa amesema tuendelee kukata miti huko Sigoi. Yeah? Kwa sababu tarehe 10 asubuhi huyo mtoto atajinyonga. I am not afraid to say that anymore because that fellow he's a beast. You know what he does is like murder. Taking food from the nation is like murder. It's like genocide. The number of people that are starving because he stole money is genocide. I am not afraid of saying that because hii pesa yote ingetumika to feed our nations. Okay, the topic of today, or what has just been discussed today, is something that has been boiling in my head the whole day. Nikafikiria hii agenda ya Azimio imenishika kichwa kabisa, hii kitu ya one product, one county. One product, one county. There is no place in Kenya, even if it's a desert. Kuna wazungu wamekuja hapa. There is no place in Kenya we cannot plant anything. We can plant macadamia huko juu, huko in the deserts in Kenya. We can plant mangoes up there. There's forests huko in northeastern. They're actual forests. And for tourism, we've got stratified forests there. Kama ni maji, if it's water, Turkana has enough water that we can purify, remove all the salt, and bring it down to the rift and use that. We can be a self-sustaining nation. Kama ni sukari, tuambie Coca-Cola hatutaki sukari yenye imeimportiwa, tuende tulete sukari kutoka Mumias. We stay without Coca-Cola until the sugar has been produced from Mumias. Kama ni Bale, hakuna bia tutanunua kutoka yenye hata tukunye busa. Afadhali tukunye busa. Hakuna bia yenye inaletwa na EBL kama Bale ijapandwa hapo Molo, ijapandwa hapo Molo, ijapandwa hapo Kajiado, ijapandwa hapo Narok. Na hakuna unga ya wimbi yenye ijatoka Kisii. Hakuna unga ya chapati yenye ijatoka hapa Uasin Gishu. Kericho tupate mahindi. We have food. We don't want potatoes from outside. KFC can bring potatoes right here. KFC can get chicken from Ruto's company. Why not? Why are we importing chicken? We can buy chicken from Ruto if it does exist. Ruto's chicken company. Why are we
where's the company?
That's what I'm saying. We can get chicken from him. Why are we importing things, my friends? We should be a food basket in Africa. We should be trading with our fellow Africans here. We should be able. Ata Wajakoya, I don't mind his plan because the research is there. Kuna hii cannabis that is not for drug use, but it's for pharmaceutical uses. What is his name? Our chairman for Jubilee said that we can think of those things in future, but first we have to feed the nation.
Bangi mingi ndio kwa Bernard kule.
Hata hiyo ni sawa. Tunaweza wakubalisha wapande huko. It's okay.
Atwoli ndio chairman.
Bas.
Ana saidia sisi na vast to utilize the place.
Huh? I think the nation has gone backwards because why are we accepting munaongea mambo ya mutumba? We have good fashion. Look at everybody dressing here. Mama Selina, Bernard. We have good fashion sense. We can make our own here. Alex came the other day and says the biggest laundry.
By the way, miwa imaribu Luya land.
Wewe Lara, kuja pole tafadhali. Kuja pole.
By the way, the biggest lingerie company, as Alex Media Group said, the biggest lingerie company called Victoria's Secrets produces its lingerie in Kenya. Why can't we have more companies like that coming into Kenya? That we can export that. Why can't we grow our own cotton? Hata kama tutakata hiyo kikombe yenye nani hiyo coffee nani anakunywa sahi. Tumwambia kae 6 months bila kunywa sukari mpaka itengenezwe hapa. Until we make sugar here. na I'm telling you Bernard atakubali hata kunywa hiyo chai atakunywa hiyo chai bila sugar as long as it's produced here. I've gotten numbers from Martin Detto. I'm going to show the graphs when Martin is ready. But I think it's important that we have our local economy grow fast.
Sativa is actual.
When cartoon wewe. You're ruining my train of thought.
Nikale kidogo tu. Unajua sativa only takes 3 months to have full leaves. Miwa inachukua at least 9 months or up to 1 year to have that hiyo branches zingine ikue ndo alafu ikatwe next season. Unakatanga moja tu ile imekoma alafu unaacha nyingine hapo. Lakini sativa is just unajua ile mboga ile inakuanga inameanga nyumba. Hiyo inaendelea kumea tu hata iwe kuna mukame inaendelea kumea tu.
Wewe ulitumwa hapa na Jakoya bana. Wewe ni mtu wa Jakoya.
No. Please no.
You're a mole.
I'm just talking economical. I'm talking very economical.
Okay, so Lara. Okay, thank you. Hold on there.
Let me finish.
There was somebody who was here yesterday. I think he spoke while I was leaving, and he was giving us the statistics against Wajakoya's proposal. Okay, is the planting of the sativa is not the issue, but he's exaggerating the market.
You kept that statistic from us. He just gave it out.
No, he's exaggerating the market. You may end up doing what we did. There was a time when we were still kids, I think in primary school, there was this boom about sunflowers, okay? And our village, all of the village, everybody planted sunflowers. Then when it came to the selling of the sunflowers, there was no market. So we ended up with sunflowers, no market, and now the whole thing defeated itself. So let's not get carried away with planting things that we end up here. And
at least it's 3 months only, not 1 year.
Goja. Lazima tufanyie kitu uchunguzi vizuri. Hatuwezi kuchukua on face value. All the same. Thank you. Please keep on.
Yes, no, you see, the problem is we haven't perfected. No, I agree with you. I mean, I don't disagree with experimenting with new products. Kama hatuwezi panda mahindi yenye tumekuwa nayo for many months, why are we going to sativa? Why are we going to cannabis? Let us perfect the food basket first, then move to those extra products. You need extra curriculum activities. I don't think anybody minds that if it's going to bring more revenue to the country. Hata kama niyo 3 months umesema, no, wait, Lara. It's fine. I agree with you. It's good. It's a good idea. But let's feed the nation first. People
no
are
fertilizer.
Let us feed the nation first. Then we can think about that. Let us stop getting containers in Mombasa, staying with mahindi for months, alafu wanafunga ma-store. Let us have excess of food in those stores, as Mama Selina is saying. Ikwe overflowed like America has excess of oil because they produce oil. Why aren't we doing that as Kenya? So that we don't have starving
Why
people.
was the policy to feed all the nation only maize? We should just go to our traditional foods.
Let us continue feed. I've just given a list of foods. Maize is just an example. Where? Lara.
Lara, you're out of order. Please stay. If you want to intercept, you lift your hand, you'll be picked, please. Thank you. And you're even breaking the law further. No smoking in public. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, wacha nimalizie kwa sababu Ola is brilliant. But anyway, what I'm just going to say is, tafadhalini, let us do what we are used to. let us finish what we started. We cannot jump into other things. Let me tell you, other than Elon Musk, the most brilliant people in the world deal with one thing first and perfect it before they move to another thing. How do we know that cannabis is going to be sellable from Kenya first? First of all, we jumped into avocado. Why aren't we the #1 avocado selling country in the world? Let us stick to our regional green gold. Let us stick to the tea that we've been selling. Let us stick to the coffee we've been selling, then move to the other products and expand our markets brilliantly. Secondly, lastly, we've got a lot of brilliant people in Kenya. We've got Uber drivers that have degrees. Tunafundisha watoto wende kufanya madegree. Mbona tuna Uber drivers wana madegree? Why do we have engineers that are border drivers? Why don't we have opportunities that are being sent to the US? Why do we have people that are driving trucks? People driving trucks in the US that are making a lot of money. Why don't we send our Kenyans there if we cannot handle to employ them? India does that. Philippines does that. And that money comes back to us with the remittance. So if you cannot handle paying these people well, that you've educated them with all these billions and billions of universities that you've formed, and waste their brilliant minds, I'm not saying border is a bad job. Send them to the US. Those people are needed there. Send them to the UK. Make a deal with them. If you cannot handle it. Otherwise, mimi nasema hii kitu ya baba hii ya Azimio, the one county, one product is one of the most brilliant thing, and I hope it works because all counties have something to offer. Every single county has something to offer. Asante sana, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kip. God has balanced this country that as we live in Nairobi, we have constant supply of fresh maize throughout the year. Watu wa kuchoma mahindi Nairobi, kuna wakati ambapo mahindi ya kuchoma inakosekana. Mahindi ya kuchoma inapatikana kila wakati. Ikimalizika Kisii, tunaingia Uasin Gishu inakuja. Ikimalizika Uasin Gishu inaanza kutoka Ukambani inakuja. Throughout the year we have that, and they are all at different times ready. So that simply means that if we only had equal supply of resources that are produced in this country, we will not have will not have fluctuation of of prices of basic commodity. The reason why there is fluctuation, most of it, in my opinion, is artificial. Artificial because the interest of the people in power must be catered for first before any other person is thought about. But if Kenyan lives are thought for first, everybody will do the right thing. And what is the right thing? If the onions are ready in Bungoma and there are no onions in Kilifi, let all the lorries go to Bungoma, carry the onions, excess onions from Bungoma. Steremshe wapi? Cost. The price of onions will be constant everywhere in the country because those items are distributed equally. So can we have a government that has put the interest of Kenyans first, other than the interests of the people? For example, there was a proposition to build a pipeline from Turkana, where there is oil, okay, straight to the oil refinery in Mombasa. Why was the project put to hold? I was told that there are people who have lorries. They have already invested money in the lorries. And if the pipeline is built, the lorry business will not do business. Now, can you imagine somebody reasoning like that? Did we send anybody to go and buy lorry? Did we say we will engage their lorry to carry our fuel? So whoever has invested in the lorry should look for the fuel to carry. But the government cannot put off a program that is going to to make the oil affordable for every Kenyan simply because they are interested parties who are in business who must do
Bernard,
business.
repeat that statement. Repeat.
Transporting the oil. So tukubali kwamba tunachezewa na hii mchezo lazima come to an end. Na itakuja to an end when we get a really government that really wants to serve Kenyans, because Kenyans deserve to be served well. Nobody should suffer because of being a Kenyan. Not when they are in Kenya. They may suffer elsewhere, but not when they are in Kenya. Any functioning government should see to it that especially the people who are in Kenya are taken care of as a whole. And that's why the support for the vulnerable, it's a good idea in good time. Let that be done. But more than that, let's multiply our resources. Multiply our resources. There is enough in this country to keep us going for the next 50 years without us borrowing anything from anywhere. We just need good management. So let's ensure that that is achieved through our vote. And then the mobilization that Mama Selina talked about. Usikae tu peke yako ukisema kura yako inatosha. Kura ya kila mtu inahitajika ili sitoshe kutengeneza serikali nzuri. Tukiachia, ulisikia the Minister for Interior, he said there's a probability that 40% of the people going to parliament will be wash. Na wezi peana serikali kwa wash na uzioshwe. Na Nairobi ukiambiwa utaoshwa ama fulani ameoshwa. Let me define it for you. But that means, like, for example, you have umepata na mtu kwa street amesema amepotea ama hana mahali pa kulala, then you housed the person, ukamweka kwa guest room, ukaenda kulala. Kuamka asubuhi, TV, sitting room, kila kitu imeenda. Hiyo ndio kusema umeoshwa. I mean, the person is gone with everything in your house. So mkipeana serikali kwa wash mtaoshwa bila kung'ara. So lazima to guard against that. How do we guard against that? Let's get credible people tuwapatie hiyo nafasi ya kuwa viongozi. Mtu yeyote ambaye anaonyesha njia ya kwenda hivi.
Ni pia chache mfungue sehemu watu walale kule.
Wapi? Watu wa kutuosha hawakubaliki kulala hapa.
Bernard, churches ifunguliwe, wa sisters walale kule ndani. Isiwe tu Sunday peke yake inafunguliwa. Fungueni church pia.
Street families can be taken care of. They don't have to kulala kwa church. Church must have boarding facilities for them. Unajua church the second to preaching the gospel is taking care of the poor.
They are willing to feed. They are willing to feed. Let them sleep there.
Kulala kwa kanisa, that's abuse of church. Wewe walala wewe. Mbona wasikuje kulala kwa garage yako basi? Wewe utoe gari wakuje kulala kwa garage. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele basi tafadhali. I think I have a video. Let me see. We play a video and then we get back. All right.
Niendelee.
Hold on.
Jambo hili katika mantiki ya uadilifu linapaswa kuthibitishwa mahakamani. Hivi wewe Kilala, nisikilize kidogo, nina dakika 2 hazijaisha. Mtu mwanaume malaya anastahili kuwa kiongozi wa taifa letu?
Mimi siwezi kupatia jibu.
Hapana, ni jambo la msingi tu.
Mimi siwezi kupata majibu.
Okay, kwa mimi naweza kuambia hivi, mtu huyu si muadilifu. Kwa sababu malaya si muadilifu. Hafai kuwa kiongozi wa taifa letu kwa sababu hawezi kutoa hamasa ya kuwa mtu bora katika nchi yetu. Sasa je, huyu mtu tunamtuhumu kwa tuhuma za umalaya. Unasema huyu si umalaya mpaka tukamthibitishe mahakamani. Unajua kuna tofauti kati ya legality na legitimacy. Kwenye politics tunazungumzia legitimacy. Haihitaji wewe tukusafishe kisheria kusema wewe ni mwadilifu. Wewe si mwadilifu, huna legitimacy, huna uhalali, una madoa, ni tajiri. Na tukikuuliza utajiri wako umeupata wapi, unasema mimi na uchukia umasikini. Tukikuuliza pesa zote hizi unapata wapi, unasema pesa hizi ni za marafiki zangu. Hawa marafiki zako wanatoa pesa hizi zote ili wewe uende Ikulu kwa maslahi gani? Wameoa dada yako? Hatuwezekani kuwa na taifa ambalo tu kwa sababu tuna frustrations zetu. Ni kweli serikali ya mapinduzi inatakiwa kujibu maswali haya, halafu tunakuja tunakubali tu kwamba sasa bora sisi tumeonewa sana, bora tumchukue tajiri atatufikisha pahala. Tangu lini uliwahi kusikia tajiri ana uhusiano na masikini? Huyu ni mchungaji. Kwenye Biblia imeandikwa itakuwa vigumu sana kwa tajiri kuona ufalme wa mbingu. Itakuwa rahisi zaidi kwa ngamia kupenya kwenye tundu la sindano. It is a matter of principle. Leo hii mnakuja hapa mnasema huyu mtu ni mtu msafi kwa sababu hakupelekwa mahakamani. Unajua maana ya legitimacy? Legitimacy haipimwi mahakamani. Legitimacy ni namna unaishi, ni namna unajipambanua kwa watu. Taifa la namna hii ambalo tunaanza kupoteza misingi tu kwa sababu ukawa nao wanatamaa kama sisi imekwenda Ikulu, halafu mnakuja hapa mnatuambia unajua tunamtumia huyu ili tufike Ikulu. Hatuwezi kwenda Ikulu kwa kuvunja taratibu, kwa kukiuka misingi, kukiuka utaratibu, kukiuka maadili ambayo ndio kwayo tutaweza kuhudumia watu wetu. Watu wetu wanakosa haki kwa sababu viongozi wengi sio waadilifu. Watu wetu wanakosa huduma mbalimbali kwa sababu viongozi wetu hawawajibiki. Sasa mtu ambaye haya yote anayo anasema mimi ndio
last umecheza nimekupatia link umecheza leo
Asante. Haya, mahubiri ni kama hayo, kila mtu aseme amen.
Amen. Mtu ameshika vitu ya Wajakoya.
Wala. Achia Mama Selina aongee juu hiyo kitu. Hiyo kitu Mama Selina anajua zaidi.
Yes. Mama,
unasema nini?
Tutapatia mtu ambaye aeleweki kuwa kiongozi wa nchi, alafu tuwe na nchi inayoeleweka.
Mtanzania amewaambia ukweli. Yes, kuna umalaya ya siasa na kuna umalaya ya mambo mingi. So ukikosa kupatia mtu umalaya, penalty is the person. Baba ametoa agenda 10 na anasema hiyo tarehe 1 mpaka tarehe 30 mpaka mwezi ishe mpaka mwaka ishe. Huyu mtu yako ingine anasema hii leo, akiona hiyo agenda anasema ingine. Hizo ndio inaitwa umalaya ya mambo, umalaya ya siasa, umalaya ya mambo. Kama unataka ukuwe na msimamo na shida, unajua pena tuacha nikwambie, samani wamama ndio walikuwa wanasengenyana na wamama ndio walikuwa wenye fitina. Can you imagine hiyo mambo ilichange na ikakuwa ni wanaume? So umalaya ya siasa sasa ni wababa, wanaume asubuhi wanapima, leo niwaambie nini hii watu. So hao wa Tanzania wametushinda, uchumi yao iko chini, but wametushinda na uwerefu. Ukiangalia hiyo mtu alikuwa naongea na ule alikuwa na suit, unaona hapo kuna tofauti. So mnafurahia kucheka, lakini ndio imeumiza nchi yetu.
No, this guy spoke right things. Nako is the ambassador of Tanzania in Zambia now.
Yes, so na nyinyi wa Kenya mnaokopa ati atasema nini, nitafanyiwa. kwanza nyinyi wanaume ndio hata mumelete hii shida. Kama mungesimama kama wanaume na museme no, sasa munafaa cha nisiongee mbaya.
Pole mama, twende polepole, tutapona tu. Dawa saa ingine ukimeza
ni uchungu, ni uchungu. Unaangalia Polepole is a young man. He's very young than most of us here. But that guy was giving a wisdom in 2015 or around 2016. That video is very old. I saw it 6 years ago. Huyu kijana ni rika yetu wengine hapa. And he's just being a spokesman for a party. That is his policy only, to speak about, let's say, like a jubilee. We had a Kanu, but Kanu could have revived herself, and bring up some young people like Polepole, speak about the value which Moi was talking about. And now, Bernard, if we are taking this revolution up, we have to have people to speak up. Hata kama wako pata kitu. Polepole was just a simple man sitting there teaching university students at first. Then he went up, he get into the rank of the party. Then he come up and he becomes a Vijana chairman. He continues speaking up. When Magufuli came in, Magufuli took him up with him. And he still spoke about Magufulism. And in fact, Bernard, I think you are a man of wise. And I know Polepole is a very religious and is a good man. This channel should one day bring Polepole here, make him repeat that statement he made there for us here all as a panelist to listen. Please, I beg you, because there's a panelist here begged you for that link for almost a month. And I put it in a comment. I tried to search it, I put it in a comment. I don't know where you get it, but that
Laro, you can't
that
share
thing,
comment on
we have to make it as a topic one day. And please bring Polepole here. Polepole is a very wise young man. He's very young, in fact. He's not old as I am. Maybe he can be Bernard's age. Please bring your brother here.
Point taken, sir. Point taken. We will see what we can do.
But Bernard,
yes.
wacha niulize wababa tu, wacha niwaite wababa. Apart from Baba Raila Odinga, 77 years old, strong man. Can you guys tell me, after 5 years or 10 years, apart from this wash yenyu muna wash, who is another person that nyinyi Kenyans munasema, but today Baba akisema, munaenda sumbua huyo msee, mpaka sasa Baba angekuwa ameretire na kurelax. Kwa sababu anataka kuona nchi ikipo. No, let me talk. Sababu nyinyi munatoroka. Who else leo hivi baada ya Baba, nyinyi wanaume yote, who is next? Mumekrum nani apart from
Martha Karua?
Wewe, mimi na mimi.
Order, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's do this. Everybody mute your mic.
Thank you, Selena, for that. Thank you, Selena, for that. This is a challenge.
Let's do this. Okay. I will revert to the Bible. Mama Selena, we may not have an obvious person.
Please, don't talk about Bible. Just speak philosophical only.
Lara, I'm going to send you to quarantine. I'm citing the Bible because it has a similar case. Okay. There was this time when Elijah, after he slaughtered the 450 prophets of Baal, and he ran away from the threat of Jezebel. When Jezebel said, the sun will not go down until I've done to you what you have done to these prophets. And he goes to cry in the mountain alone and said, I'm the only one remaining. All the prophets are dead. everybody that has ever served you is gone. I'm the only one remaining. And God spoke to him and said, what makes you think that you're the only one remaining? He said, I still got 700 more that you know nothing about. There may not be an obvious person that may be in the picture right now, but in my understanding and opinion, we still have got those 700 who are hidden somewhere that will emerge when the time comes. Nobody knew about Joshua until Moses exited the scene. As long as Baba is still around, we'll keep hanging in his shadow like that, like that, like that. Lakini akisema tu basi, utaona ile ambayo ameinvest. He has enough sons in this country that will make this country better.
Yes, Mama Selina is still here.
So I don't think that we will be left with a vacuum when Baba exits. And I also don't think there will be acrimony when he leaves. There will still be a captain that will command these armies and everybody will follow. It will not be chaotic like when his father exited and there was acrimony between Wamalwa, Raila, and then this other one. I don't think there will be acrimony. But enough said. I want us to let Martin prosecute something, even as we proceed to kimungoja nafasi nyingine ya nani ya MJM. Martin, go ahead, please.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema hata mzee Kibori akona wake anakuja, mwenye atamuendeleza. But anyways, Kip, you ready?
Yes, you wanted to show the difference between Malaysia and Kenya.
Just one moment, please. Kikwetu Vengers says, Bernard, do you know amongst us there are those who don't believe in the Bible? I respect that, but a person choosing not to believe the Bible does not cancel the Bible and does not change what the Bible states. So you're free to believe anything you want to believe, but you will not deny us from citing situations in the Bible simply because you don't believe in it. So failure to believe does not cancel existence. It is a choice somebody has made. Just like you can choose, there was no Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya. There was no Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, and then that is your choice. You believe that way. But will that cancel that the first president of the Republic of Kenya was Jomo Kenyatta? So as much as we respect everybody's stand, we will also not let their failure to believe stop us from believing the way we believe. That's my take. Thank you. Martin, go ahead.
Kip, I think you have the wrong one. You're still in the Malaysia one. I was talking about the U.S. trade with Kenya.
No, I have Malaysia trade with Kenya. No, Malaysia trade with the U.S. and Kenya trade with the U.S. and comparison the imports and exports, because both countries were started from the same level, just to see how horribly we're doing compared to Malaysia.
Okay, run through that just the way you said it, and then I'll run through the Kenya itself. Okay. So you run through the Kenya, through the both of them.
So I'm going to run through years. You stop me where you want. I'll do the years. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Just hold on, guys. Jakindu Bey, your hand is up. What is happening?
Nitaomba msamaha sana. Nilitaka kusema tu jambo moja ambayo nimeona. Polepole ni kijana ambaye alikuwa wakati wa Mwalimu, na kitu ambacho Polepole anasema sisi wa Kenya tumekataa. Hakuna mtu anataka kufanya hiyo kwa sababu kila siku mimi nimesema Ruto hafai, lakini watu wanasema oh, hajashitakiwa. Mtu kama anashukiwa, mtu ambaye mnamshuku, mtu ambaye tabia yake haifai, huyo mtu hafai kuwa kiongozi. Lakini Wakenya wanasema, sisi tunasema mpaka mtu aende ashitakiwe, mpaka amalize sijui nini, mpaka afanye appeal. Hizo wakati anafanya hizo tayari anafanya kazi, na yeye ni mtu mkora, mtu ambaye hana uadilifu, mtu ambaye hatii sheria. Huyo mtu ambaye tunataka tayari sahihi. Tukisema hapa watu mtaani Nairobi wanasema watamchagua Sakaja. Sakaja ni muongo, na tunasema tayari tumeona. Hayo ndiyo mambo ambayo Polepole Humphrey alikuwa anasema juu ya yule jamaa alikuwa anataka kuchaguliwa president. Alisema huyo jamaa ni mtu ambaye ni mfisadi, mtu ambaye tukiuliza Ruto amepata pesa wapi, amefanya kazi gani kupata mali kama hiyo, hakuna mtu hawezi kueleza, lakini watu bado wanataka kuchagua mtu mfisadi. Sasa hiyo ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa sisi wa Kenya katae. Asi kwamba mtu lazima aende ashitakiwe. Mtu kama ndio maana alilinganisha mtu anakuwa ni malaya kwa sababu ni msherati, lakini huwezi kwenda kumshtaki. Ni vigumu kumshtaki, lakini msherati mnamuona vile anafanya. So hizo ni vitu ambavyo hata kuna haja ya kumleta Humphrey. Mnamleta Humphrey na hao watu wanatufanyia ufisadi, tunaona. Kwani hizo ni vitu ambavyo inatakiwa sisi wenyewe tukatae, na kila siku mimi nasema hapa kwamba lazima coach wa Wales alidhaniwa, yani kuna mtu ana allege kwamba alimpiga. Amewacha kucoach mpaka malize hiyo coach, na ni kocha wa mpira. Amewacha, amejitoa kwa kucoach, amesema hawezi kufanya hiyo akiwa na kesi. Sisi mtu anaenda kukaa kwa mali yetu, pesa yetu, na ni mtu ambaye ni mfisadi, mtu ambaye si mwaminifu, na tunakubali ati mpaka aende ashitakiwe, sijui mpaka afanyiwe nini. Kwanza akae kando. Tulichagua Uhuru na Ruto kama wana mashtaka, ni watu walikuwa wana mashtaka, wameshtakiwa kotini, na bado tunachagua hao. Alafu tunakuja kusema ni kama sisi tuko kipofu sisi wa Kenya. Hiyo ndio mambo ambayo saa zingine mtu akisema inaniuma kabisa. Ni kama sisi ni vipofu, sisi hatusikii maneno. Kwa hiyo ndio maana mnakumbuka kuna nani alisema kuna namna tabia mbili. Kuna mtu mjinga na mtu mpumbavu. Mjinga unaweza kumfundisha akaelewa, mpumbavu huwezi. Mpumbavu ana kiburi, anafikiri anajua yote. Sisi wa Kenya hatuwezi kufundisha shika, tunajua yote, kila kitu sisi tunasema tunajua. Hata kama mtu anaingia kwa shimo, hata kama tunampatia mtu mbadhilifu. Angalia, tulichagua Sonko Nairobi. Sonko tunachagua Nairobi, tunaweza kumpatia kazi nyingine. Nairobi hawezi kuongoza. Saa hii tunasema ati sisi mpaka tuingize mikono yetu kwa moto uchomeke ndio tunagutuka. Hiyo ni kukosa uadilifu. Sisi wenyewe sio waadilifu. Sisi wenyewe sio watu wa kutii sheria. Sisi wenyewe ni watu ambao hawaoni mambo. Ni hayo tu nilitaka kusema. Mimi nitaacha muendelee na debate, lakini hiyo jambo limeniuma sana. Asante sana Bernard. Poleni.
Asante Jakindu Bey, ni nashukuru kwa mchango wako na himizo lako, na ni wito ambao kila mmoja wetu lazima awaze kwa kina. It is about time we got our senses back, our conscience back as a nation, because we have taken this thing mtu wetu too far. We have taken it too far to an extent that even if the country is burning, we'll still be talking about mtu wetu other than saving the country. And we will never have mtu wetu without our country. So we should put our country first, safeguard the country first. And then mtu wetu na Wakenya wengine wote will be taken care of. But if to safeguard mtu wetu at the expense of Wakenya wote, will be doing zero work. Thank you very much for that. And we'll still pursue this. We'll still pursue this. And just before I hand over to Martin and Kip, the issue of legitimacy, as Pole Pole has put it, it's clear in Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta were cleared by the court, okay, as duly elected to be president. But legitimacy issue was a big issue that he couldn't govern as a president until there was a handshake that gave him legitimacy, that gave him the control of the country. There was half of the country that was not recognizing his presidency and his leadership, and that made him unable to govern. So it's not something that is far-fetched. It's something that we have passed through as Kenyans, and we know it. Legitimacy is a big issue in this country. It's only that we bury our head in the sand and pretend that it's not there, but it is there. Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 had legitimacy issues that couldn't let him govern until the handshake came in. So tusisahau na tusifanye kwamba it doesn't matter, it matters. And I believe that is part of what made Uhuru Kenyatta to wake up and realize, if I don't put this country together and look at every Kenyan as able to lead, it doesn't have to come from my backyard, it doesn't have to come from my community, it doesn't have to come from my region. That is what is good for this country. And that's what I believe led to this decision for him supporting Raila Odinga and letting the Kenyans decide who will be the president. So I believe we are on the right track. Let's do the right thing. Martin and Kip, go ahead.
Before we start, Mr. Jakindobe and Mama Selina, age comes with privilege. Always remember that age comes with privilege. So never apologize for jumping in. Martin, tuanze sasa. I'm sharing my screen, Bernard. Can you see my screen?
Here we go. We are on.
All right. So this is something that Martin had asked me to do about 30 minutes ago, and it's looking at imports and exports and the balance between Kenya and the US and its balance. And this is all the numbers here are multiplied in the millions. So I've started by showing the numbers in basically at a yearly view. So the year that I find very interesting in what Martin has said here is we've got about $1 billion in USD exports when Jubilee was in its first year. So tulikuwa na exports mzuri sana. So that was about $1 billion that we exported. And then I don't know what happened. We started reducing as time goes by. Our exports shot down kabisa, very low. And by the time we got to 2016, coming to the second election, we had subsided our imports, and you can see it's going to the negatives. Tulianza tu kurecover pa kidogo in 2021 with our exports. I think I will let Martin explain that from a detailed point of view. So Martin, go ahead. So this is from a detailed point of view.
Okay. Put the one for. Okay. So let me go step by step. I think everybody can see. So when you look at the balance, you watch the balance. But if you want to look at the export versus import, so anything positive is actually bad for Kenya, because this is for the US. It's coming from the US. So when you make it positive, it means the US got it. When you got negative, it makes it that Kenya got it right. That's import and export. That's the trade, international trade. Starting in Kip, I can see very well. Where are you at? Are you 90? Where you at?
Okay, I'm going to come in. Okay, tell me.
All right, let's go 97.
97.
Yeah, if you have it. If you don't have that far, it's fine. It doesn't have to go there.
No, I have 97, mister. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You're on 1997.
Okay, yeah, because I want people to see what happened and what kept on going. So in 97, you see that, and this is for the US. So you see the exports and the imports. The exports for that time was 256, imports 113. So the balance comes to 111.7. Like I said, remember, when I say when it goes positive, it's good for Kenya. So at that time we were doing very good. Okay, moving on to the next year, we got I'm gonna run because it's just submission. So let's just keep on going. 98, you see that was 100.4. The balance. If you want to look at everything else, then we come to 99, 82. Now we are starting to do very good. I don't know what was happening right there, 99. And I will tell you what was happening. Then you come to 2000.
Wait. You are moving too fast. You're moving too fast. I think people like graphs better. So let's do to 2000. All right, tell me now.
So 2000, you have 127.3 million US dollars is the balance. So that's okay. It's not that bad. I want to show you guys something that is happening. So 2001, here we're coming up to our elections, right here, of elections of 2002.
Wait. 2001, right?
One, yes.
Yep.
So now we start losing badly because now we're at 449.5. But just immediately after the election, which was Kibaki's election, we fall back to 82. We're still losing. We good? Keep.
Yeah, we're good.
You know, I'm following for my computer. Sorry.
Yeah, go on. We're seeing the graph. We're seeing the graph.
Yeah. So now this is Kibaki time. 2003, we are winning more than the US now. We are doing negatives. So negative now we're on the high. I mean, we are doing really good. That's minus 52. And that's the first time since 1993 that we get to minus 52.8. Or we even get to a negative. So that means our economy is doing, our trade is doing good. And then all of a sudden, 2004, something happens, we go minus 4.7. It's not working very well. And then 2005, we dip back again, we go back. I don't know what was going over there. There's keep the month I'm going for. But I just wanted to show people how it worked.
Okay.
So
which year are you most interested in? Which decade?
I am very interested in 2014. Actually, let's just jump. Yeah, let's go to 2010 to 2014. Actually, you can start 11.
Okay, I'll start with that.
Okay, so 11, we're doing kind of okay. We're at 79, which is bad anyway. The US is winning against us on the exports.
Wait, Martin, you're moving too fast. Unajua uliniambia nifanye hii project yako sahi haraka na I built this in half an hour.
Pole, bro.
Okay, go on.
So 2012, we are at 179.
Yes.
Okay. The next year we're at 183.4.
Election year, yeah.
Now, here comes the problem now. This is the one I wanted people to see. And this is Mama Celine also said this thing, but people didn't understand. But I wanted to do it in numbers. So, 2014, how did we shoot to 1,000, which has never happened? From 183 to 1,049.5.
In exports.
Yeah, so now we lost that way. I'll tell you why once we finish this. I want people to remember that year that I just said. Remember, that's the time Uhuru now has just come in with Ruto. They are there. But I will tell you guys why before we finish. But keep run real quick because now that's good. I mean, that's the year I wanted people to concentrate on. But this, okay, now let's start on the 2016 going on to today. Just show it as we go.
Okay. 2016. Okay. Tell
Yeah,
me.
we start getting, yeah, we get on the negatives. And remember, negative is good for Kenya. That's the best. That's where we want. We always want to be on the negative because this is, you know, census.gov or US. So we are negative 2018, 2019, negative 266. Very good.
Yeah.
2020, negative 196. And this is, I think this is COVID starting to happen. Negative 196.
Umeruka 2019 ama uko umepanda 2019?
Oh no, okay, 2019 actually, 2019 was 266, yeah. So that was the drop there because of COVID. Tukikuja 2020. And then we come to Bado Tuko COVID. This is 2021. We're still doing negative. We're still doing good. Remember now, this time, the guy that we're talking about is not in government, apparently, like he says. And then 2022, which this one goes until April, we're at least at negative 33, which is good. So keep, that's fine. So let me now explain.
Before you continue, let's look at Malaysia. Then you can see that Malaysia over the years always negative with the US. Hakuna siku ambapo they've even gone to negative 24. Malaysia.
Exactly.
The same level with these people at one point in time. So that's why I picked Malaysia for you. That's why you're a bit confused. Malaysia was picked on purpose so that you can see that at one point we had negatives with them. But countries like North Korea also negatives. We are the same level with these countries, my friends. 20 bob ilikuanga 20 bobuko. You know, Singapore, I think they trade more with the US with the UK, so that is why your balance sheet here see surface, and then again it's a very small country. But Martin, I can stop sharing. Yeah,
you can. I want to talk about that 2014 where we went to 1,000.
Yes, but before you continue, but I just wanted to emphasize the three countries I showed: South Korea, and Singapore in terms of trading. In the 80s, we were the same as these countries. 20 shillings was 20 whatever amount of money with them. We were the same level with these two countries, Malaysia and Singapore. Malaysia and South Korea. So why are they beating us? Continue, Martin.
Yeah, why are these guys like Malaysia? Thank you, keep for putting Malaysia in it. Why are they always a negative? We just got our negatives on the second term of Uhuru, and one time during Kibaki's time, we just started reducing. But then, why is it 2014 is a very big year? How did we hit 1,000 plus? I mean, it's unheard of. Now, can I explain to you guys why? Mama Selina said it here, watu hakusikia. Alisema 2013, that's when the silos started going down. The cereal boards started going down. That's the maize scandals. That's when and the reason even it's recording that is because when you see the US, it's also like if you get maize from Mexico, it passes through US borders and US shipments. That was the time the maize was there. The parliament at the time, if you remember, Ouko tried to go to the parliament and say people are importing maize and goods. And parliament refused to do that. That was the transfer between 2013 2014. That was the time, time ya Mercury, right? Also, that was the time OTT technologies, and I want you to go look at OTT technologies, was being banned in Kenya and Mozambique. Look at the affiliates of those people of OTT technology. That was that time, and that was, remember where Kinauru alianza kukosania no jama. So you go look at OTT technologies, look at what kind of mess was going on, what shenanigans was going on at that time, and then go back and look at what president you want. I want you to do your research. We have done our research. And it's good for you to go do your own research and understand why. We've shown you the numbers. Understand why Kenya cannot afford to have a Ruto as a president, or even Gachagua and his team. I wanted Kip to do that specifically for that one, 2014, but he went extra mile and also showed you guys how the trade is happening, and also tell you guys that the second term of Uhuru, we've been on the negative, all of them. When this guy is saying he's not in the government. Now, tell me how he's telling us he's going to change our economy. If his first term was there, he took us to 1,000 and something. His second term, when he's not there, we've gone on the negatives. And then he wants to come and tell us bottoms up. We are not stupid. Alisema watu wamechoka, I mean, watu si wajinga kwa hii country. We go research, we see the numbers, we've shown you the numbers. Sasa, kama kuna mtu ataka kupigana, aende apigane amba akaangalie nini numbers. It's here in Mutembei TV. Thank you, Bernard.
Numbers don't lie.
Okay, thank you. The ministers of numbers. We propose you to be the Minister for Finance in our government so that you give us the right numbers. And be in charge of all the cereals. Mtu akileta mahindi yake akisema atetewe, tunachukua mahindi ya Kenya peke yake. So kama ametoa donation sawa, lakini atawekewe, atakujia wakati bei imepanda, hiyo mahindi ichukuliwe na mtu afukuzwe. Tupe dikteta. Ikifika kwa chakula, udikteta umekubalika. Kwa nini? Lazima chakula ya kila Mkenya ilindwe vizuri, kusikuwe na Mkenya yote analala njaa. Hata mabwenyenye walale njaa. Kubwa wanaweza kwenda, they can take lunch in Johannesburg and go for dinner in Cairo. They can afford it. But the Kenyan who cannot afford to get from one point to another should be at least have his food. But mabwenyenye wasikule chakula wakimalizia wa Kenya. Alafu wanatumia store ya kuweka chakula ya Wakenya kuweka chakula yao kwa biashara zao. All those people, in fact, waanze kukamatwa. Na ukikamatwa kama ulitumia cereals 2007, 2008, hiyo miaka yote, we backdate, we give you a bill. We backdate, we give you a bill. We backdate, we give you a bill. Pesa yetu ilipwe. Kuanzia ya rent ya Karen na kila mahali. Ili hakuna haja ya kuanza kusema tutafute pesa ile imewekwa nje, tuchukue iko ndani kwanza. Tutumie iko ndani kwanza, alafu tutaenda kutafuta ya nje baadaye. Tukishaweka hiyo Ministry for Constitution and is working, tutapasua, lakini ya ndani ikamatwe kwanza, iletwe ili kila Mkenya afurahi kuwa Mkenya. Watoto wakienda shule wanakaa kwa meza comfortable, chakula shuleni inakuwa balanced diet, sio kidheri morning till Friday, Monday to Friday. Watoto wakule chakula well balanced, maziwa iko ile sawa sawa. Hiyo inawezekana kwa nchi hii kama kila Mkenya atawajibika. Usiende kupigia kura watu wa wash. Operation wash out of the way. Wash out of parliament. Wash out of MCAs, wherever county assemblies. Wash out of the Senate. Kama mtu ni wa wash, huyo ni mwizi, asipewe mamlaka ya kuongoza. We should begin that operation wash out of the way as Mtembei TV and the rest of our broadcast. Watu wa wash wote wapatikane, wanemiwe, kila Mkenya ajulikane. Thank you. Naomba sasa tuende wapi? Uzee umefika tu sahi, lakini unakuanga mtu wa namba. You have something on numbers? If something on numbers,
ni swali tu.
Uliza.
We unasema ati wanaleta mahindi, wanaweka kwa mahindi yao kwa cereals board. Okay, they don't do that. What they do, wanapigana, they agree with the cereals board, wanapandisha bei. You know, normally the cereal boards are supposed to buy from local farmers. Now, the secret they do, kwanza, they are the ones in charge of the parastatals. So what they'll do, they make sure that the price is high. But nevertheless, they don't even go by that. They do it almost like 4 times what it should be. So instead of the cereal board waiting for the local farmers in Rift Valley or Kitale to take the maize there, as is expected, as the intention is, you know, that's the intention of the cereal board. When there is good harvest, they are supposed to get it from the farmers and let the farmers have some money in their pockets from their sweat. Now, instead, what they do, they import this maize kutoka Mexico. Then the trailers all are aligned to go to the cereals boards. All the cereals boards in Kenya, you are buying their maize, and remember the payments are paid the same week, sometimes within 2 days. Sometimes even before the trailers are offloaded, they have been paid. So they wanaenda wanajaza hizo cereals boards. By the time the farmers line up to take their harvest to the board, hakuna space. Hakuna space. Sasa wanarudi kwa hizi soko zingine za market days, and they sell their maize at throwaway price. Everything has collapsed. Then they run away with the money. They run away with the money, and leave you there with their cheap maize, which they have sold to you at 4 times or 5 times what the price should be. Because they are the ones who tell the maize cereal board even what price to pay. You see? That is how we are looted.
May God deliver us from the looters. Watu wa wash wote wasiwekwe katika mamlaka mahala popote, hata kwa cattle dip. They will run away with the dawa ya dip. So let's be vigilant as Kenyans. Wacha tumsikize MJM, alafu tukifuata Mkururo. MJM, karibu.
Thanks so much Bernard. Si kawaida yangu kupatikana time kama hizi, ni saa 9 saa hizi, lakini nimepatikana kwa sababu kesho siko kazi. Leo ni holiday. Leo ni holiday, so we don't work on Fridays. I'm in a Muslim country, so we don't work on Fridays. So leo ni holiday, so naweza kuwa up late. So kitu ambacho nilikuwa kinafanya nitakuchangia. Mwanzo bado I'm so happy because at least in terms of integrity and leadership, Sonko still has been barred from vying, and that one still pleases me that he has been barred. Okay, we also still have some other funny characters, but at least that's a step in the right direction. I just hope our courts don't entertain that nonsense, because he went to court, but the 72 hours, I think, elapsed yesterday. I'm not sure. The 72 hours elapsed, so they'll have to nominate Ali Mbogo or somebody else. So kitu ambacho labda kilifanya, nilikuwa niko background, lakini kitu ambacho kilifanya nitake kuchangia, there was that clip that you played, hiyo ya Bwana Humphrey Polepole. Siasa za Tanzania huwa nazifuatilizia sana, and I'll give you a different angle. A different angle in the sense that Humphrey Polepole also has his issues. Not that he's clean. He also has his issues, yeah? But what you have to know about Tanzanian politics is that at least it is structured. The parties, yani kuna mwelekeo katika siasa za Tanzania. Yani wako na mipangilio yao, kuna jinsi ambavyo huwa wanaenda, kuna jinsi ambavyo huwa wanafuata, wako na sera zao, wako na kila kitu. Kwa hivyo huku kuhamahama vyama jinsi ambavyo kwa sababu tangia mfumo wa vyama vingi ulipoanza Tanzania 95 mpaka leo vyama vimekuwa ni hivyo, labda vimeongezeka vingine, lakini vyama vimekuwa ni CCM, CUF na hichi chama cha Chadema. Hivi vingine NCCR, ACT nini vimekuja kwa sababu kuna watu hawakuridhika na CCM ama kuna watu hawakuridhika na CUF ama na Chadema, sasa ndio wakaanza vyama vingine, lakini vyama ni hivyo ambavyo vinaendelea. Lakini kwetu utapata kulikuwa kuna Ford Kenya, ikaja Ford Asili, ikaja na Ford People, sasa sijui kuna ODM Kenya, ikawa Wiper, ikawa sijui, yani vyama vinabadilika kila siku. Kwa hivyo sasa za Tanzania zina mwelekeo. Jambo la pili hapo, kwa sababu nakumbuka nilikuwa nafuatilizia hicho kipindi, hiyo clip umetoa iko kwa katika station moja inaitwa Channel 10 Tanzania, na hicho kipindi kinaitwa Gumzo. It's a program by one host Ben, his name I don't know, is Ben Kingonda, I'm trying to remember the name. So Humphrey alikuwa anazungumzia alikuwa ni candidate wa Ukawa, umoja wa katiba mpya, kwa sababu wakati alikuwa anapigania katiba mpya, umoja wa katiba mpya, na vyama vyote vya upinzani vilikuwa vimekuja pamoja. Na vilikuwa vimekuja pamoja kivipi? Do you know who made them to come together as one? It was none other than Raila Odinga. He went, he sat them down and he told them how to make an opposition, what do you call it? An opposition coalition. Ndo akasema Ukawa, ndo ikawa ACT Wazalendo, ikawa NCCR Mageuzi, ikawa Chadema, wote wakaja wakaungana dhidi ya CCM. Lakini kile ambacho kilifanyika katika upande wa CCM, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Edward Ngoyai Lowassa ambaye ni Mmasai alinyimwa tikiti ya CCM. Alinyimwa tikiti ya CCM wakati ambapo walikuwa kuna mkutano wao wa Arusha, wakati ambapo mkutano wa uteuzi, like the nomination, like what happens in Democratic Party, Republican and all that. Na kwa nini Lowassa alinyimwa tikiti? Lowassa alinyimwa tikiti kwa sababu hizo tuhuma ambazo Polepole wazungumzia. Tuhuma zipi? Kwamba wewe ni tajiri lakini haijulikani utajiri wako unatoka wapi. Yeah? People are wealthy but they don't understand. Okay, Lowassa ni tajiri. Lowassa ni tajiri kikweli, Lowassa ni tajiri. Akona biashara katika hoteli, katika usafiri, katika mambo mengi. Lowassa ni tajiri, lakini haijulikani utajiri wake ulikuwa unatoka wapi. Hata marehemu Nyerere alikuwa amesema kwamba yani yeye pia alikuwa yamshuku Lowassa kwamba Lowassa yashughulika na masuala ya ufisadi, lakini hawana ushahidi. Ushaona, hawana ushahidi. Sasa walikuwa hawana ushahidi sasa, lakini walikuwa hawajui watafanyaje. Unaona, sasa wakasema, and by the way Lowassa was very popular, very extremely popular among CCM delegates and among the CCM party. Lowassa was very popular. Whether he used money, that is a debate, but Lowassa was very popular. So when they went for the Arusha convention for nominating the party candidate, Lowassa akanyimwa tikiti. Alinyimwa tikiti vipi? Wakati ambapo sasa walikuwa they brought the forms, they were shortlisted, then now kuna wale ambao wanaitwa wazee wa CCM, wale wazee wa chama, they're like some wazee wa chama, wakaketi wakaangalia wale wale candidates wakaja wakamtoa Lowassa. Kwa nini? Matters of integrity. Hawana ushahidi, lakini wanasema huyu hafai kuwa huyu hafai kuwa candidate wetu. Then what happened? Magufuli ndiye akateuliwa. Sasa Magufuli alipoteuliwa, this was they had Magufuli alipoteuliwa, ikawa sasa Lowassa pesa anazo, upinzani hawana pesa. The same situation we are facing right now. Lowassa ana pesa lakini upinzani hawana pesa. Wakafanyaje? Ndio wakamchukua Lowassa, wakamwambia sasa wewe njoo ndio uje mgombea wetu, ili kwamba tuweze kushindana na serikali, tuanze kushindana na CCM. And by the way, for the first time in Tanzanians elections, the opposition politics was well funded. Walikuwa na mabango, walikuwa na nini, walikuwa na kila kitu. Nakwambia hivyo kwa sababu wakati huo nilikuwa nafanya kazi Tanzania. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi katika mkoa wa Tanga. Everything was going on well for them. So Lowassa was so popular to the point that CCM was going to lose. CCM walikuwa wanaenda kupoteza kabisa. CCM walikuwa wanaenda kupoteza, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia katika huu uchaguzi yani wabunge wa CCM walipungua zaidi, walipungua sana. Haya, sasa ilipofanyika hivyo, wakatafuta, we have to deal with Lowassa. How do we deal with him? Matters of integrity. And unlike Kenyans, Tanzanians, they shun somebody who is dirty. Wajua sisi nayo sisi tunafurahia sana mtu ambaye ni mchafu, sijui kwa nini. Lakini Watanzania kama hawakuelewa, hawajui mali yako mtu wapi, watakukimbia. So it was matters of integrity. The government played dirty, CCM. Whether it was justified or not, I don't know. But the government played dirty and it was really tough. But na wakafanya kile ambacho kinaitwa uchakachuaji. Uchakachuaji nitasema ni vipi? Uchakachuaji ama uchakachuzi, kama ushaona wale ambao mmefanya kazi sokoni, mkiangalia viazi ambao vinatoka Tanzania, huwa kuna kitu kama, kuna lile gunia limejazwa, sawa, alafu kuna kitu kingine ambacho wanajaza huko juu. Wanafungia huko juu. Yaani sasa kujaza lile gunia ilikuwa ikifanyika hapa Kenya, lakini wakaacha. Sasa kuna kile kijisema wamejaza lile gunia. Wakafanya uchakachuaji wa kura. Why? Because walikuwa wanasema bana, huyu jamaa akiingia bana, maadili na mambo ya Tanzania jinsi ambavyo sisi tunavyofanya kazi hapa, mambo yataharibika. So they denied Lowassa the ticket, they denied Lowassa the presidency, and that is where the situation they got in. However, the Englishmen say a broken clock is at least right twice a day. Humphrey Polepole ana shida zake. He talks trash. If you follow him, he talks trash. Maybe that's just one clip, but if you follow what the CCM wanaitwa umoja wa vijana wa CCM, UVCCM, umoja wa vijana wa Chama cha Mapinduzi, they talk a lot of trash. Labda nyinyi mfuatilizie, but they talk a lot of trash. However, whatever Humphrey is saying, we say a broken clock is right at least twice a day. So whatever Humphrey Polepole was saying was quite in order. We are a country that we just believe so much in a lot of nonsense, if I may say so. Mtu anaonekana wazi, yani haijulikani mali yake yatoa wapi, ama mtu ampatikana kweli ni mwizi, but people still want to elect. I don't know whether the problem is the politician or the problem is us. So I think there is just something wrong with our society. However, we have a chance to correct it during this election. At least for the first time, we have we have a joint ticket that at least represents people who have really fought for this country, people who have really gone forward. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni nafasi ambayo tuko nayo. Yeah. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka kutoa hilo jambo, nilikuwa nataka kuelezea what exactly the background to whatever was happening, why Humphrey Polepole was talking like that. And it was because their candidate whom they had denied a ticket went to the opposition and had all the money that could overrun their campaign. So they panicked, and so they had to get into some other means and play dirty and all that, so that they may be able to win that election. So that is exactly what I wanted to give in terms of that background. However, I'm happy whatever is happening. So please, and lastly, lastly, just let me allow me to finish this. There is something which happened, or there is something in Tanzania which we can borrow. They have okay, they admire, I follow them so much. They admire our democratic space, but they loathe our bad manners. Yeah. So one thing that we need to look at in terms of whatever Tanzania does is, please, can we just have parties that outlive a general election? Yeah. Yani tuwe na vyama ambavyo vinaweza enda zaidi ya uchaguzi mmoja, kwa sababu unapata chama kikishashinda kiingie serikalini, alafu mwenye alikuwa kwenye mgombea hicho chama kishaondoka, chama kishakufa, tunakuja na chama chingine. It just bad manners. It creates a lot of confusion. We don't even understand where we are coming from, where we are headed. Yeah. So that is something that at least we should be able to rectify. How it will be rectified, I don't know. I don't have a solution, but at least we can start from somewhere. So that was my contribution. So thanks a lot, Bernard. Unless maybe somebody has a question.
Okay, thank you. There seems to be no question. And thank you for that background information. It has helped us put everything in proper perspective. We have a lot that we need to look at in terms of improving on our way of governance and scrutinizing the people that we are charging with public service. I think as Kenyans, we are called upon to think deeper and be able to assess everyone keenly, because we will never have a good country without ensuring that the devil is in the details. So paying attention to details will help us be excellent at our judgment, other than ignoring the details and then hoping that we just cook everything together. You know, when you go to pick mushrooms, there are some mushrooms that are already rotten. So you cannot pick everything and then put in the pot and say, utaongeza tu spices na mambo itanyooka. If you are not paying attention to details of every individual mushroom you're putting in the pot, the wrong mushroom is going to spoil the rest of the mushrooms and the stew will not be correct. No matter how much spices you put in, how much salt you put in, it will not correct what is wrong. So as we go to get leaders, let's be keen on ensuring that every individual we are putting in leadership is good for that particular position. Ukiweka ndani watu wa wash, tukubali tutakuwa na nation ya wash. Now, remember their slogan is already, kazi ni kazi. That means everybody's free to do whatever they do as long as inakuweka pesa mfukoni. Okay? Kazi ni kazi, pesa mfukoni. How it is gotten doesn't matter. How you get there doesn't matter. Now, that is not the way to go. We need to ask, mtoto akirudi ametoka nyumbani hana hela, anarudi ana hela. My mother will beat you for picking money. Will beat you for not getting correct change. Anything will attract a beating, because how you are brought up will determine how you will become eventually. So if you are not keen in ensuring that hawa watu tunapatia uongozi wanafaa, hatupasi kucomplain wakati wameanza kututesa. Lakini Wakenya tuna nafasi ya kuchagua watu wako. Na si eti hakuna watu bora, tuko na watu bora. Ndiposa tuko na ticket ya independent, tuko na ticket ya Azimio, tuko na ticket ya ODM, tuko na ticket tofauti. Chagua mtu anayefaa. Usikuwe sababu ya kusaidia makosa, kuwa sababu ya kusaidia mazuri na mema ya nchi. Bwana Wekesa, karibu. Vipi leo?
Niko poa, Bernard.
Asante. I hope you have come to take over.
Yeah, today I changed my biorhythm. Nikalala mapema. Nilala 6, nimeamka around 12 midnight. So naweza shikilia mpaka kina Themba wakuja.
Asante. Wewe nitakuachia na uko na watu wawili tu hawajafanya submission, ni Tofik na Oze. Hao wakimaliza wengine wote wapange vile unataka, alafu naambiwa kule the other channel is doing well. I don't know whether the people from there will come, but all in all, endelea kujenga nchi na kujenga taifa kama vile mzee Jakindube anatuhimiza kila siku. I appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep doing the right thing, and tutaendelea kufanya hizo statistics. Wekesa hapa ndio anaitwa nani, ndio expert wa maneno ya udadisi na kuangalia vile mambo iko. So by the time we get to the 30 days to elections, tutakuwa tumefanya zoning, tunajua sehemu gani zinahitaji nini ili kila mmoja awajibike. Watu wangapi utapeleka kupiga kura, kama wako hospitalini ama wako wapi, and then kwa wangapi tutawazuia, kwa sababu ile sehemu nyingine wamesema hata wakiwa wakiwa korokoroni waachiliwe waende kupiga kura kwanza. Hiyo haikubaliki kisheria. Ukiwa police cell unakaa police cell, hauwezi toka uende upige kura alafu rudi police cell. But those in prison, kunakuwa na polling station kwa prison, kisheria wataenda kupiga kura kama kawaida. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki, tuonane baadaye. Thank you Bwana Wekesa.
Sawa, before uende nimeambiwa na mizani. Baraza ako 50, was it 53? Omondi ako 39 there. So vijana wanaendelea kucheka anga na mafuta yao.
Kwanza huyo Omondi, uliona ile video alisema si walio ni wajinga? Bas, hiyo ndio mafuta yake kabisa. I think I will need to go back to Kakamega again. We go and fry him completely, because he that,
you are a voter where?
He's not Nini. I'm not a voter there. I'm a voter here in Makadara.
Okay.
But I have influence. I can talk to my church people. Ya mtu kama huyu afai, basi hiyo imetosha.
Sawa.
All right, let's keep going.
Asante. You can rest at your own will. Osea, ama Oze.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Oseni corruption. Patia Tofiki kwanza wewe.
Tofiki is in darkness. Where is he? I want to see someone. How can I permit someone to talk when the...
Unatafuta to wakati ni yeye ni Taufik.
Where is Taufik?
Taufik, where are you? Kama we freeze.
Okay, I think as he comes, maybe we can start with the Hosea. Hata before me mwenyewe niingie kwa debate na nichangie. Acha Hosea atuanzishie. Mama Selina, how are you?
I'm good.
I see your girlfriend, Mother Karua, is doing well.
I told you guys, yes, we are doing great.
She's doing, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa learning, relearning and unlearning. She's doing unlearning to the mountain of Kenya.
Yeah, she
Her
knows.
message is sinking.
You know that lady, a lot of people. Mother Karua, kama hujai kuwa karibu na yeye. I know her na niliwambia because, you know, being a lawyer, being a church, and then ni principal. Ile kitu imesaidia Mother Karua is the principal person she is. Kuna kitu anasema Mother Karua the outside and the inner Martha Karua. So when things are tough, ukimsukuma anakwambia she listened to the inner Martha Karua. And one thing, watu ya Central walimupenda, but kwa sababu ya Kibaki na Uhuru, unajua hata serikali ya Uhuru walimupembeleza sana. Walitaka yeye asaidie.
Chabe, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes.
So she is baba.
Sawa.
Akona bahati sana, wacha niwaambie. Some of us tulikuwa tumepembelezwa sana Martha Karua aende site ya Ruto. Waliharibu na kitu kidogo. Walifikiria Martha Karua ni mtu ya kununuliwa. So they rushed to her with the money. Then alisema yeye, she cannot work with corrupt. Na asante moja ni Moses Kuria and Kashakwa, Alice Waome, Chen Kiara. Hawa ndio walifight sana. Wakasema Martha Karua hawezi kuja nyuma na akuja awaongoze. They never knew what a golden chance walipoteza. So, baba ako na bahati, Kenyans wako na bahati, kwa sababu angekuwa in the wrong side, hiyo wrong side ingechukua. Unajua saa zingine wanasema, mama akiwa na mimba, ukioa mama akiwa na mimba, mtoto akizaa atakuwa ni yako. So angefunika hiyo watu, na Kenya tungekuwa na shida. But awangekaa na yeye because Martha Karua hawezi fanya hiyo mambo ya corrupt. Na pia wamama pia, mambo ya Mungu ni ya Mungu. Wakati Waiguru alikuwa amesimama na baba, they were also thinking ya kwamba wangepatia Waiguru because Martha Karua was nowhere closer to anybody. So mambo ya Mungu na history. Unajua hawa watu ya Kenya kwisha wanakataa history. But Wekesa hata mahali ulisoma ukiwa vijana, ukiwa kijana kidogo, una history, kuna ile watoto mlikuwa mnacheza nawa. Na hujaisahau. So I want to tell you, mama amefanya, amesema yeye ni mama ya mama ya vijana, and vijana are listening to her. Wacha hiyo mnasema chakoya sijui kutaja China. Vijana wana listen to mama, especially vijana ya Central. They are turning back. Kabisa kabisa wanasema wako na mama. Maito. So Wekesa, hii siku salasi, na niliwaambia, I know these people. And you know we were talking, na muuliza watu wameenda, anasema Selina wameenda wapi. People are eating. Na unaona mtu kama Kapoko. Today he has stand back. Na mwisho utaona ataenda kwa Karua. Unaona hiyo walilete Kaboko ako na 36 ama 34, alafu Wamatangi ako na 40 something, alafu sijui Wainaina ama nani hii Mutienyu Nyoro ako na 14. Moses Kuria is not even in the clue, not even 1%. I think you guys you see that. Ataenda akiwafateko Wamatangi. But you know, a lot of people, ile kitu ina saa ingine, nashukuru watu wengine ni wanasiasa. Watu wengi hapa wanajifunza siasa. So we have a lot of people that sijui kama wanaelewa vile tunataka. Like I was telling them today, Wekesa, we need to do this. Nyinyi watu ya Mtembei TV, if this forum are very really wanataka kweli tufanye mambo ya maana. One, tunataka kujua reporters yetu kwa polling station ni wangapi. Then the diasporas, wherever they are, they should tell you guys, kama kuna watu ya Mtembei TV, they need to be in the polling station, especially sehemu kama Rift Valley, mahali mnaona ni sensitive, kura zinaweza ipiwa. Those are the places tunataka kutuma watu yetu. Agents watakuwa pale. You send your people with cameras, they cannot even talk, and they will give us information. Nimepata akili wakati nimefuata siasa ya Bobi Wine Uganda. We hate a lot of people. Watu walinunua masimu hapa, walipeleka cameras, ile inawekwa ndani ya nguo. And we had to send money to everybody, hata uwezi jua ni nani. Wanasema tu tumekwama, tuko mahali fulani. And people send money. So I was saying in this forum of Mtembei TV, if we can do that, tuone at least to cover some dangerous places, mutafaulu. Lakini hiyo watu wanakuja hapa wanapenda story. Wakati huu si ya mambo ya kuongea. We have done with talking. Ni fundraising. Kama tutakuwa na 10,000, Mtembei TV, munakawanya na munajua mahali sinaenda. Ropa, naona baba anataka kuongea, sijui anasema nini.
Okay, thank you. Before Robert, you respond to that, let me just in I hit upload with this, watch a tree play. It's 1 minute and then you respond.
Nairobi has 45 MCAs. I can tell you because I like to speak mother tongue because this is politics. These 45 Kikuyu MCAs are controlled by 3 Somalis. That's a fact. There is a cabal. The capture is too serious. Even yesterday, they were doing things that are completely illegal and illicit. As late as of yesterday. Now you wonder, my tribesmen, this money, what are we going to do with it? The political culture of the Kikuyu used to be lion-hearted. It has now become vulturistic and hyenaistic. The lion only eats the animal. It's a predator. But we are killing one another. We are tearing at one another. We have a few people who have become way too greedy. If you go to the county now, the invoices being paid are being paid to few people of one community. Salaries are not even being paid. The Nairobi city worker is the most demotivated. Let me tell you, in answering your MCA question, I am taking over a county with debts of 85 billion shillings. When Sonko and I took over, we had 58 billion debt. I don't know how it has hit 85 billion. We don't have a fixed asset register. Nairobi city is not a going concern. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot give this job to somebody without the competence to get it done. I will deal with MCS politically. I told you the political parties are the shareholders of politics. That was a loaded statement.
Okay, Robert, even as you ask your question, maybe you can also weigh in on the Bujaristic and hyena.
Mombasa, NASA had a group that was meeting twice a week, the last month before the elections, and we raised some money, and then we were providing logistics at the polling centers, logistics in terms of food, water to the agents. So I also provided my vehicle for to move around the polling stations during the voting day. So this time around, I still intend to do the same. There is we have in Mombasa, we have something called Azimio Center, which there is a house in suburbs of Nyali, which was donated to Azimio for campaign purposes by Honorable Shabal. So that is where all the events, Azimio events, are being coordinated in terms of logistics na kila kitu. But other than that, Azimio has got an app. If you want to donate, if you want to volunteer, they have an app on App Store that you can download and register, and then you can just follow the procedure. It is self-explanatory. If somebody wants to donate anything to provide manpower, kuna maswali unaulizwa tu, ukijibu na unaelekezwa. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuambia Mama Selina, but nevertheless, even your approach is also workable. So we will stay in touch, and then we can fine tune on how we can assist each other. Aya, Bwana Wekesa, I watched that thing in the morning when it was live, and what people don't want to hear is what Igade told them. And if you have realized, among the beneficiaries of these cartels are already complaining on Twitter, and that is one, in my view, it's one Ahmed Dasir, because you see he's already looking at it from from an ethnic point of view, and it is no secret that Nairobi is been captured by a few individuals. Because how do you explain that the invoices are being paid to a particular set of individuals, and yet the county worker is not yet, the salaries have not been paid? So for me, there is one thing that and Kenyans, there's one trait that Kenyans have: they don't like facing the truth, and unless people accept what is going on in Nairobi, they will not get out of those shackles. And one of the steps, even when you're sick, one of the steps of getting well, in order for you to get well, you must first accept that I am sick. If you are a terminal ill patient, before you even, whether you take a sack of medicines and do all manner of therapies, if you don't recognize the fact that you are sick and that you must change your lifestyle, you will never get out of that problem. That is for a fact. And the earlier the better for Nairobians to accept that there is a rot, and this rot is a few people, probably even less than 200-300 people who have taken over the lives of several million people. So these are some of the things that Igade was hard hitting about. And
I have heard you talk diplomatically. You are saying Ahmed Nasiri is looking at it tribalistically. How? Because
because he is,
even Igade looked at it from a tribal angle, and he was not shy to say it. And he said, "I want to speak truth to power." So why are you shying out? He said, "And I'm singling you out, you Kikuyus." So he was not shy about talking about tribes. He's saying, after all, I think he brought out two key things. That's why I want to talk about it. He brought out two things. Politics, shareholders are political parties. They are tribes. So let's talk about it. Let's not fear talking about this thing. If it's Kikuyus who are doing wrong things in Nairobi, let's say it. And he was not shy speaking about those things. And that's why he singled out that there are 43 MCS, but being controlled by one.
Yes, and that's why I said that Nairobians don't want the truth, and that is the truth. And he was he was in essence telling his tribesmen, the Kikuyu tribesmen, that this greed is overwhelming you, and this greed is because you want to satisfy a few individuals. So, and when he asked them where they are going to take all this money, you know, he was just being factual. So it is high time that people be ready to serve, and not for their own stomachs. It came out, so you know, some people might have felt like it was crude, but all those businessmen who are there, he was addressing, they know it. Even the likes of Vimal Shah who are there, they know how business is run in Nairobi County office. And you know, the reason why, for me, I'm singling out Ahmed Nasir is that Ahmed Nasir is counsel for majority of the businessmen in the Somali businessmen. And he earlier, before Igade met them, he had advised against the Somali community endorsing Igade. He was very express. He did not mince his words. And for me, you know, Igade comes out as a person who does these things straight and in the open. And on the other hand, I mean, Nasir is somebody who is portrays himself as a shrewd lawyer, but at the same time, there are rumors all over that he's also involved in these underhand deals. And if Igade can bring down those cartels and now ensure that especially the Somali community are integrated in the building and of Nairobi, then his underhand deals, I mean, where he's getting his bread from will not be there. Atakuwa amefunga mifereji. That is how I take it. So I really, it is something that I really need to keep on watching and I analyze bit by bit, because it was a long one. It was a long one.
Thank you. Katwe, I felt like Igade was speaking your mind. Can you respond to that?
Actually, thank you so much for this time, and I really want to thank you. I know nimepotea, Mama Selina. How are you? Nimepotea sana, but I'm back.
I was told ulikuwa umeenda honeymoon. Were you newly married?
No, I'm okay. Actually, the reason as to why I've not been coming to online is because the day Martha Karua was chosen to be the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga, I said it is finished and it is done, like the way it was written in the Bible that it is finished. So that is why niliona ni walk over. So we are good. But I really want to comment on what Boba said in terms of tribal, and Wekesa is very right when it comes to tribalistic politics. I do remember Charles Keter, MP for Nandi, standing in a podium and saying that if they elect William Ruto, all other tribes are going to gang against the Kalenjin because they feel that the Kalenjins are thieves like Ruto. So Igade was not wrong by calling out the Kikuyu community, telling them kindly, if you are the ones who are doing all these underhand deals and becoming cartels of Nairobi, you should stop, because at some point, other communities are looking at you in a very, very, very skewed, with a very skewed eye, in that they are viewing you as potential thieves in every regime that comes. And I strongly believe that the President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, has tried to rehabilitate the county of Nairobi, because when he saw things are not going right, and remember this, the county of Nairobi is a very strategic county when it comes to matters of governance of the country. Truth be told, the three cities, leave alone the fourth inaugurated one, the three cities, more especially I look at Nairobi and Mombasa. If you cannot be able to control these two cities, in terms of governance, there's no way you can govern this country. And that is where the president came up with a solution of bringing in LMS. And IGADE is being brought by I think it was the idea of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to bring IGADE, because he feels like if IGADE comes to Nairobi, at least the GDP of Nairobi is almost 45% of the total GDP of the country. So you can tell that if Nairobi can be controlled or can be governed in the right way, that we do away with cartels, then the 45% of the GDP coming to the national kitty or the treasury will be very, very, very important to the growth of this country. And many people I see in Twitter were castigating IGADE, some of them who do not support them, like that one Ahmed Nasir, who is very bitter after the 2017 post-election petition of the Court of Appeal. He's still very bitter. He's still very bitter by the fact that he's seeing that his person was not endorsed by His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He's still bitter. And when you see, there's nothing that comes out of that is good that Ahmed Nasir can support that is in Azimio. Every day it will be complaining and complaining and complaining. But nevertheless, it is his own democratic right. But I strongly feel like that he has a hidden agenda when it comes to these cartels of Nairobi. Because why would he take it to Twitter? And remember, this is the same person that was warned by the Lady Justice Martha Koome by having a lot of subjuers in even the cases that are in court. Because when he feels like things are not going to his side, he goes to the social media to parade himself, to try and get justice from there. It does not make any literal sense to me. If you have an issue, you are an intellect, why are you called a senior counsel if you cannot bring issues to the table? If indeed he wanted his people, the Somali community and the Borana community at large from the Northern Front area, that side, he would have come to the table. He is a businessman. He belongs to KEPSA too, because KEPSA does not have that kind of, that you cannot come and share your ideas. He would have gone there. He owns a security, a law firm, which means he's a businessman. He could have gone there and given his ideas. But rushing to Twitter does not make any literal sense to me. Thank you so much.
Can I add on something? Are you aware that Ahmed Nasir is the major shareholder of First Community Bank?
Yes, I'm aware, and it has even cases of some underhand deals with the government.
Yes. Now, the only reason that man is making a lot of noise is because of business. And if you look at the portfolio of most of these counties, and if you remember very well, the Nairobi City, well, before it became Nairobi County, Nairobi City Council was having a litany of lawyers who were feeding from that county. And it also progressed to the Kidero regime. And it went, Sonko became a bit rogue and was trying to disturb the order. But I think those cartel, those lawyers still have their hands in the till there. And there must be so many pending bills to those lawyers. That is the sole reason I am thinking that this man is making a lot of noise, because he has a reputation of being a broker in the corridors of justice. So we cannot rule out the fact that even some of the legal jobs that the county government has engaged lawyers, he could be brokering and operating from behind the scenes. So there is he must be having an interest. The way he's talking is not for free. It is not for the benefit of this country. Because had it been for the benefit of this country, this is a person who has been in the legal fraternity for so long. He has made a lot of money. He would have gotten interested in joining the legislature. But he is not ready to serve in that capacity. He is ready to serve his own self-interest. So for me, that is my take. I don't know why Alex is on behind the curtain, because I know Alex is would have given us some perspective that maybe would have been given us a different direction probably. Back to you, Wekesa.
Okay, I think he will wait in when he's ready. I was to play 2 more clips. Okay.
Itatoka shilingi 100 ifike shilingi 60.
Baba akapea kijana wetu ministry wa Kirakacha kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister. Iligulwa waligula hey. Waligula mafito, haki ya Mungu.
Wazazi wanaangamia. Kuna CBC, wameleta CBC. Sasa mimi nataka tuzungumze kama Kenya Kwanza. We do not want to gamble with the lives of our children. We cannot afford to do that. Hii mambo ya kuleta confusion katika education sector, ya kupunguza na kuzungusha wazazi, hawajui tamu inaanza lini, inakwisha lini. Walimu hawajui mfumo gani watafundisha. Watoto wanaenda nyumbani wanaambiwa fanya homework ya aina fulani, na hakuna stima kwa nyumba, hakuna nini kwa nyumba. Mtoto hajui what is all this program. We shall scrap the CBC program and put an education program ambayo inaeleweka na Wakenya wote.
We are going to have a conversation about competence-based education. I want to say from the onset that the graduation that has taken place from knowledge and exam-based education to now knowledge, competence, skills-based, and value-based education is the right trajectory. So it's very important for us to understand that as Kenya Kwanza, we support the progression from what we had as knowledge and exam-based education only to the new format of knowledge, skills, and competence, as well as value-based education.
Yeah, so why is it that tukikuwa juu ya gari we want to scrap off CBC? When we meet stakeholders, we now become reasonable. Are these guys just playing into the gallery, assuming that voters don't understand what they are saying, and they can say anything they want to say at any time they want to say? So that is about
amepanic. Can you see sura yake amepanic? It's not even the man that you know. So wachana naye, amekwisha hiyo jamaa. Ona vile amekaa leo.
Yeah, I wanted to say that ukiona Uhuru ana adjust mic, unajua anataka kukonga mtu, lakini ukiona Ruto anaanza kufanya hivi, Unajua anataka kudanganya. I've studied them. So, Kato, what did you want to say? And then also, Bob and Selina, you can weigh in on the two clips.
Actually, I just want to start in this way. One, you've realized that recently, within this week, it is the second time William Ruto is chasing the media houses out of his meeting. Reason being, he is very bitter that the fourth estate he is alleging that the fourth estate is not airing most of his clips and all that. But that is not the case. That is not true. The main reason as to why William Ruto is chasing the fourth estate from his political meetings is basically one thing. Because he doesn't want a recording of his lies. That in the event that he lies, he doesn't want a record of what he ever said. Because if you look at from since 2013, most of the clips that are being played because they were aired that time. And there's a record. The internet never forgets. And that is where probably William Ruto is very, very busy. If you see him chasing away the media houses, he wants to lie to very poor Kenyans who are there. And the second thing is, I don't know if William Ruto was busy looting to a point that he forgot about the governance of a country. CBC did not start in 2013. CBC started right from the time the inauguration of Vision 2030 by His Excellency the late Mwai Emilio Kibaki. So it's a continuity process that has to be achieved in terms, one, if you want to achieve Vision 2030, you have to achieve sufficient education for the people who are going to be during that time. Take an example. In 2000 and from 2002 to 2007, when Kibaki was building the Thika Superhighway, it is alleged that as most of the skilled workers, more especially the skilled workers that we were using, were being imported because we could not get the skilled workers in our country. An example, welders. Welders were important to come and help in the construction of the Thika Superhighway. So how are we going to achieve
commercial
our vision?
welders?
Yes. How are we going to achieve our Vision 2030 if we have insufficient education? And the only way to get such a kind, look at how countries like Rwanda are progressing. They are progressing because their education system has been aligned by the contemporary society and the economy of that country and of that of the world. Not that we should dwell on the 844 where we've been raising zombies. This person who is saying that he's going to support CBC, or rather Mudavadi is saying that is going to scrap CBC. These are the same people who have put their kids to international schools. And if you check the CBC way of learning, it is almost coming to bar with the international kind of learning. So these guys do not want our poor kids to learn what their kids are learning. And it is so much ambiguous to find that William Ruto is saying that that now is being aligned with the CBC. That kind of about turn is what that makes me shake a little bit, because you could remember even in the case of BBI, he was saying that he does not support BBI. But yet he gave that, he made sure that he created a post for Mudavadi, who is the chief minister, which was supposed to be anchored in the BBI. So the flip-flop by this, yes.
Remember, it is in the same meeting that he introduced his professor. He said, "This is my professor, my lecturer." Why did he advise Sakaja to introduce his lecturers of his university and provide the details? Why does he want to assure us that he has the right credentials, but doesn't want his
But
people?
Farouk Kibet was there. The board of governors of Team University, Farouk Kibet was there.
What do you mean Farouk Kibet was there? Alex is trying to prick somewhere, but it's all right. Atakuja tu na amalizie yake hiyo, because I know where he's going. But now, my main point is this. we should not, and we shall not be cheated on the platter of that this is what we are going to elect without even scrutinizing. Remember in the case of Sakaja knew very well that vying to become a senator, I don't think you necessarily need a degree, but him being a senator of the city of Nairobi, he should have ensured, like Jalango, that he had a degree. But by the fact that he felt like, now because I was the chairman of the President of the Republic of Kenya party, which was TNA, I can get an easy ride. Remember, you cannot bite the hand that fed you. Sakaja said a lot of words against the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And again, he started accusing him that he's the one who is sabotaging his degree. So how can somebody sabotage your degree right now? Unless you tell me he went back to the time that you were in school and then told those lecturers not to mark your exams, not to give you transcripts, not to do anything. How can somebody sabotage something that you don't have? It's a hoax thing. To me, in my own views, Sakaja is becoming nonchalant in his politics, and the way he's playing his politics, I don't know how he's going to survive. I really want to comment on the last thing about the two parties of the northern area, UPIA and UDM. What we really saw today, I think, is going to be anchored in tomorrow's meeting, because even when I was looking at the numbers, even in Kisii County, I did realize that if we do not check on these candidates that are in Azimio La Umoja who are vying for the same seat, as it is going to be anchored tomorrow. I was checking the numbers, and most of those counties that are going to be affected, one of them is my home county, which is Kisii County. I tell you that those numbers are going to be divided, and somebody might get lucky because of that. But now, thank God that Uhuru has already seen that. All those, I only wish that if there is an agreement that is going to be made, all those candidates kindly to come to a consensus and agree, so that we do not lose such seats. Imagine losing a seat like Kisii County gubernatorial seat to a UDA candidate. It is going to be a very, very bad. It's going to be very shameful. So I am urging, more especially the professor. I know Professor Ongeri is a very good friend to Alex, but if you think you're not going to win, just step down so that we can win this thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but I think also Baba had assured them that they need to, all of them, to campaign. Then towards end of June, and yeah, they have to agree on a candidate. So everybody was trying to do his best to see whether he emerges at the top in terms of opinion polls. But now we have come to the last week of June. They have to agree that one person will carry the flag. Okay, so thank you. Welcome, Alex. You are you naked because you refused to open?
Yeah, I was quite busy. It's summer here. You know, you can ask Julia. When it's summer here, you don't have to be hot. You expose everything necessary, but the unnecessary is what you cover. So now I'm here. Let's talk about Katwe. First of all, you are lost. I don't know where you went to. And welcome back. Yeah, Katwe ni kama tangu to Azimio ikuje, there is a surge of Kikuyu women in Kisii. Anyway, Katwe, I always love hearing what you say. You're one of the people that I love listening to. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abuya. I have always said this. If they make a mistake, and Katwe, you will take this to the bank. If they make a mistake where we have gotten to get Mzee Ongeri out of the race, then Machogu wins before the elections. There was a time and a moment they will have done this. the scenario in Kisii is so bad that the way James Ongwae Omariba governed that area, he totally alienated one constituency called Nyaribari, which again has the highest voters. You know, sometimes I fear coming with the figures Kisii because people may think that it's a propaganda. It's not. Of the 9 constituencies, when you put Nyaribari Masaba and Nyaribari Church together, they eat Bonchari, they eat Bogirango, they eat Bomachoge, both of Bomachoge, and Kituto Church. So there are 2 constituencies that are equal to the other 7. So if these people decide, okay, we want the governorship, but we will give Raila the presidency, the way they are saying that, and you can hear them, Mama, that's why you are afraid, Katwe. They're gonna do it.
Alex, what constituency did you talk about?
The voters of Nyaribari Chache and Nyaribari Masaba. The Nyaribari Yote, which makes part of Kisii town. Okay? Korua takoro kudaraja mbili, ogende Kerole, ogende Bobaracho, ogende Kegati, ogende Keumbu, mpaka Keroka, Ochigoete Skimu. That is the area. Densely populated.
Do you know the numbers?
Densely populated.
Do you know the numbers?
I will give you the figures as per what we were discussing 2 days ago in a certain forum.
Can I give you the IEBC numbers?
No, we did the current numbers as they were cleaning the register. So what we are afraid is the momentum that Ongeri has put. Let Ongeri continue to be on the race so that he can stop Machogu from banking all the Nyaribari votes. And Monda is capable of campaigning better. And Monda doesn't seem for me somebody who is aggressive and capable of bringing those votes together. Remember, Charles, apparently silently, and all the Nyachae clique and the beneficiary, apart from Matiang'i, are behind Machogu. So I am not sure which scenario is going to rescue us from there. But the way that person is coming out, the person who we must expel no matter what, hakuna haja ya kupembeleza yeye, ni Ongwae. Ongwae is the one who is afraid of Simbarati. That's the truth. So if Ongwae can stop what he is doing, then I think we are sure of taking that seat. But Ongwae, by all necessary means, has refused. He cannot work with Simbarati. The reason, you know very well. Corruption.
Okay. So Ongwae is for Mzee.
He was his project, and Mzee did not become a good project, so he shifted to Machogu.
Okay.
So I mean, we are seeing a scenario whereby if the supporters of Ongeri, who I know, if Baba speaks with them, they have like a town hall meeting. And you know, this guy has held the Seventh-day Adventist Church on his hand. The guy plays the church politics from Nairobi. Even when the Adventist hospital was in the brink of breaking, it is him and his Chief Justice and Matiang'i and a few people who came together and spoke about the politics of the SDA Church. So I believe if the South Kenya Conference, which is what Ongeri has used all the time to get his votes and garner his votes, because I believe most of the pastors are under his payroll, and I say that without fearing, because hii makanisa yote, hata kanisa yangu mapasta wanalipwa bwana, sio hii ya Ruto peke yake uliona last Sunday. We need to condemn all churches that are, receiving money from politicians. So if these pastors will be spoken to, waongee na waumini wao, wawaambie mzee, I think then we can transfer his votes. But if Mzee is bitter the way he is bitter, you can see how Mzee has been bitter. See all his rallies, my friend Katwe. Mzee does not speak with the humor that he usually speaks with. Mzee speaks bitterly. Look at him in South Mogirango last time. You had him speak that. He is very bitter. And that bitterness is what I fear. And some people are equating it to Atuoli. Say, why do you respect Atuoli the other side and you don't respect our Atuoli here? I don't know where. I don't know. It's politics.
Let's see how Uhuru and Raila will navigate that. We want a solution the way they have solved Kitui, they have solved Kakamega. Kakamega, we knew Ayub Savula will bring problems. But they sorted out in good time. Right now, Barasa is enjoying so let's hope they will find a solution to that, because Kisii politics now are confusing us. You're on mute, Alex.
Whether they like it or not, Simbarat is winning. Whether they gang all together, Simba will win. There is nothing they are going to do as of now. In fact, this commotion is solidifying Simbarati more and more than they thought. And as the days are coming to election, people are waking up and realizing that of all counties, we can't wake up in the morning and give that seat to UDA. It's no longer about, if we insist on speaking that, Kisses, you want to give the UDA the seat, then I think the campaign changes. But if we speak of individuals, that is when now clanism. So we must paint Mochogu as a UDA person by all necessary means. That can help us. But if we don't paint him as a UDA, then I think the clanism will creep in, and as you know, that the truth is, I mean, when power is next at home, it is sweet, whether it is from UDA or from ODM or from even Chap Chap. When that governorship is close home, it is very sweet. That's a fact.
Yeah, we have to accept with that reality. So let's have. Are you ready, Nani Uz? Ama nipatie mtu mwingine kwanza? Naona ni kama umeficha uso wako. Yeah, wait, Bob, before Uz comes.
No, why don't you remove Tofik? He has been there stuck like a portrait.
Hello. Is it my turn?
Yeah, I will say, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Why are you hiding your face?
Are you sure I'm hiding? I don't know how to hide.
No, you had lowered your head. We were only seeing the utosi.
Hii meeting ya kesho, I think they might need 2 days meeting, these people.
Ni leo, cause.
Oh. So that is Cheb. Cheb is there. Papa is there, Katwe and Alex. And Wekesa Eric. Why are you not using the Christian way of name? You are Eric Wekesa. Can you rearrange your name?
No. You are making a very big blunder. There's nothing called, I know you want to mean that to Eric is a Christian name. There's nothing called Christian name. Wekesa is a Christian name. My name should be Wekesa is in the book of life. Who told you that English names are Christian and African names are not? That's a big mistake. Stop
I'm
it.
sorry. Thank you for the clarification. Anyway, thank you for the clarification. Now, Alex, as much as you people and Katri are talking about Kisi, personally,
How are you, Daktari?
as far as I'm concerned, the solution is with Ongeri. Take it from me. Ongeri holds the key to all these things. That if you try to push him out, then you get exactly what you are saying. You cannot, if you push him out without him pushing himself out, oh, that is dangerous.
It's not a push, it's a negotiation. You know, at his age, he can be given something else, and he has seen all the goodies in government.
In politics, sometimes these people may use a strategy to mount pressure so that whether he likes it or not, he can go out annoyed or, you know, he may go out not a happy man. And even if that happens, he should be the same one who tells people, guys, I have seen the light, wacha tufanye hii kitu namna hii namna hii. If he has any negotiations, let him put him down. You said the meeting is tomorrow. I can see him in that meeting anyway. Yeah.
There's something that
so that when he goes back to Kisii, he will face the same problem Kalonzo faced. You have to convince your supporters this is in their best interest and that it is you and not somebody pushing you out. You get that way they'll score a good one. But if they should never even try to get him out reluctantly, that will not serve. That would not serve. And if he is pushed out and if he goes out himself, let him even become the chief campaigner of Simba. That will be new mpaka ballot box, mpaka debe. But anything short of that, I think what Alex is saying is likely to backfire and backfire very badly. The other challenging one is this one of.
But the truth is, Jose also talk the truth. The truth is, it can only be Simba Arati or the other one of UDA. So whether he maintains on the ballot, he will not get. There are only two options.
You see, if you push out Ongeri without his total support, then there will be a chance of UDA getting some good, benefiting from the reluctant fallout of sorts. Exactly the way Alex is saying.
How does it help Ongeri when UDA gets? That's my question. You know, we have also to interrogate that.
It may not
because
help
at some
Ongeri.
point we may say,
it may not help
people
Ongeri, but
choose their leader.
it will help the. You see, there are very many elective posts in. Forget about the president. Huku chini.
Oz, the politics of Kisii are divided in this way. One, you did not get what Alex said when it comes to the issue of Ongeri. When Alex said that uongozi ikiwa nyumbani ni mzuri na ni tamu. Remember this, Ongeri is a cousin to Machogu. So if Ongeri does not get it, and if it is pushed outside and is bitter, he can keep quiet but pray that Machogu takes, because Machogu is the cousin to him. So you see, and remember this, the strongest candidates are only coming from two clans. Obure and Simba Arati are from the same clan. Machogu and Ongeri are actually family members. So the other side of the Kisii does not have a candidate completely. So when Alex said that uongozi ikiwa nyumbani, that is what is going around Kisii. Because if Ongeri is pushed outside, he can decide and say that now let me keep quiet but pray that this gubernatorial seat comes to our household.
Now,
that is what Alex meant.
On that note,
I
let me
understand you. I understand you.
wait, you say first. Kato, let me ask you. Now, if Ongeri and Machoko come from the same area, what is wrong with us leaving him on the ballot so that they share those votes?
There is no problem. Part of the meeting that is supposed to be held today is about Kisii County and Nyamira County and on how they are going to solidify their win. So our question was, is Ongeri going to be pushed outside? And Alex warned and said that let Ongeri stay there such that agawanye hizo kura za Machogu zibaki kukua nothing completely. But if he's pushed outside, and that is one thing we should accept. It is the bitter truth, but we have to accept that Ongeri is going to play a very big role in the win of Simba Arati. And do not put away Chris Obure. Remember, Chris Obure has emerged second twice in his quest to become one. He became on 2017. He became the second one. And it came so close to Ongwae. So do not put him aside. But the problem is they are going to divide the votes of Bobasi constituency, which has the highest number of voters, 87,000 voters. That is not a number to joke with. It is the one that holds the largest number of voters. But when it comes to Nyaribari Chache and Nyaribari Masaba, when they are combining their votes, it's around 136,000 votes. These are the votes that are in question that are supposed to be taken to Simba Arati. But if Ongeri is removed from there, Machogu will sweep all the Nyaribari Masaba and Nyaribari Chache votes.
You see, Katwe, that is why I started by saying it will be total mistake to push Ongeri out. Even if reluctantly, the damage will still be there. Now, what I'm trying to say here is to make sure that Ongeri supporters vote where Ongeri himself says. Listen to me. This home
you cannot
rivalry.
call a meeting to push someone out. You call a meeting for negotiation. That's
why we are saying pushing anybody out will be total false. It will be a false start. No, you don't do that. You don't do that.
Nobody has said that.
No, Katwe was saying
I
that
have seen. Let's focus on the main things. I've seen in every place where one has left a seat for another one, there has been serious negotiations. There's nobody who has been pushed anywhere. Look at all the...
Okay, sir, nobody is talking about pushing anybody out. We are not saying about pushing anybody out. We are saying...
Yeah, so why are you laboring a point that doesn't exist? That's my question.
Katwe, can you explain so that... we are not talking about pushing anybody out. That is out of the question.
What Katwe also, there is another matrix that also coming out. If Ongeri decides now to support, because it looks like the team of Ongwae, the original team that they had paraded to take over Kisii, which was Ongeri, Janet Ongera, and whoever was going to become the senator.
Onyonka.
No, Onyonka was not part of it. That's why, the senator was quite open. This boy from Canada that makes a lot of noise. What is his name? This boy from Canada who is a blogger. There's this boy that was a blogger in Canada for a very long time. That was the...
Okemwa.
That was
Samuel Okemwa.
Yeah, Okemwa, yes. Samuel Okemwa. That was the original group that was supposed to take over the leadership. But Simba Arati came, distracted the establishment, and nobody had faith or even foresaw that he will do that. But now that he has done it, the people from Bobasi too, if Nyaribari makes a mistake to bring their voters together, the Bobasi will force Obure to put his candidature down and also support who? Simbarati. And that is why I'm saying, at the end of the day, Simba will carry it, but there will be casualties, big time casualties. But, you know, it's better for the people to acknowledge and realize that I think it is time for intergenerational leadership. I mean, they can't push that young man away. He has made his indelible mark. Originally, I did not support him, but he has shown that across the whole of Omogusi, he cuts across, and maybe like Wangamati, maybe like Oparanya, maybe like Natembea, he will do a good job. So we just can't completely push him out of politics, because where he is today is because he planned for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think then we take it from there. Now, Iwekesa, the other one is the Kajiado. The Kajiado one, personally, I think well, they'll succeed in, because they are trying to sweet talk one of them to step down. And interestingly, the one who is in Jubilee now was earlier on the ODM side, and Olelenku was on Jubilee side. I don't know what informed the switching of these positions. Maybe you'll tell me later. I wanted to talk about the issues in, okay, we call them sibling rivalries, or some people call them friendly fires. Like what happened in, is it Masabi? I don't know whether the national, no, the regional campaign teams, they had not seen this coming, or what? Because it's like they were all caught by surprise. I'm a bit disturbed. Well, they all caught by surprise as to what was going on there, and you could see the support was between the local rivalries in the area. Now, the other time, Kesa, you did promise that come at the end of this month, all these things will be sorted. But now you can see from what is coming out.
But the sorting meeting is tomorrow.
Yeah, that is because of the emerging issues around the same, isn't it? They had planned to do it at the end of June. But I think they were forced by circumstances to call it earlier.
It's not early, because you have you know that on 30th they are doing the printing of ballot papers, my friend, and so every party, not only in Azimio, all parties will clear their candidates to have the right lineup before that, because after that people will go on the ballot box and there's nothing you can do about it.
Anyway, let me conclude. The other issue which is bothering me is the Mombasa one. I'm just wondering what sort of friendship Wiper brings on board if they are entertaining. If Sonko was going to contest and wanted to be an Azimio candidate, so now he wanted to be an independent. Now he can't, and already he's in talks with UDA to support the other side. What do you make up of all this with the? Does it mean Kalonzo is completely helpless? Although from the look of things, he seems to be the one encouraging it. If Sonko is a Wiper member, why would he be allowed to rock Azimio programs to that? I'm totally at a loss. I think let me hear what other people are saying.
Okay, one comment, and then Duke, you also have a comment.
Yes, can I make a comment?
Now, yeah.
I wanted to say that, Jose, I don't know what is going on, but what I know as the status now is that Sonko has already turned against the party that was sponsoring him, the Wiper Party. He has gone to court to stop Wiper from nominating a candidate for that position. I don't know how he's going to, on what basis. Sonko is a loose cannon and should be, held, dealt with some gloves. He's just a loose cannon, and we cannot trust that kind of person.
That is a blessing in disguise. For the reason, our fear was that he was going to.
Whatever it is, Sonko, just count Sonko out.
That would be a blessing in disguise, because our main fear was that the Wiper supporters could be convinced to vote the other side. But if he has left Wiper, that is a blessing.
Yeah, so I don't know how you're arguing. On one hand, you're blaming Wiper, on the other hand, you are talking about a blessing in disguise. Because I wanted to tell you that Wiper is going ahead to nominate another candidate.
No.
He's not
I thought he was still a member of Wiper. If he has left Wiper,
I thought
that he was still a member of Wiper.
I'm suggesting that you stop using those things that you are putting on your ears, because sometimes you talk like we are not in sync.
Yeah, and I think it's high time we look at Azimio as one. Let's not look at Azimio as Wiper, Azimio as ODM. Let's generally see, and there are many places there are parties having internal competition. So let's not, I know there are people who are still pessimistic about Kalonzo, but for us to move together, we have to agree that we are one team. We may not agree on every issue, but at least we need to appreciate that all of us are working towards the same goal. Okay, Themba, you're welcome. Duke, you had a point?
Yes, I wanted to comment about the Kisii politics of the meeting, which is, I think, is today. What I can say is this. Governors, the main role of governors is actually not political to a large extent. It's about proper management of resources and implementing policies which will assist counties to move forward. So, what makes a presidential aspirant to be so concerned of governance? And that makes me to conclude that maybe the resources which are rooted from counties gets into the top leadership in a way. For example, I think the last interview for Songo, the last interview of Mike Songo, he gave an example what he encountered when he went to office for the first time. He found guys putting a bag with 18 million per day, and they told him that this is your money. And every day he will be taking like 18 million to just like that cash. And maybe he was told that everybody else gets his own share, even from some powerful members from the State House. And part of the impeachment of Songo was he was trying to digitize systems to do away with. As much as I don't like Songo, he tried to digitize cash collection and something. And like cartels who are fighting, it's like cartels sponsored him to be impeached. So for me, I'm for democracy. I don't agree that some people will come and have consensus and then drop out. Citizens should decide whether in US you have never seen primaries where individuals come together to agree on who to pack. So they let them compete. And the causes in Kisii is because the parties they don't conduct primaries properly. That's why somebody like Ongeri moved out of ODM. So if maybe, Chris Ovure and Ongeri to a large extent have been members of ODM party.
they moved out because they felt that the primaries would not be fair. And also, we have to look at the record of the contestant, those who are contesting. What's the record? For instance, if you take all of them, I think Chris Ovure performs better than all of them. When he was the Minister of Public Works, he made a lot of development project roads in Kisii. Compared to all of them, Ongera has been the minister, he has not performed. And Arati, as much as he has that pricing ability, if I ask Alex what has he done, I don't have any record of what he has done as a member of parliament in Dagoretti. He has been like being fidelity to the party. And you know, when a person is supported because you are loyal to a party, it gives you confidence even to root resources because the party will protect you, as it has been happening with this governor in Omopay. I think it's a wit. He actually is the underperformed, the governor who has underperformed in Kenya. But because he actually sings to the tune of the tone of the party, he cannot be prosecuted or removed out of office. So I feel the red people decide. Even if we have all independent governance in Kenya, that cannot affect the president in any way. Legislations about parliament, members of parliament, and senators. So red people pick the best person. That's what I can say.
Okay. Hey, the answer many. I want the debate to progress. Kato 1 minute, Alex 1 minute.
What I don't know about Alex, Duke actually, is that I don't know if he stays in Nairobi or wherever he stays. When he's saying that when it comes to the counties as a county governor, that it's not about politics and it's about the management of funds. Where does he place the county governments in terms of the arms of government? Is it the executive, the legislature, or the judiciary? Because if it is the executive, if the governor falls under the executive of the county, then you cannot shy away from politics. The politics have to take the day, whether you like it or not. But if you tell me that Martha Koome is not supposed to do politics, it is very true. He's not supposed to be doing politics. That is the truth. But when it comes to county governors, politics has to take the center stage, whether you like it or not. My second point, when he's saying that Governor Sonko was impeached because he wanted to digitalize the payments of Nairobi, when Kidero was in Nairobi, I remember before he even started his work, we were paying our parking fee. Unangojea mtu wa Kanjo, unampatia pesa, unamngojea hapa hata kama ulikuwa na very important meeting, unamngojea, unampatia pesa. So Kidero digitalized it brought the EGG pay in the digitalization of revenue collection in terms of car parking. So why wasn't he impeached? When you're telling us that Governor Sonko was impeached because he wanted to digitalize everything, did he embrace the digitalization of lands by Farida Karonei when she was trying to digitalize everything in terms of lands in Nairobi? So between Governor Sonko and Governor Kidero, who did most of the works in terms of digitalization of the revenue collection? Duke, I thought it is almost 4 months I've not been in this platform. Ungekuwa umeacha propaganda na kufuatana na propaganda ya Ruto, but it is the same problem since I left. You're not progressing. We should be progressing from that point, kindly.
Yeah, Kat, and also you would have asked whether what Duke is saying is admissible in law. When you talk about you wanted to be impeached because of digitalizing everything, can that even merit on the floor of? You see, some things are just political. How can you go to impeach someone because he was digitalizing? How can that case merit impeaching? Impeachment has a threshold, my friend. Let's not talk things that don't make sense here. Okay, Alex, make your nini and then we move on.
This is a Temba. This is a house of record. And Duke, thank you for saying that a governor, it's about management, not about politics. In short, thanks for endorsing Igade and saying that Sakaja does not qualify to be the governor of Nairobi. And that is, for instance, usually you say, for instance, and I'll tell you, for instance, in Nairobi, Sakaja is playing politics. Igade wants to manage Nairobi. So thank you, for instance, for endorsing our candidate for Nairobi. Thank you very much, Duke.
Nyumba shortly, and then I will be welcoming Themba to take over.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Kesa.
I have a question.
No, you are a man of questions.
Let Nyumba ask you a question, then you ask.
Why are you asking me a question before I even talk? You was there. Let me talk, then you can ask me a question. Thank you,
No,
Bwana Kesa.
you are not submitting. You are actually asking.
I'm not. Actually, I
Yeah.
follow the laws, the rules of the game. So greeting you is part of the game. You, Wanakesa, Themba, and all the rest. I greet you. Themba is refusing my greeting. It's okay, no problem this morning. Now, Nani, I didn't find him saying that, Duke, but I'm amused. I can catch up of what was said earlier, even in my absence, and he has made my morning. That argument is very, very interesting, actually. I found Katwe talking and I could project what Duke must have said. And I said, Duke, I like him. He has got a thick skin. His resilience in this platform is the best, actually. Duke, keep us busy. Number two, because I'm not contributing. Wekesa, there are only two questions. Today I may not even contribute. I don't want to contribute. I want to listen. Sometimes it's good to listen to others. Wekesa, question to you and the members of the panel. Why you have got bald head? Themba has bald head. Bernard has bald head. Themba does not scratch his head. Wekesa and Bernard keep on scratching their heads. I want an answer next time, not for now. And finally, there's something I want all of you to go and do some research. Yeah, in 1973, I was in Form 3 myself, and something happened unique. This is off topic. I'm finishing when I guess just right now. There was a bank robbery in a country called Sweden, Stockholm. Okay? Yeah, the 4 people were held hostage for a number of days. For 6 days, actually. And these people, they came to have rapport. The captives and the robbers, wakakuwa marafiki. When they were rescued, when walikuwa wameshikwa, they tried to protect the abductors. Okay? Walikuwa wamekuwa marafiki. That one is called Stockholm syndrome. It's a syndrome. Mtu anakupunish na finally unampenda hata unamprotect. Then, but this is the question. The Kikuus were suffered for 24 years under Moi, suffering. Then they thought, okay, Kibaki tried to rescue them. Here comes Uhuruto. They have suffered again. The Kikuyus, especially the elders, not the young people who don't have history, some of the elders, even my age mates, are supporting Ruto. Is it an extension of the Stockholm syndrome? Maybe I want an answer. I'll be here same time tomorrow morning. The Kikuyus, don't give me an answer, Themba, tonight. Everybody, go and find out. If the Kikuyus suffered so much, until now, the Stockholm syndrome caught up with them. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, Themba. Maswali leo ni mingi. Wacha submit and then you guys will ask questions.
Huyu mzee atatoroka, anasemanga ni mbuzi, anaenda kutoa sahi asubuhi.
Wewe Alex unasema anakunywa kitu. Sikunywagi wewe, wewe nimekuona sana.
You don't have to ask everything a question. Zingine unaacha tu zinapita. Then make your submission and then take over kindly.
Today I don't have a submission. I'm just here to say hi. So I will continue.
Uko kama mimi leo, hata mimi sijasema anything. I'm just here.
Yeah, so nitakuwa tu hapa kuwa guide. Thank you.
Why you guys copying me? Just because I've said I'm not submitting, then you are copying me again. Themba and Wekesa.
How do I copy you and I've been here from 12 midnight and you have not been here?
I've said I'm not submitting and then you are repeating the same thing, both of you.
Because I've already done. You are doing what I've already done.
Why are you arguing? Mtu amesema ameshakunywa kitu.
Let's allow the debate to progress kindly.
So 1 minute. I think the question you just asked, I think was answered by Igade. You know, I feared to say those 2 words, but you know, Igade put it so well, more than any other person has ever put it. The butcheristic and hyenarism, ama alisema aje, that is what has become of you people.
Hyenaristic.
Hyenaristic. I don't know if it exists in Oxford Dictionary or he concocted himself that, but I think the Mount Kenya nation is butchering itself while we are looking at them. They've become their own enemies. You can see Kabogo and Wamatangi. You can see Kihika and Nani Huko. You can see Kuria and so on. I mean, the whole of Mount Kenya is burning. So you can't go outside and blame Ruto. Ruto took advantage already of a seed that was seared. Had you been together, I don't think Ruto could have, you know, even as we think it's a miracle. We never saw that at one point of all communities, it could be that way. That's my short answer. If I'm wrong, then you can help me understand your people, because I don't understand the people from Mount Kenya so much.
Themba, endelea.
Yes, Papa Bob. Karibu.
I just wanted to mention 2 things with reference to Duke. Duke, did you listen to the Igade meeting with the KEMSA guys? Because I heard you talking about digitization of the Nairobi County, and I can see Black is behind the scenes applauding and clapping that Sonko is the one who did all that. And we just heard from Katwe that Sonko was even resisting digitization of the land department rather of the county. Now today Igade just revealed to us that the county of Nairobi does not have an asset register. Can you imagine? The capital city government does not have an asset register. So essentially, Nairobi is just flying and operating on perceived ownership of some spaces, but they don't even know how much they own. So you can imagine, and it is very simple. In a balance sheet, the most important, wing is the asset wing. Now, if you do not even know how much you have, what kind of government was Sonko running? You can see where we are. So we need that man gathered to get to that job and do it. Now, I just want to float something here that that is making rounds in, regarding the Kiambu politics.
Bob.
Yes?
I like what you're saying, but I think let it be known that it's Igade versus Sakaja who are on the ballot. I think even as much as Igade presented his points, he didn't major so much on what Songa and Kidero had done. He said the two people on the ballot are Sakaja and I. So you need to compare the two most. Most of the time we are comparing backwards as if the other guys are on the ballot. We need to know. Maybe Songo failed. Okay, my argument is this: maybe Songo failed, but maybe Sakaja could fix it. So we need to draw the clear comparison of the present candidates more.
Yeah, I was just trying to correct that misinformation. Now, there is somebody called Nyumba. I think maybe Nyumba, I don't know who is conversant with the Kiambu politics, but as it is right now, what is making rounds is that Moses Kuria, being who he is back in KK or whatever formation you call it, and he's cutting deals. He has decided to sacrifice one Kabogo, and he is in the process of trying to convince the candidate for the senatorial position to step down for him, so that his voters can vote Wamatiangi and forget about Mr. Kabogo. So Mr. Kabogo should make a decision on where he is, because he has been put on the chopping board as it is. Okay, back to you, Wekesa.
Wekesa, let me play one video here before you. I don't know if it's uploaded. No, just go on. Let me upload it. Just go on.
Okay. Stone PK, make a submission. Stone. Stone PK, are you there? Unmute.
Call him Kahiga. Kahiga. He's Kahiga.
Unmute, you talk. Hey.
I think he's hanging. I've tried even to unmute from this side. It can't. I think maybe there's low network on his end.
Okay, Nyumba, what is it?
No, I'm telling Stone to talk. Today I said I'm not submitting. I'm just provoking Stone to talk something.
Kuze, you have been talking here a lot.
Hey, hello. Hey, sorry guys. Sorry. I think
I just had a question with for Duke. Eh?
Okay, wait. Stone PK is here. Yes, Stone.
Yeah, habari yenu wote, hamjambo ndugu zangu na nyumba, Duke akina Kuseo ze na Alex, leo nimemuona Bob Katwe siku nyingi sijakuona, Richi Makiadi, Luambo Luanzo na Themba pamoja, hata Wekesa amepotea kabisa. Hamjambo nyote, good to see you, and it's yet another exciting moment here. I'll go straight into this pool and start counting down. The countdown is good, 46 days. But again, we have to be a bit careful because now it's sad what we saw in Northeastern. Tunaingia kwa vishindo, alafu sasa siblings wanaanza kung'ang'ania hiyo chapo hapo. Well, it looked bad, of course, but I think it has to be taken a bit serious. And I think it should be one of the things that will be addressed, one of the items that will be addressed by the team that is meeting today, tomorrow. Hiyo imesamoniwa na chairman wa Azimio, the president Uhuru Kenyatta. We would love it to be addressed on a very serious note, because when you have such fights like in Kisii, now Kisii and Northeastern, huko ndio najua clanism iko tough. We used to have that in Mbere, bitterness, you know, where two clans, ukiwa clan ile ingine hata kuzungumza, hata salamu huwa msalimiane, ukisikia mtu wa clan ile ingine ameingia kwa hiyo matatu unashuka, you know. We used to do that during Jeremiah Nyaga. He's the one who brought that, and that's why Mbere and Embu have never seen eye to eye, and Mbere remains one of the most underdeveloped areas. So I know, I have the experience of clanism. It is serious, and I know that also in Northeastern it is bad, it is serious. We all know what happens in Somali. Somali is one tribe, but then vita ile inakuaga huko juu ya clanism ni ile jawahi onekana. Is that one of come and see. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this nip should be cut quickly by the Azimio team, because kiti ni moja, whatever. Kama hiyo ya Moyale, hiyo Marsabit governorship, there will be only one of them. And if they joke around, you cannot have one UDA and then you have three Azimio guys saying that they will wrestle ndio wapigane na huyu. Hiyo hesabu sijui walitoa wapi. Sijui hata kama mtu wa UDA si popular na nyinyi mko watu watatu wawili. Really? How can you really win? You know, hata raia wenyewe they will get annoyed and probably vote the other side by defiance. So for me, it's a serious concern that I feel should be addressed. People should be told the truth. If it means doing some minor or miniature kind of assessment or election, you know, go down, send a strong team on the ground, sample number of, you know, polling stations, pick random. Then whoever wins during that survey, muna meet kwa boardroom and you agree. It is true. You go to any constituency or ward or county, you will know who is leading. Utajua Kenya mzima. People should not lie. Yeah, you will always know the one that is gonna win. Sometimes there's only one or two places where you have very tight competition. But even with that tight competition, you have to bite the bullet. Yeah, if they are both of them your kids, you bite the bullet, and one of them has to take it, because it will be bad. That picture of today, people fighting and disrupting, throwing stones to the high table there, to the dais. How would you know? Je, mawe ikipiga baba na huyo ndio tunataka akuwe president? Kwani ukitupa hiyo rungu unaiambia ukiona baba hepa? It was a bad show that should really be taken extremely serious. You know, and you know, these days our police cannot manage crowd. That crowd was too huge. If it went haywire, you know, it would be helter-skelter, people getting hurt and all that kind of a thing. Then, yeah, because I don't believe in Kenya we are able to manage it. If a crowd goes berserk, ni ngumu sana. Yeah, especially when it's in the rural areas. I've been in campaign meetings whereby you are at muko na polisi 20. They can't. By the time they ask for enforcement from other counties, watu wameumizana vibaya sana. Yeah. And then, of course, our policemen these days, truly speaking, they are small boys, very young, nguvu hawana, kimpiga kofi anapinduka na anguka mara mbili. They are small. I mean, that's the truth. So you don't expect to start a commotion ati na utasaidiwa na polisi. Polisi wa siku hizi si wale walikuwa wanakula ugali. Akikukaba hivi, akufinye hata uwezi, yani akikuchora kofi uwezi kunini. Hata watu wanawadharau. So anyway, for me, I'm just calling upon Azimio to really sort out such issue. Coming to the issue of what do we call it? The DP backtracking. We know this guy. We know whatever he says. I think he's one of the most confused guys in this country. Hata hiyo UDP tu alipata na default. He's not qualified to be a leader. This I've said, and people think like I hate him passionately. Sincerely, when I do my assessment of who and what a leader is supposed to be, The DP does not fall anywhere. On a scale of 5, for me, it falls under 1.5 and below. Proper, do bila bias. Umuassess tu ufanye zile assessment unafanya kwa UN, kwa NGO, kwa companies. Really, the DP does not qualify anywhere as a team leader. He doesn't. And that you can do that research. He doesn't at all. Because he fails on the first top, za kwanza. 1, inconsistency. How can you say when a leader when you are so inconsistent? 2, you are a liar. That kills you. Hata kama wewe una education imeenda binguni ukarudi. The moment you fail these 2, before we even come to integrity, you are done. You cannot lead a team. Then you go selecting somebody like Gachagua at ni deputy president wako. Really? So when he talks of poor education system, then he goes back and, those are characteristics of a very, very, very mediocre leader, who is driven by emotions. You think you make this statement at the spur of the moment to have people late, and then unaruka step moja unakuta, by good God, I messed. You retract, then you spoil zaidi. Kwa Kimbere tunasemanga kulika mutondoli, yani unakanyanga mavi, unarudi unakanyanga roharo, wewe chini. You are a confused fella. And in fact, if shaitani akaingia tu kidogo, huyu mtu arigi akuwe president, the country is finished. Kenya itakuwa kwisha. I'm telling you. And for a country to get finished is like this. Saa hii tuko kwa deathbed economically. Then you want to put him there to resuscitate the country? Really? Somebody who says corruption cannot stop development? So he backtracks. He says this education is bad. He goes, So for me, I tend to think is the worst thing that Kenyans will ever have had. And it's so sad that he's one of the leading competitors who are Baba. I wish it was Baba and Wajakoya. At least we would be talking. Okay, then I would say so far so good. Azimio should just try to do those internal small things. Today I was working on the numbers that were released by IBC. I got very excited. I tried to look for, I went from the end. I went to the worst. I was not looking for Baba's votes. I was looking for Ruto's votes to win. And to tell you the truth, nimetumia masomo yangu, nikatumia watu chini, sikuona. If Ruto wins these elections, then Shetani anatawala dunia hii. Thank you very, very much, guys. I'll be coming when I'm called upon. Thanks. Over to you, Bwana Makiadi, because I see Themba is not there, Lekesa is not there.
Asante Stone, I've liked your Nini very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stony VK. Bob Papa, I don't know why you keep on advocating for.
Ukiyavulia maji nguo kuwa tayari kuyaoga.
Watu mnaona hapa, they gave me 74,000 votes wakijua mimi ni single mother. Yes. They knew that. Because what I'm trying to say, leadership, it comes from God.
Alice Ng'ang'a ambaye ni mbunge wa Thika mjini.
Are you there?
Hapa akionekana kugadhabika na dhana kwamba mwanamke ambaye hajapata jiko hatoshi kuongoza. Na sio yeye tu, viongozi kadhaa kutoka kaunti ya Kiambu wameelezea wazi msimamo wao.
I tell you what, we need to be respected. We don't need to be discriminated, and nobody is going to put me down.
Very many of us also have got single mothers. Unatukana mama zetu. Respect, and I want to tell it to Governor Kabogo, respect the women of Kiambu, respect the women of Kenya.
Gavana Kafogo na baadhi ya viongozi kutoka kaunti ya Kiambu wamekuwa wakitofautiana kuhusiana na masuala tofauti, hasa pendekezo la kuhamisha afisi za kaunti pamoja na kuongezwa kwa ushuru. Matamshi yake kuhusu wanawake, hata hivyo, ndiyo yanaonekana kuwa kera, sio tu watu wa Kiambu.
It is not your husband who is going to leave. Where is our husbands now or our wives? Where is maybe a governor now? Semi governor. Do we want to know that the governor is married or not for us to give him power?
Ingawaje Gavana Kafogo ameelezea nia yake haikuwa kutukana akina mama, yamkini yamezua hisia kali, hasa kwa wale wanaohisi anadunisha kampeni ya usawa wa jinsia hapa nchini Kenya. Ann Mawathe, Citizen Nipashe.
Stone PK, go ahead.
1 minute, because this comes on my heels. Is this very latest, Makiadi? Okay. I was thinking if it's latest, then I was saying hallelujah, because inaonekana itakuwa imeonekana shetani anafanya kazi yake, because he's the one who makes people make those kind of comments. Thank you, Makiadi.
Yomba, 1 minute.
Less than a minute. The single mother's family unit is something with us, and it will stay. Although that's an old clip, it's even recognized. Even the church is trying to see it, because it's a reality. It's practical. There are so many single mothers, and this is recognized. Is the trend now.
Why don't Makiadi tell us why he played the clip? Because I don't know. He hasn't.
Yeah, you know, people have started lifting their hands. The reason why I played this clip is because of Bob Papa Azimio. And Bob Papa Azimio, as of late, tried to depict Kabogo as a very, very formidable force, a person who really is who can be an asset to Azimio. And so I had to go back to the archives and try to dig these videos of Kabogo to show Bob Papa Azimio who Kabogo really is. I told you the other time here. Hold on, Kato, I'll give you a chance. I told you the other time here, Bob Papa, that Kabogo is actually in the right place for you know. He's actually in the right camp. Let me say that he's in the right camp because he belongs together with the likes of Moses Kuria and the likes of Rigathi Gachagua. This guy, if you give Kabogo, just don't be blinded by the way you see Kabogo talking right now on TV. Kabogo is a person who, when he gets power, I remember, and I'll look for that video. The things that Kabogo has said about Raila Odinga are the same things that Kuria right now is speaking about Raila Odinga. The same Kabogo that you hear right now saying that the DP does not have a formal agreement with them and all that stuff, is the same Kabogo that abused women. It's the same Kabogo that used to fly with a chopper in functions and anapiga mchele na pilau yote na helicopter, alafu anawalipa na pesa, anawambia anaweza walipa pesa. So I'd rather, when you come to speak about Kabogo here, jaribu kukumbuka historia yake na ujue what this guy is capable of, and when he gets power, how he behaves. I don't speak for Kabogo. I don't like Kabogo coming or joining Azimio. I'd rather akae huko. If he wants to go independent, let him go independent. Kama nataka kuingiana na kina Ruto, let him continue being there. Thank you.
Bwana Makiadi, even his riches, you didn't talk of his riches. It's tricky how he got rich.
Katwe.
Actually, I would have preferred if you would have played that a song for Bob Papa Azimio that is in reference with Kabogo, a song by Lucky Dube called "That's the Way It Is." That when you think that that be good to the people on your way up the ladder, because you'll meet them on your way down, in the sense that Kabogo really abused Raila Odinga, not knowing that at some point he might be needing him. And when Kabogo is talking about single women, and this is a narrative that people tried to bring out when Martha Karua was chosen as the running mate, people started saying that gender without a gender is it's not something that we can consider. But notwithstanding the fact that in Kenya we've got over 24 million women and 14 million of them are single women. So what are you telling 14 million women? That you go to hell, we do not care about you. And most of them, and you do remember that when Governor Lee Kinyanjui made a comment about the MP for Kiambaa, Kawanjiku, there was a comment that he made about Kawanjiku that really stirred a lot of comments online and all that. You see, when the coin flips, when the coin, people think that a coin has two sides. Actually, a coin has three sides. Only that this one side is being used in a bad way to show this side and this side. But when the coin flips, you do not want to know where you'll be put when thunder will strike, the political thunder strikes. Now Kabogo has been rendered so useless in Kiambu that even if he had to go for an MP position, I don't think Kabogo would have clinched even that MP position. It's because of abusing women. And let it be known that in as much as we are playing politics, there are some things we have to keep at bay. And there are things we can play with politics. Thank you.
Yeah, and then you can take over when the video that I wanted to play will be ready. I mean, it's almost ready. I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Yes, Papa.
No, Makiadi was. I just want to inform Makiadi that he was too fast in drawing conclusions. The reason why I brought the Kabogo thing is that it is to our advantage that their wrangles continue. It's not that I was supporting Kabogo. I know Kabogo very well. I know his vulgar language is a lot of madarau, you know. So Makiadi umekuja na roho mbaya sana ya kunitandika na nia yangu ilikuwa sio hiyo. Lakini ni vizuri umeleta hiyo video pia ikumbushe panelists wetu wote na watazamaji wetu wote who Kabogo is. Thank you. Demba, nimekurudishia usukani.
Asante. Makiadi.
Yeah, and Demba, let me play this video. Alex ametoka na nilikuwa nataka asikie video, lakini sawa.
Nisikizeni vizuri. 2013 wakati sisi tunapanga kuunda serikali, Uhuru na Kenyatta na mimi tulipanga tukaunda Jubilee kwenda kutafuta serikali. Wale wengine wakitendawili wakapanga, tukashindana na wao. Watu wakanu hapa wakapanga, hawakujua hata wanaenda wapi. Mwisho hawakupata serikali, hawakupata upinzani. Sasa hawajijui hata wako wapi. Ndio unaona wanakumangamanga hapa, hawaelewi wako pande hii, wako pande ile, wanahangaika hapa katikati na fitina ya bure. Pichu uginge bendi some assist kelen sige nyoru serikali. Kulen manyoru ara Ruto ara Kenyatta gerati. Kumongen sang nyu ko ungan lemin nigi miyo nigi mo endi anywhere. Oronas mato wa serikali. Mato wa opposition. Ni kwenu ni mongen ndosi ko ni ndosi. Omoiwe ngal omoiwe ne. Unatuambia nini? Unatuambia nini? Ati wanatusahihisha kitu gani? Maana gani? Sigeni bwana. Wacheni mchezo. Wacheni mchezo. Hii kazi tutafanya. Na mimi nasikia watu wanamangamanga hapa, watu wakiuliza maswali, watu wanataka kazi ifanyike. Hawa watu network yao, shida yao ni kwamba network yao iko chini. Hawako bunge, hawajui inaendelea nini huko. Hawajui nini inaendelea kwa serikali. Kwa sababu hawako upinzani, hawako kwa serikali, ni watu ya kuhangaika hapa katikati. Ndio wanauliza maswali ambayo haina maana. Kwani hawajui watu ya Baringo 40,000 from 2013 wamewekewa stima. Hawaoni barabara ya Barbelo mpaka kule inaendelea kuwekwa lami. Hawaoni ya kwamba hapa Chemolingo tunajenga TTI. Hawaoni tunajenga TTI Baringo South. Hawaoni tunajenga TTI Baringo North. Hawaoni tumeweka vifaa kwa hospitali ya Kabarnet? Hawaoni tumeweka hospitali ya Eldama Ravine vifaa? Hawa ni watu alafu wanakuja kutuuliza hapo, wanataka nini bure. So hebu sikizeni jameni, mimi nataka niwaambie hawa watu wanatuambia maswali hapa. Mimi nataka niwaambie iko upungufu, iko shortage ya watu ya kudanganywa ati hakuna kazi inaendelea. Kwani wewe uone kazi ile inaendelea ama namna gani? So mimi nataka niwaambie safari hii hatuwezi kukubali eti watu wetu ati wagawanywe, hawa waende kule, wengine waende kule, kwenda kumangamangishwa mahali ambapo hakuna plan. Inawezekani hiyo. Na Baringo hii governor, senator, wajumbe, MCA wote kwa mapenzi ya Mungu tutaweka Jubilee. Kwa hivyo senator wenu ajipange. Ajipange vizuri. Sione ya kwamba atiko hapa watajaza karata hiyo ya guesswork. Kutuambia sijui nini. They have no plan. Wakati tunajenga reli, tunaweka stima, tunaweka vifaa hospitali, wanamangamanga hapa hawana plan. Plan yao ni gani? Namna gani? Mimi nasikia siku hizi wanamangamanga huko Nairobi wanafanya maandamano. Wameenda kufundisha wengine. Nasikia ndio wameanza kuleta maandamano Baringo hii. Ati wamefundishwa maandamano na wale. Ndio wakuje
Now, Alex, I would have wished you to listen to that video. Metoroka, Alex. The reason why I played that video, specifically, toa hiyo theatrics yote yenye umesikia hapo, Stony PK and all the panelists, I want you to tell me, how does the deputy president stand in a press conference, in a gathering like that and say, safari hii tutahakikisha governor, tutahakikisha senator, tutahakikisha wajumbe wote wa Baringo, and that is for the 2017 election, tutahakikisha wajumbe wote wa Baringo wanatoka Jubilee. You know, I was listening to that speech by the deputy president, and it reminded me of what the IEBC has been doing. I looked at the body language of William Ruto, although I'm not a body language expert, and I looked at the confidence that he had when talking about how they will capture all those seats. And it reminded me of what we've been talking about here, the relationship that Jubilee had with Chebukati. And that is why, and that's just my opinion, and that is why I support that the 2017 election was rigged. You can say otherwise, you can say whatever you want to say, but that's just my opinion. I believe these guys rigged the 2017 election. And I remember very well, there was a time that they went to campaign in Baringo, Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. And when they came to the podium, Gideon Moi was there. I'll look for that video and play it here. You could see the tension. He did not even agree to greet, Gideon Moi did not even agree to shake William Ruto's hand, because the tension was so high to a point whereby I understand that Gideon Moi had to seek the indulgence of the president, so that they had to do what? To tell the Jubilee candidate for senator in Baringo to step down so that Gideon Moi can go. But William Ruto was so determined to kill the career of the one senator for Baringo, Gideon Moi, to a point whereby he went to his home county to tell him that you're not going to make it to Senate this time round. And Duke, unaweza nipinga ukitaka, lakini mimi nakwambia, this video alone is evidence that this guy had tampered with the electoral process of Kenya in 2017. Duke, karibu.
You know, that's not true, because if he made that statement and then the outcome of 2017 was the same, then you can say that. But in Baringo, we have senators. We have the senator is Kanu. We have MCAs from different parties, you see. And when he said, if God aroused, that means it was not fair. Maybe he was meaning that they can campaign for that party to actually, even Raila Odinga uses the same statement. He says, this time we want all ODM members, 6 piece. So that can be a campaign strategy. You should not actually, there is nothing serious from that video at all. But the problem with Gideon Moore is that Gideon Moore does not have the influence, but he wants to be considered as somebody who has an influence, because it's not about money politically. Sometimes politics is not about money, it's about how many people who support you. So if maybe he does not have people supporting him, he should not be demanding that political respect just because he was the son of the president. So that's what I can respond.
I want Stone PK to kindly answer me this question. Now that Stone PK comes from the larger Mount Kenya region, I want you to differentiate between the tribe of the Kikuyus and Kalenjins, and tell me if
Katwe, hold on. You are taking a wrong turn. First of all, hold on. I want us to dissect this video first before we move away from it, and that's why I played this video. I want Stone PK to give me his submission according to what he has understood from that video. Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Bro Katwe. Bro Makiadi. You know, this video just, it confirms and it tells you that even by the time the nullification of this election was coming to fruition, most of us, especially those who are really on the ground, either contesting or campaigning, we knew. And Kabogo is one of the victims of that rigging. The rigging was so pronounced such that, we could pick, like in my constituency, we had a candidate who would not have been beaten under whatever circumstances. I know people like saying, oh, unajua watu lazima wakubali kushindwa. Like in my constituency, I was the representative of my candidate. What do we call the coordinator? Was coordinating all the agents, and we saw what happened. And the candidate that got pronounced as the winner of Jubilee would not even have taken number 3. This is Jeffrey Kingangi, the AD camp. This guy could not score number 3, but he was taken all the way to number 1, beating Mutava Musiemi, who was the incumbent, and another very tough guy that was upcoming. But he was picked by that algorithm and the rest. And Ruto had come to our constituency and talked the same way. He came to our headquarters there, and we could see, and even my people said, hiki kimepangwa. He said he was almost talking like Kariuki Chotara. Those of you who might have been there during Kariuki Chotara, wapende waspende, that language. So when he says this in Moi's area, that confidence in that constituency, and even because I understand a lot of Kalenjin, what he has talked in Kalenjin it's killing. I mean, he told them, hapa kuna mahali KANU inaenda, whether people like it or don't like it, hata msisikize, anasema it's butch, it's useless. So that kind of confidence, honestly, and then you invoke God. By the way, these days I hate anybody who tells me Mungu sijui Mungu, because people have gone to satanic way so much. So mtu akinakwambia maneno ya Mungu, kumbe it's not true. Bwana asifiwe, fake zote hizo. So nobody should come and tell me that because Ruto is saying Bwana asifiwe and all that is too much of a satanic person. Someone who talks opposite of what he means, and someone who goes demeaning. How do you go demeaning a colleague in his own constituency? I understand people are saying that
Stone
When we are on this TV, we are in Nairobi, we are all these other places. We don't know Mashinani what it means. You go to Nyachae, I know Mariba maybe comes from Kisii. That home still in nguvu. The fact that in nyumba ya ufalme, you cannot bullshit it. Sorry to use that word. Mahali kuna ufalme inakuaga na hiyo ufalme. There is a saying in our tribe. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody who is not, who is not able to deliver should be automatically, given leadership position just because his father or whatever. But truly speaking, wherever you find that leadership thing, more often than not, the people tend to support. People cannot lie to me that Gideon is not supported and liked in Baringo. You'll be lying. You'll be lying. Yeah. Oh, people say, oh, Moi didn't do sijui nini in Baringo. Some people have never been to those areas. Okay. The first tarmacs in the most remote areas zilikuwa ni huko Baringo, my friend. Tarmac ambayo inakaa mwaka moja kabla gari ifikie. Yeah. So sometimes we have to be really careful when somebody says so and so has done nothing. The first very good schools, Moi alitengeneza huko kwao, modern. There is one school that he, looks like Moi Forces Academy, So sometimes people at the village, they know more about their son than us who are in other places. Back to you, Richie.
People in the comment section are saying there's no way that Gideon could have been rigged. The election was free and fair. I want to remind you of the day that William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, and Gideon Moi went to Baringo to campaign in 2017. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know if you people remember what happened on the podium that day. I don't know if you remember. PK, I don't know if you have a vivid memory of what happened on that day in Baringo County between William Ruto and Senator Gideon Moi. Okay, I'll find the video because at least if I play the video, then people will see what I'm trying to paint. Katwe.
What I really wanted us to remind ourselves is this on the issue of Gideon Moi and William Ruto. Na madharau ya William Ruto kwenda kwa the Odhamaki. Actually, the right word for the kings is Odhamaki. The problem with William Ruto is that he does not understand that wazee huona mbali sana. And if you remember in 2017, let me remind you now, Richie Makiadi, the time Kanu wanted to join NASA. And you remember in Bomas of Kenya, Nick Salat, the chairman for the secretary general, is it the secretary or the chairman for Kanu, said we took on ndani. I remember it passed a day. If the Moi family is inconsequential the way Ruto thinks, Mama Ngina, and Stone PK, you can be my witness on this. Mama Ngina flew to Iten to see Moi, the mzee. The next day we were told that Kanu is in Jubilee to stay. So if the Moi family, or rather the way Ruto is trying to put it and trying to diminish the political career of Gideon Moi, it was not factored by the fact that alikuwa nasikia wivu. If Nick Salat and Kanu would have gone to NASA, what would have happened to the 2017 presidential elections? I mean, let us be a little bit candid. And remember this, that in every time William Ruto has a quest to clinch power, a political life has to die. Let me demystify. Where is the likes of Zipporah Gitonyi, Sally Koskei, the likes of Mark To? Where did they end up after William Ruto trying to become a kingpin in the Rift Valley so that he can be considered as a principal member in ODM in 2007? Where are they? Where are those souls that really fought for the Kalenjin people during the time when William Ruto was not there? But when he had the quest to clinch power, all those political lives died. Where are they? Juzi ndio umeona the Sadi Kosgei akiletwa to the limelight by His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. You saw the likes of Makto, even wakati wa matanga wa Makto. I remember very well Gideon Moi akisimama akisema, nyinyi watu mnapiga kelele na mnapiga siasa, hata hatujaanza kuimba wimbo, tuna tune gitaa tu saa hii na wengine washaanza kupiga dance kwa matanga ya Makto. And I remember William Ruto talking a very, very beautiful Kalenjin, trying to show people that Gideon Moi does not know Kalenjin. He was saying that Gideon Moi does not know any Kalenjin. Gideon Moi stood up and spoke very fluent Kalenjin. It is where, and this will remain my principle, that in the quest of William Ruto to have power, a political life has to die in the Rift Valley. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob Azimio, you had something to say?
Yeah, mine was just directed or advising Duke that Duke, you know, whenever you're given a chance to comment or contribute to a certain issue, sometimes you need to keep Raila Odinga or Azimio out of it. You know, every time you try to defend Ruto on any political issue, you always invoke the name of Raila. I don't know whether this is something that you people of the UDA are trained to do, or that when you're drowning, you must just clutch on straws and try to hold on to the coat of Raila Odinga. Maybe you will get saved. Because I have never had anything, any of your responses that come out clean without tagging Raila Odinga. Maybe you'll have to explain to us when you get a chance. Makiadi, tunaona nisijui kama nipate troopers kwa Adam sama nikurudishie wewe.
Yeah, I was trying to find that video, so sorry, I got distracted. Adams, karibu piane submission yako.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Makedi and panel. I greet you all. I just came in. I don't want to say much, but let me just say a little bit about what I saw today. I saw the Master, the Lord of doublespeak did it again today successfully. He came out. I remember Ruto the other day when Professor Magoha said that when they crafted the CBC and then they rolled it out, they did a pilot. He came out with these soldiers, gun blazing, and they said that when they capture power in August, the first thing they're going to do is to scrap off that thing and re-embark back to 844 system. On a live TV, he said, and they were very, very candid, and they spoke so many things. Today, the man forgets so fast and just come out and saying that they have a grand plan. I saw the likes of Dennis Itumbi, those there is online warriors saying, oh, they have a robust education system, they're just going to roll it out. But when you look at it, this guy just came out and said in simple terms, I'm backing CBC. There's nothing else. He just said, okay, you know what? I'm supporting CBC and I'm going to implement it. There's nothing robust about anything that he said. So it's just a matter of double speak. And if you guys realize, Ruto really don't care about his nature of lies and double speaking. It doesn't bother him. It only bothers people like us, but with him, it doesn't bother him, because whenever he goes out there and say something which it previously contradicted, people normally remind him. Kenyans are very funny people. They remind him with video evidence all the time, and I'm very sure he watched them. He get the feedback, but he don't care. He just go. Or maybe this guy has got a memory lapse. Maybe he has a memory issues. He says something and then he forget. Or I may say that Ruto doesn't think before he speak. He just go there and spew all this venom, and later on he thinks after he had already spoken. So that is why he keep on, contradicting himself. Because if you look at this guy, like 75% of the stuff that he has opposed in this political game, he has come to do the opposite or benefit from them directly, not even indirectly, just directly. So that is the same thing as they say they're going to have the robust manifesto. Let's wait and see. And I also saw the rally that took place in the north, and it was good, but it was bad. And these are the things that we were trying to say, that Azimio is going to have some technical challenges whereby they have two strong candidates in the Azimio camp, and they are both strong and they all need it. And this is very dangerous. I want you guys to look at it. This is very dangerous because this one may make UDA to flip through, because those two guys belong to Azimio and they're all popular and strong. A UDA candidate can take a chance and just flip through and make it. And the same thing may happen to Kajiado as well, because we have both ODM and Jubilee strong in Kajiado. But that Ole Metito guy may just come and take advantage and just slip. That is how Member of Parliament for Langata, Korir, became an MP. He did not become an MP because he has a lot of votes. He became an MP because of Wiper and ODM split their votes, and then the guy just flipped over and he became the member of parliament like that. Otherwise, I realized that sibling rivalry, that is so dangerous. That is very, very dangerous. Whatever happened there was so bad, but I think I echo the party leader, the Raila Odinga himself. When he came up to speak, he didn't bother to get involved into the local politics. He just played his nationalistic point of view, and then he left. So I just came in. I have not much to say today. I'm just listening to you guys. Maybe I may listen to Duke, and then I'll revert later. Thank you.
Thank you. Duke, go on.
So I wanted to give, I was asked questions and I was not even given time to respond to those questions. And I'm glad that, Kato, you are here, because you asked that you are trying to say that county government is part of executive. That's false. So if you read chapter, I think it's chapter 9, chapter 10, and chapter 11, you can see, even if you Google what are the components of the executive, the county government is not part of the executive. It is somehow autonomous in a way, but it has to work in cooperation with the national government in terms of budgeting and maybe resource sharing, something of that kind. So, and I did not say that governors should not be involved in politics. I said that to a large extent, when it comes to the seat of the governor, politics does not make much sense, because the president can be able to govern without governors, without the support of governors, because they are not, the president to a large extent depends on the members of parliament and the senators. So in terms of bills which can be passed at national level. So even if we have independent governors across Kenya, still the president can be able to govern. So I was saying that maybe the reason why we are saying that the presidential aspirants want to get governor positions is maybe the routing which takes in counties is shared with the national leadership in a way. So that's what I said. And also I disagree with you when you try to say that William Ruto became the kingpin of Rift Valley by trying to eliminate or murdering opponents. I think that does not make any sense. And I don't think I can comment on that. So that's what I can say.
Duke, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Papa, you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want to ask you, Duke, is it serious when he says that the rise of William Ruto has been out of self evolution, and he does not see how William Ruto has frustrated any other person whose star has been rising? Okay, I'll start with Isaac Ruto. What happened to him? He was equally vocal. Who went behind, and they were in fact at one time they were working together, but William Ruto went behind his back and was campaigning in his in Isaac Ruto's home turf. Then there is Gideon Moi. All the other people who were left by Nyayo that were, let me give you a live example. Alfred Keter. Why is he doing that to Alfred Keter? Why is he doing why is he doing some disservice to the Asian guy? You know, he does not want to see anybody look like he's benefiting from the political, call it a political atmosphere, you know, where people are living together and growing together. He only wants to be seen as the only person who can save the Rift Valley. Unless Duke, you give me something contrary to that, because it is out in the open. I don't know why you keep on defending the deputy president. Like, there's sometimes, Duke, I told you, don't defend the indefensible. The guy is naked. The king is naked. Don't defend a naked king. You'll end up walking with him in the streets naked. So
no,
Duke, sometimes
Katwe was specific that Ruto has murdered or killed specific individuals.
Political, not murdering physical. I said that in the
you get examples of people who died.
No, it's because I gave an example from 2007. Makto was still alive in 2007, right or wrong? Henry Kosgei was still alive in 2007. The likes of Olentimama was still alive in 2007. I gave those examples because I told you this, that for him to clinch power, in the quest of clinching power, he had to slash a lot of people out of his way to make way for him to become a kingpin. And let me put this point clear. And I want Stone Piquet for you to help me. Let us break it down to his level of understanding in a manner that he'll understand. When Kibaki was taking over, he became the Modamaki of the Kikuyu, which is correct. When he was leaving the presidency, when Uhuru was taking over, he handed over the Udamaki to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, which makes him the kingpin of the Kikuyu nation. When Moi was leaving power, I don't remember when he ever handed such power to anyone.
Then that means
he never handed power. No, not self-made. And that is why I wanted you to check on this. That in Kalenjin community, these are warrior communities. They take power by force, by fire. They take power. They are never given power. They take power. But in the Mount Kenya, you are given power. Because the Kikuyus were not a warrior community. So, and again, let me clarify another point that you've missed, Duke. Now that I've come back, I will love to handle you. I don't like the people with old age like Stone Piquet to start arguing with you. In the county government, that is why it is called the county government. The a government consists of three arms of government: the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. In the county government, the only thing that we do not have that harmonizes for it to be a complete government is the judiciary. But we have the legislature. Don't we have MCAs making laws in the county government assemblies? We have MCAs making laws. That is the legislature. When we come, don't we have a governor and a deputy governor? That is the executive. Which other constitution do you want to be written to you so that you can understand that is the executive of the county government, not of the national government? So come on, don't rule out that it is not an executive. That is why a governor and a deputy governor, a deputy president and a president have to have degrees. So if it's not the executive, why do they have degrees? Why is it a requirement that they should be having degrees? That is the executive. That is why it is called a government. A government cannot be a government if it does not consist of those three arms of government. But the judiciary cannot be devolved. Are we together, Mr. Duke?
No, even your statement is actually you are actually trying to give counter statement to yourself. You are trying to say because maybe the president has to have a degree and the governor has to have, so they are part of the executive. Does that make any sense? So I'm referring you to the Constitution. Can you read chapter 11 of the Constitution? You can Google right now. Even right now, can you Google what constitutes the executive in the Kenyan government, in Kenya? You can be able to have that. And also you read about chapter 11, which talks about devolution, its independence from the executive. So it's not something I'm making up. It's documented in the Constitution. So do we take it from the Constitution or take it from what you say?
How many governments?
Let me say something. Mr. Duke, I like your argument, but I've been with you here for some time. You have this tendency of relying on Google. I know it's a source of information, but you rely on Google so much, such that if you don't have internet, maybe you can't even argue. I don't know whether you can reason without internet, because you base yourself so much into the internet.
But I've given specific chapters of the Constitution.
That's true. That's true.
Given specific chapters of the Constitution.
That's true, so Mr. D. Yes, that's true. That's true. But now let me take you there is something you're rubbishing out here. When Katwe talked about the deaths, the deaths Ruto have caused in the Rift Valley, it was political death. But you are trying to twist that thing to look like a real death. We are here watching you. It was not a real death. It is a political death. Because, okay, so this is my thing. William Ruto if you look at the way he does this, this man only deal with those who go to school. If you are a political somebody and you went to school, you have some educational background with you, William Ruto will never allow you to thrive. But if you don't have a good education and you're thriving up there, he don't care about you because you're stupid. So look at the people like the likes Dr. Sally Kosgei, the other Ruto, those people who have some education background, those are the people he'll always hit their heads to go down, to sink down. He never allows these people to rise. Look at what he's doing to Kater, the other Kater of Nandi Hills. He knows very well when these people rise, they can one day overtake him, maybe with reasoning, maybe these people can come out and tell the Kalenjins what it really means, that this guy is only for himself and himself alone. So those are the people. William Ruto is against those who are rising up. He is against those who are rising up from his backyard especially those who are gone to school, those who are learned. He don't like them. But the likes of Sudis of this world, he don't care about them. Look at what he has done to even Murkomen. Murkomen was very vocal the other day. There was a time Murkomen was chest thumping that he is the third in the government, that after Uhuru is Ruto, then him is in third in command. Before Sonko said something. If he studied him, the guy was going so fast. He used Sudi and cut him off. Nowadays, Murkomen is just limping somewhere there. He's not as vocal as he used to be. So those are the people, I think, Mr. Duke, this guy is trying to tell you that he cut people off. He has a way of cutting people off. But that is his nature of business. That is his nature of political business. That is how he does and understand this game. It is a very bad thing because that is a way, that's selfishness. That is not somebody who is pro people. He is pro himself and himself alone. Thank you.
Makiadi, take it over. Take it over. We were just trying to demystify some of the points that Duke was trying to raise, but I really want us to push forward on that point of political assassination of the kingpins of Rift Valley. We were not talking about the literal assassination. We were talking about the political assassination of those individuals. Let it be on record, because the way Duke is putting it is as if we are alleging that William Samoei Ruto killed those people literally. Kindly, Duke, take note of that. Thank you so much. Makiadi, take it over. Thank you.
Themba, before you come in, let me.
Last month, assassination of controversial but vocal businessman Jacob Juma brought to the fore the strained relationship between two former allies, William Ruto and Cyrus Jirongo. Jirongo had linked Ruto to Juma's murder and based his position on a series of tweets Juma published in his handle over a plan to eliminate him for exposing the alleged Eurobond scandal.
We demand your deputy president must write a statement over the tweets Juma made.
Ruto and Jirongo, for the first time since Juma's assassination, shared a podium during the funeral service of former Housing Minister Soita Shitanda at Tande Secondary School, Malava constituency in Kakamega County, the deputy president hitting back at Jirongo.
Najua my brother Jirongo saa zingine anakasirika na mimi kwa sababu zamani nilikuwa mti yake ya mkono. Sasa anakasirika na mimi, sasa anaona huyu ambaye alikuwa mti yake ya mkono alipitia wapi hapa mpaka aka. Lakini unajua my friend ni kujipanga, na nilikwambia. I told you.
Ruto was Jirongo's junior at the Youth for Kano 92 lobby group that campaigned for President Moi's re-election at the time. The former Lugari lawmaker had claimed that Juma once slapped Ruto, and according to him, that was the genesis of a fallout between the two. Jirongo even likened Ruto to Cain, who out of jealous and bitterness, killed his brother Abel in the biblical story.
Na Juma alitafuta na bidii, na mimi naamini ndugu yake Cain akasikia uchungu, kwa nini ndugu yangu amefika mahali amefika. Biashara ya kwanza deputy president kufanya katika taifa hili ilikuwa kusupply t-shirts ya 1,200,000 LPO niliompatia nikiwa kiongozi katika chama chetu cha siku hizo ambacho tulikuwa tunaita KANU.
Mimi sikatai, nilikuwa mtu yako ya mkono, lakini sasa unanikasirikia ya nini? Na sasa hii ni maneno ya Mungu. Ama namna gani jameni? Nilikwambia hii siasa peleka namna hii polepole, usifanye sana namna ile itaharibika. Naona mimi nakaa nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta najipanga hapo polepole. I know what I'm doing, my friend. Unafikiri nikilete fujo kwa huyu jamaa ata Ala?
As chairman of Youth for Kanu 92, Jirongo was a flamboyant political player. The 500 shillings note was even nicknamed after him. According to the deputy president, his rising political star compared to Jirongo's dwindling political fortunes had triggered bitterness in the former Lugari lawmaker.
Tumesoma kutoka historia. Hata Nyayo alikaa nyuma ya baba ya huyu jamaa akakuwa kitu. Huyu rafiki yangu mwingine alikuja akalete fujo hapo kwa Kibaki, sasa yeye hapo msituni. Ujipange mzuri. Maana itaendelea namna hiyo.
Ruto is eyeing the presidency in 2022 and has opted to back President Kenyatta's re-election bid next year. Francis Gashuri, Sunday Live.
So, Duke, you still believe the deputy president is going to win this election? In fact, in 2017, before the election, he was very sure that if he stays behind Uhuru Kenyatta, then Uhuru Kenyatta will give him the presidency on a silver platter. Unfortunately, whatever he was accusing the other people of doing is what he's doing right now. And that is a clear sign. That is a clear sign that history repeats itself. He just said, you just heard him say, he said himself that Uhuru Kenyatta's dad had Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi behind him, and Toroitich got the presidency. The same thing happened to the other presidents, you know. And unfortunately for him, at the last minute, when he wants the backing of Uhuru Kenyatta, is when he decides, you know what, he bolts out and starts bashing Uhuru Kenyatta. But we will use that video to remind you, Duke, that William Ruto is not going to be the president for only one reason, that he never supported the cause of Uhuru Kenyatta in this government. I don't know how these things are done. Perhaps you guys can tell us. But sometimes I look at all these stories and the way politicians say, and I think about the election. It gives you a sense of people might know what goes on behind the curtains in our elections, because by the deputy president alleging that the only reason why he is supporting Uhuru Kenyatta is because he wants to be the president, then it means there's sometimes people say there's something behind the curtain, like Black says it. There's someone there's someone behind the curtain that controls the electoral process of Kenya. I'm not here to scare anybody, but that's something that we should be thinking about. Thank you, Demba.
It's good you played that for, and now at least I can say something. You played that for Duke because, truth be told, African politics in general and Kenya specifically, they are largely not expressly all determined by the electoral process, especially the voting. The electoral process is so much more of like you can say, is a confirmation process, not necessarily the process that determines the person who becomes the leader. And that's why of late you've seen a very bitter deputy president, a very combative, because he's eating himself not only from within, also without. And they have, according to them, they have said the moment the president showed up at the Azimio launch, that time when they were going to when there was the launch of Azimio, I think somewhere in what's that place, Makiadi, if you can remember?
Was it Bomas of Kenya?
No. The
Kasarani.
Oh.
Not Kasarani. You remember when Kalonzo kept people waiting?
Jacaranda,
yeah. When the president showed up at Jacaranda, that was the last nail in the coffin. because their hopes and even their bloggers were always saying that oh, Raila bado anachezwa. Remember the way the narrative started? Oh, Raila ni kuchezwa anachezwa. We just wait. Then they brought in the HNIB trying to tell people that there was a meeting, the president has refused. There was Mara Jubilee, the people who are forcing the president to support Raila, you know, that kind of thing. They were still having hopes that probably it is not true and the president will not take that step. So when the president came and took that step and showed up at Jacaranda, that was the last nail in the coffin. And from that day on, they had to come up with the plan B. And immediately after the president came out and supported Raila at Jacaranda, the next day, there was a rally, I think, in Thika. And plan B was now to paint the president as not going. You know, now their propagandists went into high gear. And they came with the idea that if you had, there was this guy called Osoro, that day he spoke so badly. He said that since we have respected the president and he is standing now on our way, we are going to hit him every time and everywhere we go. If you can remember that speech. That was the propaganda. Now let us paint like the president is not going away. At that point in time, they had not realized the calculations that the president was having. And they fell into the trap because the president said, from today onwards, you'll see me in the campaign. What they did not know is campaign is not only attending rallies. To them, campaign is the president coming in and working with Raila and showing up at every showstop and, you know, taking the microphone and, you know, what they do not know is the overt campaign and covert campaign. You don't necessarily have to campaign for someone by holding the microphone everywhere. So when they had that, their hopes were that the president is going to turn up. The president didn't. So what propaganda did they come up with? Now they have started coming in with the propaganda that you see, even the president saw that this thing is not going anywhere. That's why he has stepped back. Now, if you want to see the president, see the behavior of the people that are working for him. The president does not necessarily act by coming out and speaking loudly. He speaks through other people. And the people who are close to him speak his language, and you can be able to tell. Now, that was the nail that hit them hard. And from that point, the deputy president decided, okay, fine, this thing is gone. You see, there was a time he even tried to send bishops to go and call the president so that they can speak. That the bishop said that we need to call you guys together so that you can sit and talk. It never worked. It didn't, because that was, the president had already left that kind of idea. So one thing that they know, and even from what the deputy president is saying in that video, he knows so well that the determination of any particular election is not exclusively by the people. And they know that if there's anybody, if that was the only thing that could determine a president, Raila would have been finishing his second term today. Actually would have finished in 2013. We would be having a different regime coming on right now. So there's nobody who has ever moved masses in a very strong way like Raila has done for the previous 3 election cycles. That is 2007, 2013, and 2017. So if that was the exclusive thing that can determine a leader, Raila would have been finishing his term. But unfortunately, that is not the only thing. State machinery does determine. Unfortunately, our democracy has not moved to the point that you can have exclusive determinants of an election on by the people. So why do we have Raila campaigning so hard? Because in any case, you need what you call legitimacy. You need what you call legitimacy in an election. Where the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, had the legal mandate, but legitimacy, he lacked it. That's why he had to have a handshake. Because almost in the second voting period, almost half of Kenya did not vote. So yes, he had the legal mandate, but legitimacy was missing. So you need to have that legitimacy. And that's why right now they have to ensure that whatever it happens, there's legitimacy as much as, yes, you have the presidency. And that's why you're seeing the kind of propping up. In 2007, the same way, there had to be a handshake because of legitimacy issue. So I want to submit to Duke and his people that the deputy president is so much aware of what they played in 2013 and what role was played in 2017. He knows it. And one thing that he's aware is that this thing he's not getting it. So what is he doing right now? What he's doing, they have resulted to the idea of let us have as many MPs and as many governor seats. Listen to Kabogo, the way Kabogo is talking. He's saying that we have a situation where devolution is a threat. That is what he's calling it. Because one thing will happen in the event that they vote for UDA in some of the central region, these people will be owing their allegiance to the UDA party leader, who will be the deputy president. So he will not be in government, but he will be calling shots, right? He wants to be having MPs. So that's why he's keen on having UDA MPs. Why so? Because as a senior partner in Kenya Kwanza, you will lack a way of talking if you don't have as many MPs more than the other partners. Because in the event ANC or any other party brings more partners, more MPs than you, then it means what? You lose your seniority in Kenya Kwanza. UDA will lose its seniority in Kenya Kwanza in the event they don't, as clearly it is, they are not going to get into government. So he will lose his bargaining power. So the other people will be having it. We are the ones who will be calling the shots. And that is what he doesn't want. That's why he's bullying the other small parties within Kenya Kwanza. And that is what is causing discomfort within Kenya Kwanza. There's third thing that is happening very strongly in UDA is that there is a sense in which the deputy president used a lot of money for the last 8 or so years, his own money. Now, if he doesn't get counties, it's easier to have funds pilfering through counties. That's why you had corruption cases. Look at all corrupt governors. All corrupt governors, a large majority of them are in UDA. Why? Because as soon as they get there, the deputy president has to recoup his money. And those people are the ones who it's easier to have projects running in county governments and those people giving all those tenders. An example of which is Gachagua. Gachagua had so many tenders in his name in Nyeri County, and they were given to him as a person. So it's easier if you control county government for you to have money and even recoup all your monies. And those are some of the calculations they are making. So I want to submit to Duke. I mean, you may pontificate and speak so flowery about the deputy president, but he is so much aware of the fact that this election for him is not winning. But he's now working at, can he become the strongest opposition? And the strongest opposition means that him having as many MPs on his side that he can control. Because if he doesn't have as many MPs and becomes a strong voice in Kenya Kwanza, the other smaller parties can easily align themselves with the government of the day, because it's easier for you to work with the government for the sake of the development of the people, because there's nothing to gain when you're in opposition and your team is not bringing anything. So he wants to do that and try as much as possible to have the voice. And that's why he's pushing for UDA. Way forward, Azimio has cornered him. That one, I must say, is trying to wriggle himself out by bringing the so-called charters that he's signing. And that's why he had to backtrack on the issue of CBC. Because with almost 10 million children already in it, how do you backtrack on it? So he had to come up and try to say that we need to make it affordable to people. You can't get into government and the first thing you want to review is an education system that has just been introduced. That is the most outrageous thing you can ever think about. CBC is hardly, I think, 3 years. Why do you want to again sit and start reviewing again? What confusion are you creating? So I think that's why he's backtracking on it, because he's getting a pushback. And that explains lots of what Kenya Kwanza is. Number one, Kabogo said that even the things he promised that they were going to sign have not been signed. Kabogo said that we just have a framework, the details were to be put and then we sign. They have not been put. Mutua, on the other hand, was saying that you sign the document you are given with it and everything that you want is inside there, which is a lie. So Kenya Kwanza is a conglomeration of deceitful people and conmen coming together and trying to sell something that even for them they cannot buy. They cannot buy it. And I think that is the frustration facing them right now. Sibling rivalry is normal, and I'm hoping that by the end of the month, before they go printing the names, we will have some direction. However, I still think if those people don't see any sense in terms of them coming together, then let them be allowed to move on and compete and see who makes it. At the end of the day, wanasema vita vya panzi furaha ya kunguni. Watapigana, the people are going to gain and they are going to get better leaders. Thank you so much, Makiadi.
Yes, Duke.
You know, Temba, you're saying that the Kenya Kwanza readers are deceiving Kenyans. They are based on propaganda. But on the other hand, you are saying that there is a system, or maybe the incumbent president, there is a way he has the machinery, and it is them who decides who wins. I think that is the greatest deceit in anywhere, where if we have millions of people running up and forth, and small individuals changes start. You should be talking about that deceit, and not this one we see in rallies. So, but you have confirmed the reason why I'm not supporting Raila Odinga or Azimio, and I said that first of all, the current president in Kenya is Uhuru Kenyatta, and Uhuru Kenyatta has terribly failed. I can actually personally rank him as the worst president in Kenya. And these people, you are trying to say they are the one who determines who becomes the next president. So they cannot do that for free. Maybe just to try, it's like there is something they are trying to protect. Maybe there's the way the resources are shared, or the way things are done in Kenya, or maybe to protect their wealth or their interests. So there must be a reason why the current government decides who becomes the president. Maybe that person agrees that I'm going to do ABCD. Then that means that status quo will remain, because there must be conditions for you to be supported by a system. And Temba is very confident to the extent he's saying that the campaign Raila is doing, they are trying to legitimize the steering of elections. But they are very sure that it's a system which is going to put people in our readers. And then I think if that is true, then we should be speaking up against that, because that means we have capture which will never end. All you are talking about changes, allowed fighting corruption, then it's nonsense. Because actually those who are trying, that's actually corruption itself. if maybe the democracy is not allowed to take it through, that is, people would decide who to be in a given position, then those people should be having powers even to say how resources are going to be used, which resources are going to be routed. Then in real sense, we are not fighting for any change. So, and that even can confirm from the president when the president says that we lose 2 billion every day. What do you want me to do? I'm just the president. Did you see that kind of? So it's very sad if that's the situation, and if Temba, you're not challenging that, you're not saying that's very wrong in any nation. That's my submission.
You see, I like the hypocrisy. Wait, Adams, I like the hypocrisy in your statements, but it's okay. I mean, we are used to that hypocrisy in the statements that you guys give. Ruto benefited is a beneficiary of the system. I mean, he knows it, and what Makiadi has just said. I mean, I don't know if you are listening to what Ruto said. It is Ruto who confirmed that, unajua mimi hii kazi ni kujipanga, lazima nikae na uhuru hapa na hapa, hivi ndio hapo mbele pia. Unaona hata Moi pia alikaa na baba ya huyu jamaa hivi na hivi. You know, he confirmed that it's not those are not my words. So if there's anybody to condemn, it is Ruto to condemn. So you need to start by condemning Ruto. However, I want to submit to you. You may not agree with it, and I can see political novices usually have this interesting view that elections are you wake up and you go vote, and that is all that determines an election. It is an election determined by a whole set of things, and the more you start believing and knowing that we haven't reached that point. Our democracy is yet to reach that point where it is just you waking up going to vote that will determine who is the leader. I want to also tell you, have you listened to people in Rift Valley complaining? They complained about the kind of nominations that took place in Rift Valley. Why? Because the deputy president went there and stamped his authority. He decided the people he wants to work with. That is the nature of politics. He should have at least even stood aside and not done anything. But there's numerous of cries in Rift Valley. There's even someone who came, this thing about independence you're talking, there's a guy who is going as an independent, and even Qatar, they even took the certificate from Qatar to give the people that he thought he wanted. That lady Toto, who apparently won, she went and she was even being chased from the current center. So if you are supporting Ruto, you are the most hypocritical person to start talking about change. That you're supporting the same person who is part. In fact, there was a storm in Twitter yesterday. Wait, Papa. There was a storm in Twitter yesterday. Just put your hands down, Papa. There was a storm in Twitter when he came and said that it's so sad that Unga is 200 and we have a government, and it is the deputy president of that government speaking. How ironical that can be. So when you come here and you start becoming so holier than thou, that is why I do not want Azimio. Because Ruto is a beneficiary of the system. I mean, we've played here numerous times where he used Matiang'i, and he's the one who said, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. He never condemned the CSS when they were participating in elections then. They were doing a good thing. He condemned the Supreme Court for overturning an election. The same Supreme Court right now, he's busy telling us the way he's going to give them, create independence in them. This is politics of conmanship and deceit. And those are the things that you guys, we want to bring close to that kind of politics. Politics of conmanship, and that is how he conned. Uhuru Kenyatta told him, stop campaigning. For 8 years, Duke. There's a reason as to why sometimes I don't take you serious, because you don't seem to have concrete and a side that you stand. There's over time, I've noticed, Duke, you do not have a principle that you stand for, because you can't stand for a principle and then you come and you say that the deputy president is the person who can make changes. How? That is the most outrageous claim that someone can never make. Because if you are consistent, fine. If you do not want what you're calling state machinery participating, then condemn also the deputy president, because he's a beneficiary. He's a beneficiary of state machinery. Why is he bitter? He's bitter because Uhuru did not endorse him. I can tell you for a fact, if Uhuru endorsed him today, the deputy president will not be the bitter man you see today. You would not be a bitter person with Uhuru, the one you're talking about today. You would be the one even saying Uhuru is the best president we have ever had. But because he wasn't supported, now Uhuru is the worst person. I can tell you for free, and the people like you, those who are there who are thinking Ruto will ever win an election in Kenya. Never. Because even right now, he doesn't receive any intelligence information. He receives from NSIS and HNIB. So, Duke, while I appreciate your comments and I like your way of wanting to justify, but I do not think you have a consistent line of argument. If you're arguing against corruption, you can't argue against corruption and support William Samoei Arap Ruto. You can't argue about political conmanship and deceit and support someone who cannot even honor an agreement with Kabogo. You can't argue about political conmanship and support someone who actually decides to thwart political expression in his own backyard. I mean, what are you trying to argue for? You need to have a constant. But again, I think it's also something probably that you like. You just want to talk because it's good for us to talk and for the sake of a debate. But I don't think over time I've realized that you do not have a constant and a principle in argument. I want to stop there and allow Adams to come in.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Duke, I only have two simple, direct questions for you. But before that, me and you, we both agree that Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga are two different people. Uhuru's failures and successes is different from Raila's failures and Raila's successes. Now the question I have is, can you please just give me two valid reasons why you do not support Raila Odinga? Just two.
One, I will give a statement. You know, for you to control a nation or to govern, first of all, you must have all the instrument of power. That's number one. So if the machinery or the state is supporting you, that's Uhuru Kenyatta and other cartels who have plundered the resources of this nation, and supporting you, they are supporting you with conditions. So there are specific interests you have to protect. So you don't expect, for instance, assume maybe, for me, I believe Uhuru Kenyatta is a criminal to some extent. Because maybe when Raila was coming in Kenya, a lot of people died for no good reason. So can maybe Raila Odinga become the president and maybe prosecute Uhuru Kenyatta because of maybe the wrongs he did? No. He will actually compromise in a way. So you have to have total control as a president. You should not be supported by cartels and then you agree predetermined agreement on how we're going to protect their interests, or you are going to divide slots to specific. You should actually take it all first so that you can have the power to control it. That's number one. Number two, if you are fighting for specific principles or specific ideologies, you should not go midway and then you you stop. Actually, it's that which should stop it. For instance, most of here in the US, there is some people who fought for slavery to end and racism. So when in 2017 we were fighting for electoral reforms, we were committed to those issues. So when somebody goes in and then you have an handshake with your enemy, and the issues are not addressed, the server is not opened if the same Chipkat is there. So I don't feel that I don't trust that I can make the specific changes he was promising us.
Luke, sometimes you argue in a very interesting way. So why did the handshake happen in 2017? You know, sometimes I really don't understand Duke even when you're coming in here. And you still think you're making, sometimes it's okay. Duke, why did you have a handshake in 2017, surely?
You know, for me, the handshake was supposed maybe to solve specific issues.
Like which one?
For instance, we have maybe, we can talk about like equitable resource distribution, but like the fairness in the electoral justice, how it's conducted.
Really?
It's okay. I think you're now
you guys have a lot of time with the Duke, eh? Wow.
Duke is just becoming a comedian. Let's just move on. Papa Bob Wachana Duke. Duke is just a comedian here because I don't think we need to concentrate on that a lot. Let's move on to something else.
Yeah, there's you know, I've made it an effort now to start digging the archives in Demba. And most of the viewers, I think, are very young. Some of them, I think, are below the age of 30. So I'll make it an effort to go into the archives and try to dig the old videos so that people can understand the deputy president. We know that people are claiming that his support base is basically mostly youths. And so I want to draw a parallel between our deputy president and, you know, Martha Karua. If you look at their history, and that's why
mgombea urais kwa tiketi ya Azimio 1 Kenya bwana.
No, there's a video that I want to play right now. Probably Duke is aware of what I'm talking about, but I wanted to point out, you know, when we try to talk about the deputy president and how he's very eager to gain power. Most of us know the history of the deputy president. We know the path that he has taken to reach where he is right now. And looking at the way he has acquired his wealth, the way he has fought people to reach where he is right now, we are afraid. Most of us are scared of him because this is a guy that has had cases of corruption from the Ile Moi, you know, in the 90s, from land grabbing to the maize scandal. We even hear of his own MPs, you know, fighting against him.
The unusual meeting held on a Tuesday came after a weekend of conflicting public utterances by ministers, among them Martha Karua and William Ruto. It also came against a backdrop of a motion of no confidence facing Ruto in Parliament of accusations of impropriety in handling a raging maize scandal.
Ufisadi ukitokea kwa ministry yako, hata kabla hatujajua kama wewe umehusika au hukuhusika. Ikiwa ni kitu kama ungekuwa na bidii ungegundua, basi ustaafu kwa sababu wewe ndiye mwenye kazi. Political responsibility.
Remarks that did not go down well with her agriculture counterpart William Ruto, who complained that Karua was undermining him.
I am prepared to carry my cross if the need arises. My mind is clear. My conscience is clear.
Kiraitu Murungi is said to have sided with Ruto at the meeting. Both Ruto and Kiraitu recently faced tough questions in Parliament over maize and fuel scandals, respectively. Sideshows aside, the Cabinet finally approved a send-off package for commissioners of the defunct Electoral Commission of Kenya. Each commissioner will get a service gratuity of 31% of basic salary for the
Yeah, I wanted to play, in Thema there's this discussion that is going on right now about Bei ya Unga, and it was lit yesterday on Twitter and all the other social media platforms. I think most of us do understand the deputy president very well. This issue of the deputy president running around blaming the president himself for the crisis that we have in the food industry is a gimmick. It's a gimmick that he knows very well the destiny. I mean the source of this gimmick. I mean of this issue, and they have tried to politicize this thing, but most of us do have the material, and I'll make sure that I'll be digging most of these videos to come and show people here, because William Ruto is one of the people that have actually pressed down the farmers of Uasin Gishu County. There's this issue that we know of the time we had a crisis before the election, and there was a maize crisis, and we had farmers complaining to their MPs, and these guys went to somewhere, they call it Mexico, I don't know, Mexico, whatever, and they brought in maize. That time the deputy president was very clear that he was doing that so that they could cushion the common Mwananchi. But right now there's nothing that has changed between the William Ruto of 2013 and the William Ruto of 2020. He's still the deputy president. I feel sad when I see William Ruto running around blaming Uhuru Kenyatta because of the food prices while he's still in government. If at all he had resigned like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and then he's attacking Uhuru Kenyatta from out of government, then I would have given him the benefit of that. But as I stand right now, from where I sit now, I know that the deputy president knows what to do. The only thing he's doing is he's trying to gain political mileage from this thing, and we will not allow that. We will play these videos, we will educate our viewers, we'll keep on bringing these issues until these people of UDA know that we understand where they're coming from. Bob.
In fact, one thing will happen if he thinks that Uhuru will go down because of Unga. He is part of the people who are going. The government of Uhuru Kenyatta includes the deputy president. He will go if he brings issue of Unga. He is part of that government that is going to go. There's no promise that he can give without, first of all, us isolating the commitments they made. In fact, he was the one who made those commitments. So whatever blame is laying squarely on Uhuru's government, he is part of it. And he's not running away from it. Not now, not ever, not tomorrow. He is the deputy president, and we are going to hold him, and we are holding him accountable. He's not running away. He might try to cleanse himself, try to point out Uhuru Kenyatta, try to say a handshake, but he's not running away from it. We are done with the, coming out and saying, oh, flowery words. Political conmanship and deceit is ending this year. And anything it takes, Kenyans will have to vote so loudly and say it in a very. I'm so sad. I'm saddened with the people, the likes of Duke, who seem to be hell-bent on propagating the propaganda and pretending not to know why things happened the way they did in 2007. But of course, they do have a right to hold their point. They also say that you have a right to be where you are, and they say in politics there's no foolishness in politics. Everything is relevance in politics. So when you see someone pretending to be not to see certain things, it's not that they are stupid. There's no stupidity in politics. In fact, they say stupidity is an asset in politics. So when you see someone pretending not to see the things as they're supposed to be and changing them to be what they think it should be, it is not. It is a tool in politics, and we want to appreciate that. I want to allow Papa Bob to speak, and then we start taking our closing rounds.
Yeah, mine is going to be very brief. Yesterday we had a discussion on the same, and I was asking Jose, when is the last time Kenya had sufficient food reserves, grain reserves? And we came, if you go back to the history, which Duke, you guys don't like listening to, It was it was around 2005. That is the last time the NCPB was able to maintain between 5 million and 8 million bags. And the reason for this is that in the event there is drought, in the event there is a shortage of grain in the country, then the government can offload this to the millers so that the prices do not change. Now, when did the rain start beating us? It started beating us the minute William Ruto took over the Ministry of Agriculture, because there has been this perception that he ran the ministry very well. But what William Ruto was doing was theoretics, because you can do everything out there good, but as long as you do not maintain that manage that strategic grain reserve well, then you will be doing zero work. And you realize that he was forced, I think he was either forced, I can't remember, but I think he was forced to resign, because I remember Kibaki saying that he does not believe in transferring people from one ministry to another. We cannot have people who are eating from the till. So Duke, you can see the genesis and the subsequent ministries of ministers of or CSs of agriculture from 2013 have been people from his own backyard. And we have seen recently Mzee was telling us waligula, and everything from fertilizer to fertilizer distribution, importation is linked to this guy. But he tries to play very clever, the way Makiadi is saying, and he uses reverse psychology and throws it to the other guy to make it look like it is the government of the day. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta and the handshake that is bringing this problem. Same tactic that he used with the Mao. But 10 years down the line, Kenyans are wiser. And everybody is seeing. And you can see the bitterness in the rise of food prices in 2013 and vis-a-vis compare with the 2022 now. In as much as Kenyans are annoyed that the prices have gone high, it is not so pronounced. And it is because they know that the government of the day, which is a Ruto government, is a failure. And they are yearning to remove it. So do you understand that some of these things that you're trying to defend about the DP is, it's a long shot. The guy will end up embarrassing you. Please just resign and come back to Azimio and start thinking well.
Now,
thank you.
Now, thank you, Papa Bob. Now, finally, and this is my final response. There are people I usually reach a point I say that I will never respond to them here. And Duke, you get into that particular category. There are people who have decided here that whatever they say, I will not respond to them. And if they say 1 + 1 is 11, I will say yes, it's 11. So moving forward, I choose, because I mean we are at the crunch time, and I don't think I don't think we need to keep if you have not been convinced so far and you haven't seen what the deputy president can get involved in and who he is, and you can still think that you have such responses about the handshake at this age and the way you are, I don't think there's any amount of engagement that can change you. So wanasema wa Kiswahili sikio la kufa lisikii dawa. So I refuse moving forward to engage on submissions of Duke for as long as he still reasons the way he reasons. But whoever wants to engage, up to you. I mean, you're free to come, Duke. You're free to come here. You're free to come and talk. You're free to, you'll find people to engage you. But for me, if you say 1 + 1 is 11, I will agree with you. There are several of you that have chosen that route. There was Pen Nyagaka, I said, if you say 1 + 1 is 11, you are right. You say Raila had a handshake because it was a personal, you are right. You say Ruto is the best president you'll ever have, you are right. I mean, you are right. So I'm not, we don't want to waste any more time. I mean, having such an engagement. Personally, I feel so. But there are people who will still want to I think Stone PK gave up earlier. I have given up today. And I'm done with you, Duke. But you're free to come and speak. So we want to take.
Hold on. Before you close, I'll play the last video for today, because that thing of these Kenya Kwanza people trying to dehumanize the president because of the food prices really hurts me.
Away from that, but to yet another scandal involving corruption. Allies of Deputy President William Ruto today found themselves on the receiving end of the National Cereals and Produce Board (NCPB) scandal after angry farmers accused them of complicity in the saga. Key leaders who included Governor Jackson Mandago sat quietly as farmers expressed their fury, accusing some of them of focusing more on 2022 politics instead of standing with farmers in the region. Elvis Koskei now reports from the county of Uasin Gishu.
The meeting, attended by over 400 farmers from across the North Rift region, almost turned chaotic after a number of leaders were shouted down and challenged to come out clean on the maize scandal.
Leo hii tumekuwa na demokrasia katika taifa yetu ambayo ni sheria mama ya nchi. Sisi tutalete ng'ombe, tutalete nguruwe, tutamwaga mahindi kujaza town mpaka town haipitiki. Wakulima kutoka Soi, Mr. Caleb, wewe juzi ulikuwa kaitiani, lakini hujatetea hawa, ulisema maneno outside the board. Wapi kutoka Kapseret, Mr. Sudi, usilinge tiren, tunataka utetee haki ya wakulima.
Mahindi imekuja Kenya hii. Mimi nataka tuambie Bwana Sudi, kama wewe unajua kitu hata nataja jina yako, hapana taja bure. Hawezi taja bure. Kama kitu wewe unajua, wewe mwambie hii watu. Bwana Gosita, wewe unaingia jana hata watu maliza mwaka mbili. Wewe kama unajua kitu wewe sema, kwa sababu watu hawezi taja jina yako bure.
Nimesikia mtu akisema hapa ati sisi tumetajwa kwa maneno ya mahindi. Mimi kuanzia nisaliwe, sijawahi fanya biashara ya mahindi. Mimi ukishika simu yangu hii, hata Cereals Board manager wa hapa, mimi simujui, sina namba yake. Nafikiri hao wakulima wanajua.
The angry farmers also asked the Jubilee allied leaders to stop meddling in farmers' issues and stop criticizing leaders from the region speaking up against the scandal.
Sisi tunataka wale waizi wote isisidi siku mbili, isifike mwezi wa isifike Alhamisi ya hii wiki.
Shida kama hii tuachie DCI na investigation wote watafute mpaka wapate. Lakini maneno nataka sikiza tu. Lakini maneno ya kutaja jina ya mtu hiyo tu kidogo mimi nakataa.
Hii list mliona juzi yenye imetoka ni cover up. Na minister mwenyewe alisema jana kwa gazeti ya jana kuwa leo atataja majina ya viongozi ama ile watu wenye wako connected na hiyo maneno ya nini? Ya mahindi.
MPs Oscar Sudi and his Soi counterpart Caleb Kositany were forced to explain their involvement in the maize saga.
Hiyo lazima tuambiane ukweli, hata mkipiga kelele. Hata mkipiga kelele. Serikali ni hiyo moja tu italipa mahindi, ndio tunataka tuombe tuseme tunaomba rais atulipie mahindi. Lakini hii maneno ya kusema ati tunapigia kelele pia serikali kwa kuleta siasa, hiyo tuache kelele. Tunaomba watu walipwe na tunataka wakulima walipwe na tumesema hawa wakulima hawatashikwa.
Ili hii maneno tuzizungushane, Cereals wanunue silo ya kisasa, waweke katika ile buying centers ya zamani na walete drying machine, mambo ya kukausha mahindi iwe ni gharama ya Cereal Board na serikali.
I'm appealing to His Excellency the President to give direction and instruct the Cabinet Secretary Kiunjuri to open National Cereals and Produce Board.
Nitoboe ama nisitoboe? Nitoboe ama nisitoboe? Wezi ni wale walihakikisha ndugu yetu Tiren sio chairman ya kilimo.
Wale walilete mahindi kutoka Uganda na wakaka NCBD, wale walilete mahindi Tanzania na wakagaza kwenye cereals, hao watu wachukuliwe hatua ya sheria.
The NCPB, in which more than 2 billion shillings was lost between November last year and March 2018, has affected mostly peasant farmers from the DP's backyard. Though he has not been directly linked with the scandals, it has split his once seemingly solid support down the middle. Elvis Kosgei, KT News, was.
Anyway, Maliza Ndemba.
Asante kwa kutukumbusha. Wale walikula sasa ndio wanajidai ni mabosi. Lakini let us take our closing remarks, at least tuanze funganya kwa sababu we have our closing ritual. So wacha tuingie mara moja tusi nini. So dakika moja naanza na Adams. Dakika moja tu tafadhali. Leo hata wacha niwapatie sekunde 30. Sasa ndio hata msirefushe sana.
Okay, so mine is very simple. We have to understand that I heard you remember giving up on one of the panelists, but what I know, there are people who hate people just because, I mean, because somebody somewhere don't like them. So somebody like Duke, I asked him a very simple question, he did not answer. This is somebody who just supports Ruto because he don't like Raila. He has no reason. Otherwise, I think we will continue engaging. We must have people like him to continue engaging here. And we know that we have so many people who have that kind of rigid mentality. That's how it is. And sometimes maybe he's just doing that intentionally to keep up the debate. So by and large, let's continue engaging. And I believe all will be well. Thank you.
Whatever the reason, I'm giving up. I'm not responding to Duke anymore. Stone PK.
Themba, mimi nitachukua dakika mbili bwana. Thank you for joining me. Nilikwambia tukate hawa watu mapema, wewe ukasema wacha uangalie. Actually, let me say this. Well, it might be like a general statement. I stopped arguing in terms of Azimio versus Ruto with the majority of 35 years and below. Because I realized by 1997, they were only 10 years old. And when you are 10 years old, huwezi jua what happened, you know, what actually they don't know the devil in Ruto. So arguing with them, trying to reason, it's a total waste of time. Kabisa, you know, it's a next generation that they don't. And then you flip the coin, it's the same generation that dictates age. You know, it's a generation that thinks they will remain that age. I've never seen human beings like that. Unaona mtu anafikiria hata zeeka ati Raila ni mzee. That is the generation that says Raila ni mzee. Somebody is 35, unamuuliza how did you reach 35? Hataki kujua because that's history. So how do you reason with those kind of people? Hataki kujua age yake na anataka celebrate birthday. Uncle, I need my birthday. Unamuuliza what is the birthday? I'm 35 years old now. Oh, so last year how old were you? No, let's talk about now. So these are people, if you want to get crack of your head, if you want to ukue kama hao, then you engage them. So for me, I just hope, you know, because just like what you have said, Adams, someone tells you, I hate this guy. I mean, I like this guy because I hate this guy. What are you telling us now? You know, what are you telling us? Yeah. Somebody says Uhuru's government is the worst president. My friend, he was the worst president with the worst deputy. Why are you leaving the deputy there? Then somebody tells you Raila is in the government. Really? I thought people went to school. They know when somebody is in government and when somebody is not in government. So out of all those basket of so many things, I never engage with them. then also I'm talking about things like when we say, yeah, as I conclude, I heard people saying Raila is hiding behind Karua. Again, these are the 35 years old and below. They don't know Baba. They don't know the history of this guy. And they are very lazy in reading. So you don't want to be told by those who know, neither do you want to read, nor even listen to clips. They just want to read porno. Yani, hawataki educative clips, documentaries. They don't. National Geographic, they don't. Political calendar Kenya, they don't. I'm saying this because I have relatives, I have nephews and nieces. Even engaging them, even when we are having fun up backyard, you know, you are having your choma in nyama, they don't engage. So they know absolutely nothing. They are just on their phone doing some very funny things, not even educative. So those are the people who say, oh yeah, you know, Raila is behind, whatever. They're assuming Raila started contesting this time around. They imagine he's a newcomer in politics. Where's him convince them? But thank you very much. Let me say it is unfortunate that we are engaged in this kind of contestation with a substandard leader. I mean, substandard Kenyan in terms of leadership. By the way, nothing personal, but it's in terms of leadership. As I said earlier, I tried to gauge, I tried to categorize Ruto. I don't find him anywhere. He has no any of those qualities that I know of. Thank you very much.
Duke?
In any country, the person who has the mandate to manage the resources of a nation and to prosecute specific functions within the government is the president. If you read about the functions of the president, they are clear. Actually, the deputy president is the principal assistant to the president. And sometimes most of the functions, it is the president who assigns him. So the narrative of trying to associate the government failures to the deputy president does not make sense, because it is the buck stops with the president. That we cannot argue about that. About the president resigning, you see, apart from the functions which maybe the president delegates, I feel the key function of the deputy president is actually to there, maybe so that you cannot have a vacuum. Maybe assume, for instance, if the president dies, that one of the functions of the deputy president, which is in the constitution, is to take over in case something bad happens to the president. So that alone can make him not to resign, because it's a function in waiting. And I feel democracy must be allowed to thrive. So if there is specific individuals who are trying to say they are the one who are determining who becomes the next president, that is very bad. And it's not right for Themba to say that Ruto is the beneficiary. He has come and denied that. He said he knows no system. So you cannot put words in his mouth. So that's my closing remarks.
Papa Bob.
Yeah, I'll just say a few words. There is something that is lacking in this country, and that is patriotism. You know, we have put our stomachs, greed has overtaken our, thinking. We no longer think like a country. We are thinking individually. Most of us want to show bank accounts that are overflowing with money that we have not earned rightfully. So it's painful to see the likes of Duke trying to justify a theft public funds or bringing down. Actually, it's called, it's in a nutshell, it's economic sabotage. When you can sit pretty and steal from your own people, hence economically you cripple them. So let us call a spade, and I think I'm now joining Themba in giving up on some of these fellows, because they see nothing bad about stealing. It's like a cup of tea in the morning that every day you wake up, you must think of how you're going to steal public coffers. So I have given up on the likes of Duke, and we just hope that the few who Chebukati told us that, not the few, the majority that Chebukati told us that are going to be deciding this election, will make the correct decision and ensure that we do not slide back to where we were 30 years ago. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yes, my kid.
Mine will be quick, in 3 minutes.
Also, the leader of majority is a very, very busy man, because I have too much of a workload. So one, I want to make it very clear to the country that the engagement, the personal political engagement the Prime Minister is asking President Uhuru Kenyatta to offer, you are not getting that. Because you have time for political rhetoric. Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto have no time for political rhetoric. They are busy serving the nation. Number two, the current office of the leader of majority, which in essence is the leader of government business, is even more powerful than the former position Honorable Raila Odinga hold. Raila Odinga was a prime minister courtesy of the National Accord and Reconciliation Act. I am the leader of government business courtesy of Article 108 of the Constitution. So I don't play the same league with any of his members of parliament. I play a league higher than that of the former prime minister. So you should be ready at times when I'm not very busy. At times when I'm not very busy, I will be engaging the former prime minister, Moses Wetangula. So we want to ask former prime minister, where do you draw your legitimacy, your mandate to ask in public that the president must engage me in a political rhetoric? The only document that he is the party leader of a party called ODM. So he can exercise that position in as so far as the rank, the file and the rank membership of ODM is concerned. So we're telling him, the president will not engage you in political rhetoric. He has no time.
I wanted to play that video so that I come to my submission, which will be just 1 minute. You can see the kind of language that these people are talking, were using back when they were in power. These guys are arrogant. These guys are criminal. They are rude. I just don't find the right words to describe these people. And then in this campaign trail, you see them going to blame Raila Odinga because of the high prices of unga. You've just heard what Duale said here. Raila Odinga is just a leader of ODM, nothing else. And then they have the guts to tell us that it's because of the handshake between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. That's why we have the unga prices ikienda juu. I think these people are just criminals. You can even hear wanakula, PK umesema vizuri kabisa, wanakula mpaka farmers wao. Wanakula, they cripple their own people. And then they come here to tell us that it is not because of whatever is going outside there. It's because Uhuru Kenyatta anaongeza bei ya unga vile anataka. I mean, I just feel sometimes hata nikiona hizi video nasikia vibaya sana. Now the issue of sibling rivalry, ninataka tu nionge briefly because of time. Whatever happened today was yesterday was a bit unfortunate. I hope this meeting, the committee that meets today, solves these issues, so that at least we shed off this image of people having violence in high key campaign rallies like we had the other day. So I hope the places that we have strong candidates. I know Martha Karua spoke something about that. She said about in a month we'll be able to identify those candidates that are very strong on the ground and talk to the others so that they can sit ground for their strong candidates. I hope this thing happens very soon, because if it continues like we saw today, it's going to derail our campaign, and it's not a good image actually, especially when you have somebody like Baba and Martha Karua attending that meeting. Finally, Ndemba, naambia watu wapime suti hii kitu au maconmen, sidhani kama kuna kitu watafanya. This thing is gone. Asante.
Thank you. Two quick things. It was during Duale's chairmanship and leader of government when we passed security laws that are now eating them up, and they are claiming that that they are being harassed by the police. Security laws during Duale's time. It was during Ishungwa's membership as the Public Accounts Committee chair, I think, when the taxes went high and went up. It was when they were in government and Ruto, when they were leading, when people in Rift Valley said Waligula, and Ruto admitted to having a big track of, he sells maize, so he has a big maize farm in Congo. So they were creating, in fact, it was not a big maize farm in Congo. They take maize from here, they take it to Uganda, they import it back cheaply. They kill the maize farmers in Kenya. So it is these people who are the cause of problems. You can't be the cause of a problem and then pretend that you want to solve it. No way. And Uhuru knows that. That's why he decided that this is it. And Uhuru is not going back on that. And one major thing that we have is corruption. And Igadi said it pretty well. He said it is not about what to be done or how to be done. It's who can do it. And right now, we don't think Ruto can do it. Therefore, Azimio, all the way.
Themba, not to interrupt you, hao waligulwa ndio wanasemekana ati ni home turf ya Ruto na ndio watapiga kura, and they are sufferers.
This time round watapiga kura, but Baba will get a huge chunk of voters from Rift Valley. There are so many people who are going to vote for Baba. And one thing about Azimio is that whether you vote for Baba or not, maendeleo itakuja kwako. We are not saying that if you don't vote for Baba, you won't be, it will be equitable distribution of wealth, not anything else. So there are some who wants to tell others that if you don't vote for this side, you are not, that is not the principle of Azimio. Azimio is Azimio la umoja wa Kenya, ya Wakenya wote. Hakuna tio tulitafuta serikali sisi ndio tunafaa kukula zaidi kuliko wengine. We ambassadors are yet to be nominated. It will be equitable. Everyone who is a Kenyan, not like UDA, where Gachagua has said that if you failed in nomination in UDA, you are already being appointed as an ambassador. So, Makiadi, tusomee constitution.
Na PK unikumbushe, Stony PK unikumbushe, niko na hiyo video. Tukipata nafasi nitakuchezea hiyo ya Walikula. It's only 2 minutes. So today we read Article 86. It's on voting. At every election, the independent IBC commission shall ensure that whatever voting method is used, the system is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. B, the votes cast are counted, tabulated, and results announced promptly by the presiding officer at each polling station. C, the results from the polling station are openly and accurately collated and promptly announced by the returning officer, and D, appropriate structures and mechanisms to eliminate electoral malpractice are put in place, including the safekeeping of election materials.
Thank you. And yesterday we were looking at investing in the people of Kenya. The commitment of Azimio. 1, a people-centered governance system in which politics and the economy serves the needs of the people, promotes their dignity, and puts public interest first. 2, a national economic revolution that will increase productivity, enhance inclusivity, promote shared prosperity, reduce unemployment, eradicate poverty, foster wealth creation, and lower the cost of living. 3, promote civic competence and a national character anchored on our national values and principles. 4, introducing new social protection programs in education, health, social security, and enhancing existing social protection programs to inject efficiency, transparency, and accountability. 5, ensuring the sustainable use of natural resources while protecting the environment and building resilience for the climate change. 6, deepen devolution and expand its gains. 7, building on existing government programs and projects aligned to Vision 2030. That's it, investing in the people of Kenya. Tomorrow we look at a gateway and manufacturing hub for Eastern and Central Africa. So we'll be looking at what the manifesto says about that. We need to highlight all that so that you can appreciate what was said and what we need to put demands on the government. So that's where we stop, and now we go straight to our prayer. And I want to ask, it's today's Julia disappeared. Kuna jamaa amekula block
Jamba, wacha hizo tabia.
Huyo jamaa amekuwa too much, watu wanalia juu yake hapa. Ni ule jamaa wa nini yule, lakini amewekwa time out, atarudi tu. Ni ule jamaa wako ule na Julia.
Amechapa block. Okay. Julia yuko leo kuna wimbo nitaimbia Papa Bob hapa. Haya, sasa tuanze wimbo wa taifa. Bob stanza 1, Stone PK stanza 2, Adam stanza 3. Twende.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Unmute Stone PK.
Oh, sorry guys, sorry. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Makiadi, tupe wimbo wa leo.
Leo wimbo ni wimbo rahisi sana, unajulikana kama Nu. Najua Bob anauelewa, NON, Nu.
Hebu kidogo Makiadi, kabla upeane wimbo. Tafadhalini subscribe to Mutembei TV. Alafu pia vile subscribe to Temba and Lulu Show kama tunaendelea kufunga, manake kuna wengine tayari wanatoka. Asanteni sana. Naona mnaendelea kutusubscribia pale. Tumebakisha watu kama 19 hivi. Tufike 600. Tuanze tena safari ya kwenda 1000. Tunashukuru sana. Msichana wangu ameshukuru sana. Nenda pale, kuna video safi sana tumeposti. Enda pale Temba and Lulu Show tafadhali. Unini Julia, kuja Bob Papa na kungoja huku juu. Acha kusema you are there. Kuja hapa kwenye show, kuna Bob Papa anakungoja. Haya, Makiadi, twende kazi.
Haya, sawa. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Nu. Wengine unaweza sema Non. kama wewe ni mzungu. So wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii, ha? Pole pole pale wa Franco Lombo, libala oh libala pole pole pale gitaa kidogo, libala oh libala oh yeah yo, mabala toko bala kana Kinshasa mabala toko bala na mokili alafu wanaongea pale sasa, kolinga mwasi ya zalina badu nzoka ulinga kena mukolensi kanati batete mama narudia hiyo sasa, kolinga mwasi ya zalina badu nzoka ulingia mukolo yo libosa kie bakayo mo mama Sasa ni tafsiri Aya, inasema libala oh libala yani marriages. Libala ni ndoa, ni kama kuimba ndoa libala oh libala yani marriages mabala tokobalaka na Kinshasa yani the marriages that we have in Kinshasa, mabala tokobalaka na mokili yani ndoa ambazo ziko kwa ulimwengu saa hii, okolinga mwasi mwasi azali na bodu, yani you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka olingiye mokili, nzoka olingiye mokolo ya liboso omoniki ye. However, you love a woman on the first day that you see her. Ayeba katete o mama, yani she does not know o mama. Okolinga mwasi azali na badu, you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka olingi mokolo ya liboso omona kiye. However, you loved a woman the first day you saw. So ni kama inajirudia pale. Ayeba ki o mama, yani she does not know that you love her. Alafu pale anaanza kuongea, nasema mwasi ayeba kisima, yani the woman will know later that you love her. Soki ozalaki kolinga ye, if you love her, bajesta azalaki kosalela yo. But the pride that the woman has will not allow her to show you that actually she knows that you love her. Akoya koyeba yango sima she will come to you later when she realizes that you love her. Wanaukimi na maboko ya moto mosusu. At the time you will be in another person's hand. Sijui kama umeelewa hiyo Bob.
Yeah, that thing means that Bob is laughing at a woman who's not aware. The woman is not aware that Bob loves her.
Unampenda mtu lakini hataki kujionyesha kwamba, hataki ujue kwamba anajua unampenda. Alafu sasa wewe unamwachilia namna hiyo. Wakati una move on, unasonga kwa mtu mwingine, ana realize ya kwamba uko na mtu mwingine, ndio sasa anakumbuka ulikuwa unampenda.
Sasa hiyo ndio itakuwa story ya Julia hapa. Julia ati atajifanya ati amekudonate. Ngoja tu ukipata mwingine hivi atarudi. Utamwimbia libala oh libala
Hapo sasa pole pole tu.
ama Bo papa utamwimbia hii ni Adem Mushroom
Yes.
Mama Idi, oh Mama Idi, oh Mama Idi, ahera yangoja, utawezekanaje kufanya mapenzi pasipo na subira? Heri niwe peke yangu mama, heri niwe peke yangu, heri niwe peke yangu mama, heri niwe peke yangu.
Heri niwe peke yangu.
Nyinyi bwana, inaonekana you are on my case bwana.
Hapo sasa unajua
mmefanya hata nilikuwa ninaenda kutengeza kahawa, manake sitaki nisinzie, nataka kusafiri kidogo masaa 4. Na hii ni mnaniletea stress mambo kama haya mapema sana bwana.
Sasa hiyo alafu unajua huu wadawidae wadawidae mwasida isia Deka kireti elansediliwe ilago ibane chipinana nikuandikia na barua.
Bemba, unajua wakati unaimba nyimbo kama hiyo, mimi na hapa ninaweza kukwambia authoritatively that my children have that blood, so you can imagine. Nilipanda mlima. Nilipanda mlima. Usicheze bwana.
Wako na hiyo
wako na hiyo damu kabisa.
Julia anauliza, anashangaa hizi wimbo mnakata nazo nani hizi?
Na ataki multiparty.
Alisema jana ataki multiparty, anashangaa hizi wimbo mnakata nazo nani?
Mbona Julia anataka kukuamilia pale kwa nini? Single party tulishatoka. Tuko kwa multiparty sasa hizi.
Kwanza ndio hata mimi nashangaa na huko ugaibuni ndio hata imalizi miezi 6 bwana. Unaweza badilisha vyama bwana.
Unaweza badilisha chama, lakini ujue ukipatikana na umeregister na passport pande hii na ID pande hii, utaenda na maji. Hiyo tu ndio tofauti ya Kenya na huko ugaibuni. Kama umeregister na ID na hiyo ID, huwezi register na passport na pande hii umeregister na ID, inakuwa ngumu.
Alafu papa anamwambia Julia, sitaki uniambie kuwa unaenda
haraka,
unajua haina baraka, subiri kidogo nikueleze, naumia sana juu yako, sitaki nikipata wewe husema una haraka.
Kwa nini unitese
bila
aye mama
aye mama
nyakati hizo nakumbuka nyakati hizo ni asubuhi mapema za hiyo unaenda shule, ndio unasikia asubuhi ile general service ya KBC ilikuwa VOK. Yes,
amka kumekucha.
Amka kumekucha.
Sisi unajua wakati wetu tulipata akina Nzao Kalulu.
Mimi nimempata Leonard Mambo Mbotela.
Huyo alicheza ngoma kweli?
Alikuwa
huyo kucheza Adams, wewe unatupanga bana.
Wale walibobea kwenye VOK wakakuja KBC baadaye.
Wale jamaa wa kucheza ngoma
yeye alikuwa na kipindi kinaitwa huu ni ungwana
wa kucheza ngoma, nakumbuka.
Lakini hiyo ni baadaye.
Bongo Junior, kuna Nzao Kalulu, kuna nani mwingine pale?
Eddie Fondo.
Obachi Machoka bana.
Obachi bado yuko mpaka sasa. Eddie Fondo. Kuna hao na kuna
alafu kulikuwa na reggae show na Jeff Mwangemi.
Na mwingine alikuwa anajulikana kama John Karani, sijui kama
John
Karani.
Unajua hata wakati nakumbuka kulikuwa na show moja ya jamaa moja anaitwa Abdul Haq. Kuna mtu alipata Abdul Haq hapa. Abdul Haq
na bro wake yako huko.
You ask for the asking.
Bro wake yuko huko.
Hiyo
alafu sasa vijana wa hizo siku walikuwa wanacheza nyimbo za Isa, kama mnamkumbuka mwanamuziki alikuwa anaitwa Isa Nameless.
Yes.
Isa alikufa kwenye accident.
Hao wakina Isa Nameless wametupata kama tumezeeka Ndemba bana.
Wametupata
ni wajuzi lakini.
Hao ni watu wajuzi bana.
Hao wanasema mademu wa Nairobi.
Sisi tulikuwa tunasikiza akina Kalamashaka.
Kasema swing muziki sindumba.
Ni watu wajuzi bana. Ni watu wajuzi
sana bana.
Tulikuwa tunasikiza akina Kalamashaka.
Kuna mzee mmoja alikuwa na mwenye mtangazaji alikuwa mwenye hiki mahali ya kuburudika along Mombasa Road hapa, Small World Country Club. Ule alikuwa Mkamba, sijui aitwa nani.
Mkamba nani? Alikuwa anaitwa nani?
A very famous guy.
Si Mwai.
Small World.
Small
World Country Club.
Steve Kikumu.
Yeah.
Hiyo wakati ndio ilikuwa KBC.
Hata hiyo Small World si tulikuwa nasikia story ati kuna majini walikuwa naizunguka usiku. Sasa hata hakuwa na employee ati askari.
Au walikuwa ni night runners. Unajua kulikuwa na cubicles.
Ati kuna majini ukifika huko usiku unaona msichana mrembo unataka kumpa lift, ukimpa lift unapata ukishika hivi unakuta kumbe ni miguu ni ng'ombe, juu ni mtu. Unakuwa msichana mrembo.
Adams ulikuwa wapi wakati serikali ilipinduliwa mwaka 1982? 1982.
Nilikuwa mtoto sana bana. Hata sikumbuki kama nilikuwa.
Mwenye alikuwa studio wakati huo alikuwa ni Leonard
Yeah, I know about the history. I can narrate how the story was just because I read and I was narrating.
Nasikia vile Nina Momba amesema mapenzi ya siku hizi is on the spot. Utangoja subira hadi lini? Break up.
Unaona vile social fabric imepotea kabisa. Hiyo ni kupotea kabisa. Subira utaheri bwana.
Ni hapa na hapa.
Hapo na
hapa ndio kwa tunavunjika.
Adam Siufi Motiena anangoja utume barua bana. Barua yako nimekwisha ipata.
Apeane pia
kupenda watanipata mimi naogopa.
Yufimu umesikia, tafuta vile utaingia kwa studio hapo.
Adams anaambia Yufimu, ni kweli nakupenda lakini wana ukipenda watanipata raha. Heri tuepuke mama.
Mimi naona kumbe Awino Rapemo inaonekana anacheza ligi nyingine kali sana hapa bwana.
Ako hiyo ako ndani.
Ako ndani hiyo ligi.
Anasema
naona anajua paka
7 alikuwa naona 782. By the way, I was 7. 1982 I was not born yet, but I think I read a lot of history.
Sasa wewe ulikosa uhondo bwana, ulikosa uhondo wa nchi.
No, let me tell you, I became a lover of history at a younger age, and then we had people I lived with people who narrated it, and then my father was living in Isili section 4, and coup took place around Isili. So that is where my dad used to live. He was living in section 4 in Isili. I don't know, First Avenue or section 4, somewhere there. So that history is rich with me so much. And I think I was born somewhere there later on.
That's a black is becoming an opportunist. Ati kwa sababu Julia amehepa papa, sasa natumia hiyo chance kujaribu kuambia Julia ati apate Julia. Wacha zako black bwana.
Adam, unajua mimi ile kazi yangu ya kwanza nilipata in 1990 nilikuwa nalipwa 4,500 shillings per month. Do you know how much money is that?
4,000.
That is what bankers were being paid. Stanchart walikuwa nalipa 4,500 kama karani tela huko. Nilikuwa nimeomoka ile mbaya.
And you're a banker.
Teller. I was a teller.
Wow.
Sasa nani anaambua na Julia hivi, matamshi yako rafiki hayakunipendeza, sikudhani kama ungeweza kuyafanya haya, si kitu, mimi ni mpita njia, nitakwenda utabaki na wako mliezoeana. Hiyo ni a break up, eh?
Sasa, Bob, were you there during when the railways was it was called Uganda Railway before it became Kenya Railways, like it was connecting?
Boss, wewe mbona unanizeesha hivyo? Wacha kuniharibia jina sana hivyo. Sijazeeka hivyo bwana.
East Africa ni zamani.
Because you know, I don't think it got zamani sana, because some of our people worked the railway and
our fathers, our uncles.
Yeah, my dad, and they worked in Uganda and they came back to Kenya, things like that.
Julia Adams alisema 1982 ndio yako amezaliwa, si 1992.
Inaonekana Julia ameanza weekend mapema. Labda ameshika ka glass hapo.
Amegonga ile.
Adams, you know, Adams, let me tell you after the third month of my employment, nilijinunulia tikiti ya Kenya Airways kuja Mombasa, ilikuwa shilingi 172, 172 shillings.
That is first class.
I came to Mombasa with 550 shillings. Na nikarudi return ticket.
Kuna Michael Ngigi anataka Lukani ya hijo ndio gani?
Lukani ya hijo, wow.
Hiyo labda nirudi kwa maktaba yangu niende nikaitafute.
Julia, 1992 I was in class 2. I was in school already. I was in class 2, 1992.
That is when Kamlesh Patni was scheming to rip this country apart, along with Kinajirongo
and Kulei, the likes of Kulei.
Yes, Kulei.
Huyo anaitisha Lukani ya hiyo, sio ilikuwa ya Veve ama ilikuwa watu gani?
Lazima niende kutafuta mistari yenyewe. Unajua, kwanza ukiniambia unataka nikuchezee ngoma, lazima nikae chini niangalie mistari kwanza, nisikize, alafu nifanye kukuchambulia ndio nikuje kukuchezea hapa.
Julia amependa hiyo tumeimbia Papa Bob ya kwamba matamshi yako rafiki ya kunipendeza, sikudhani kama ungeweza kuyafanya haya, si kitu, mimi ni mpita njia, nitakwenda utabaki na wako mliozoeana.
Hizo ndio zilikuwa nyimbo bana. Ilikuwa ni ujumbe unapewa.
Hizo wakati hiyo ilikuwa muziki safi sana. Kulikuwa na Mr. Right anaitwa Eddie Fondo. Naona Awino na Rabemo anasema Mombasa was Mombasa. Hiyo ndio wakati kulikuwa na Florida was Florida.
Kuna Florida ingine ya Mombasa.
Ndio ilikuwa noma ya Mombasa. Florida. Ndio mwisho wa mawazo.
Sio ile
Nairobi ilikuwa shadow.
Wachana na Nairobi bwana.
Ya Nairobi ya mwenyewe the same
kuna
guy.
kitu inaitwa Visions.
Sisi Mombasa
kulikuwa na mahali ilikuwa inaitwa Visions.
Kulikuwa Visions pale Kimathi, pale nani? Naitwaje hapo karibu.
Ilikuwa inabidi unaenda na shati nyeupe. Huwezi ingia hivi bure bure. Lazima uende na shati nyeupe. Hii mambo ya kuenda kuvaa mahudi huko hakuna.
Na sports
kwa kitu safi sana bwana ndugu yangu.
Alafu unaulizwa na Black, unajua club Railways Club Mombasa.
Kabisa. Hiyo sishakufa ile. Kwa nyama.
Ile ilikufa.
Alafu club
Tiffany's wow, sana ile.
Kuna
mtu imefungwa pia.
Kuna mtu aliwaisikia Vibestar.
Uko ni wapi
hiyo?
Hamwezi jua, unaona? Nyinyi hamjatembea bwana.
Hiyo lazima ni Grogon huko.
Ilikuwa kubwa sana. Wanaojua, wanaoipenda wanaifahamu ilikuwa inajulikana kama Club Vibestar.
Sasa unaona pale ofisi ya EACC iko.
Mwambwa na Yufi na
pale
Starlight.
Multiparty ya pale.
Starlight.
Ilikuwa inaitwa Starlight hiyo.
Acha Yufi atulie.
Stone PK inaonekana ulikuwa mfuasi wa Wajakoya. Wewe unajua paka Starlight?
Starlight najua sana, ukipanda zaidi unaenda Bombax huko Kenya Science.
Yes, hapo ndio Les Wanyika ilikuwa anacheza.
Kabisa.
Wewe inaonekana ulikuwa na night run sana na KBS. Hii ulikuwa unatumia basi sana wewe.
Unatumia basi mpaka asubuhi unakula munyiris. Ndio breakfast.
Munyiris ndio
unakula chips ya munyiris.
Hapa Ambassador ndio ilikuwa the chips house ile unawekewa chips na gunia. Hizo una njaa na una dem moja na una tubo peke yake bana.
PK bana, nimekuja kukuona live bana.
Mume dance mpaka asubuhi juu huwezi toka midnight ama mpaka kukuche.
Unajua Linet Mabomba amepata masaibu ya Julia ya kwamba mapenzi siku hizi ni pamba kwa pamba. The time unaanza kufikiria subira uvuta heri, the heartbreak is knocking. Kila mtu acheze kama yeye. Unajua Julia anapigia kidogo hivi heartbreak pap. Die hajatulia kwa makiadi kidogo. Juliet amekuja, mimi nataka makiadi kama running bet. Die ametoroka pap.
Stone PK hiyo yako ni kali. Uko na tubo. Umesema uko na tubo na unaingia Munyiris na uko na dem.
Uko na dem. Huwezi mwambia bora unapita kwanza unaambia hao jamaa wanaweka chips unaambia mazeni. Walikuwa wanajua unampa bopa na kuwekea za tubo.
Kuna mtu anasema nililelewa Landimawe.
Kuna Landimawe ya pale. Landimawe tulikuwa ni kwa nyama huko.
Kuna Landimawe ya Nairobi unajua pale nyuma ya railway headquarters hapo.
Na zile nyama za Kariakoo ulikula? Zile mbavu.
Za Kariakoo?
Yes.
Wale.
Sisi tunatambua nyama za Bama ba.
Na Bama kwa mandazi kwa
Bama ni mandazi kubwa.
Mandazi natoshana na masikio ya ndovu.
Wajua kuna enzi hapa hivi za nyuma watu wamekula mpaka punda hapo nyama hapo Bama.
Hiyo ni juzi.
Watu walikula punda, si ndio?
Hiyo nimekuja juzi bwana. Mimi nakwambia Nairobi ilikuwa tamu sana.
Kuna mmoja hapa ilikuwa noma inaitwa Mwana Mazembe.
Kuna mtu anaitwa Amazing Grace anasema 1991 dola moja ilikuwa 24 bob. Lakini kuna siku
that's true.
Kuna siku pound ilikuwa 20 bob ya Kenya. Ndio maana hata 20 bob ikaitwa pound.
for a very long time.
By the way,
take you a pound. Yeah, for a very long time.
By the way, the economy just went bad after.
That was the time when the economy of Kenya was equivalent to that of Singapore.
Yeah, and it was.
I think it was even better. It was better than Singapore.
Yeah.
When $1 was 20.
We loaned money to Korea bana.
But right now, leo nimeona kama ni 114, man.
Simwache niwachezee clip moja ndemba alafu kabla ufunge show. Ni dakika mbili tu pekee.
Yeah.
Kuna katela na kula serikali. Ukifika huko kuna katela na yakula cereal. Kwani huyu katel ni mbwa mwitu?
Tunaimba hapa Kiswahili kizuri, Kiingereza kizuri, lakini hakuna inakuishia sanduku ya Senate. Recommend, wewe unajua kusungumuza sana. Sungumuza mahindi leo. Mahindi ilitoka kwa Mexico. Ilikuwa ya nani?
Mumekuja hapa kututanganya. Mumekuja hapa kutuweka sisi merry-go-round. Yeah? Maneno ya 2022 watu yetu nakupa hapa ribarol kama nzike. Yeah? Sisi tuko na tabu ya kutosha. Hii watu mnapoona namna hii tuna tabu. Mahindi ndani ya sito, mahindi ndani ya cereal, mahindi sasa tayari kwa shamba, na mnakuja tu kutuchekelea haki ya Mungu.
Zikiagizwa hakuna deni, wanalipwa mbeleni. Yeah? Lakini ikiwa mwana Kenya inakuwa ni deni. Inakuwa ni deni. Sasa mamlaka ya serikali ni kwanza ni kuhudumia wa Kenya. Na mimi hii ni aibu kubwa sana. Kwa sababu tumepata mafuta, sasa kama mambo ya mahindi imetushinda, mambo ya mafuta tutaweza kweli?
Mahindi inaingia kiholela kutoka nchi jirani. Na sisi tukawaambia wale viongozi ambao wanalinda mpaka, serikali ya Kenya haikutumia ushuru wa mwananchi kujenga magala ya cereals board kusaidia mkulima wa nchi jirani. Wanakuja gorogoro moja sasa Bungoma ni shilingi 9. Kwa sababu mkulima hana pa kupeleka chakula chake.
And we want to do something once and for all. Hatutaki vile ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Tirena amesema turudi kila saa kwa hii hole.
Walikula.
Sasa unajua tulikuwa tushatoka huko. Unataka tuone tulale na stress. Tulikuwa tushapiga nini? Wacha tulale, tutaanza hiyo debate kesho. Asanteni sana wale ambao mko kwa comment section, we really appreciate. Kwa wale vijana wa leo, wale wako 30 years and below, you might not understand sometimes these things, but it's good to just try and listen. I mean, history is good, you know.
They can understand. They just refuse. It is just refusal. They can understand and articulate issues very, very well, but they just refuse. You see, the senator for Kericho is a very young guy, but he reasons. So mtu asikwambia ati yo akona age fulani hawezi reason. They can reason. It is just a personal decision. Mtu ame make sure he don't want to reason. Simple.
Okay. Thank you so much. Comment section, Julia. Tafadhali nani anakutafuta? Papa Bob anasema amekuomba msamaha, at least kurudiana, kufanya kosa si kosa. Kurudia kosa ndio kosa.
Kurudia kosa ndio kosa.
Ndio mshenga
na die tafuteni die arudi. Adam Yufin Motieno anakuambia umtafute.
Nitamwandikia barua.
Nangoja barua. Hii maneno ya kubreak heart na haijaanza, si mzuri. Huwa mtu ambaye anapeana promises na anatimiza.
Nitamwandikia barua na niweke dedication song poa sana hapo.
Yanikana Shivashi, asante. Jamani, si wacha tulale tuonane kesho.
Haya wana, siku mwema.
Okay,
adios.
God bless you.
Adios.